and other folks are going to be coming in just a couple of minutes. Now, we're going to balance things out today because we're going to talk about what we're doing for Teachers Treasures while here at Legends. But the Colts get a win yesterday on the road in Chicago. They're now 3-1. They get the Browns. Browns just absolutely tore up on the ground the Dallas Cowboys yesterday. We shall talk about that. And probably the biggest positive coming away from the first, 4 weeks of the season right now is that defense and that playmaking defense. And a part of it, Xavier Rhodes, the quarterback, is going to join us coming up at 5:30 later on today. So we'll get to that, all the other stuff, the injury situation with Darius Leonard, and a lot of that coming up a little bit later. And your calls coming up too. Got to give a lot of thanks out to our friends at Larceny Bourbon. That's Heaven Hill Distillery, the Colts, B Windows, BSN Sports, PAI, Love Heating and Air Conditioning, and, of course, Colts, Pacers, Purdue, Butler, IU, all this different stuff's here that we have to bid on coming up a little bit later. So thanks to everybody. And Teachers Treasures, of course, we'll talk to Margaret coming up over the course of the show, too. But here with us now, we're on the course at Legends. So Ted Bishop, who is the PGA professional, is here. We got a special guest with you, Ted. It's Brad Dickey, who's the head coach, the head boys coach, basketball-wise, over at Franklin. My man, Brad Dickey, who I can't believe, Brad, you mentioned playing basketball early in the morning. That was our forte back in the day.
Oh, absolutely.
That's what we did. I mean, listen, if you weren't there at 5:15, Barnheiser wasn't having any of that back in the day, man.
He'd take off and start without you. He was already shooting it before you got there.
He used to seriously, I'd be hung over / kind of coming off one in Bloomington, and he would back before we had call waiting or any of that, he would dial my number and just hang it on the door and let it ring. It would ring like 500 times before I finally answered it.
Hey, it always worked.
Always worked. Thank you for coming today, Brad. It's good to see you. We'll talk to Brad a little bit more in a second. Ted Bishop is here with us. This has been outstanding. It really has.
Hey, this is a fun day for us, and happy that you're here.
So we got a winner?
Oh, I've just got 2 cards.
You just got 2 cards?
Yeah.
Do we know what's the winning score so far today?
Well, the leader in the clubhouse with a 57, and I don't think that is going to hold up.
Yeah.
It's, Group 2A. I got a lot of scores to post.
You got
128 players, so it's a long ways to go.
It has been a good time. So how's the course been treating you this summer now into the fall now?
Oh, it's been great. It's been the busiest year that we've had in the 28 years that we've been open. I think that's been true for everybody in golf in Indiana. If there's been one thing that's been good about the COVID crisis, it's been golf.
Yeah. Yeah, it's been amazing how you get a lot of people that just picked up the game in general from not playing before but having the opportunity, having the time on their hands to go ahead and try to pick it up.
Yeah, and I think like we talked about last week, they're just really all summer long and all spring there was nothing else to do. There were no spectator sports, nothing to watch on television, so people resorted to golf. And with daylight savings time, we had a lot of late nights and a lot of great golf hours.
What are some of the you got so much around here, so much to offer. Talk a little bit about what you have to offer for somebody that may not know about Legends.
Yeah, we've got 45 holes. We have 27 championship holes designed by Jim Fazio. We have an 18-hole par 3 course, great practice facility, nice banquet center that we're in here
right
today. Full-service operation. We own the legendary kitchen food truck, which is doing the meal for your outing here today. They specialize in a lot of things, but most notably our tenderloin. So, yeah, just a lot of great things. And from an event standpoint, trust me, we're like anybody that's in the hospitality business. We can't wait to see this whole thing subside so we can kind of get back to business as normal in that regard.
That's Ted Bishop with us. He is the host here at the Legends down in Franklin. I mentioned Brad Dickey's the head coach over at Franklin for the boys high school team. How have you guys been going back since July, right? How have things worked out over there?
Well, it's getting better. I mean, we're struggling like everybody else is struggling, trying to stay healthy. But we've typically we host a lot of events. We haven't really opened all those things yet, but our kids are back. So the Franklin kids have been able to play, and we're getting our youth kids back in there and things like that. So I just want to make sure today that I mentioned Ted's getting really heavily involved in our school programs here lately.
Right.
He's actually now the coach of both my son and daughter over here on the golf team. So that has been just awesome.
We were talking about that. It's great to have this place here so close because literally, I mean, you drive across 31 and you guys have, to me, a state-of-the-art, just beautifully designed with a lot of room to grow Franklin High School out there, which is awesome.
Yeah, it is awesome. I try to pick a different spot to park every day just so I can see the whole building and remind myself how cool it is to be there.
I mean, you got so much room to grow, too. I mean, and that's what schools have been doing, growing, and even more room out there. So Ted's helping you and coaching your son.
Well, he helped me with a middle school team a year ago on the basketball court.
Nice.
So that's another cool advantage. But, no, he's really taken an interest in both my kids. And Damon in particular is has done a nice job and gotten himself ranked here in the state as a golfer. And it looks like he's going to attend Butler to be a golfer. So we're real excited and we're happy that Ted was there to help us. And we can't thank him enough.
It is a great facility here. It really is. Legends, we're down in Franklin with Ted Bishop, the PGA professional. Brad Dickey's the head coach over at Franklin for the boys high school basketball team. You got the world-famous tenderloin, the legendary tenderloin going out here today?
That's what you're going to have.
I love it. What else we got over there, too? I did not get a look.
Well, we have some mac and cheese, some good desserts, and a nice selection at the bar.
I love the nice selection at the bar.
Particularly your sponsors.
Seriously, I hope you've had a blast because you got to go score them, don't you? It's Ted Bishop. Thank you, Ted. I'll talk to you before we end things. Brad, it's good to see you. Coach Brad Dickey, Ted Bishop, getting us started here at the Legends down in Franklin. He's going to go score it up. And remember, thank you, Brad. Appreciate you. Good to see you, brother. If you remember, too, this all goes to Teachers' Treasures. Teachers' Treasures, teachers, instructors, educators, going through a lot right now. So we are here to help. There's my man Brian Neer from Indiana Farm Bureau Insurance is probably thinking, man, we're too close. Is he going to call me? He didn't even call me when I was on the course. Man, a lot of good friends, a lot of good folks out here. Love Heating and Air Conditioning as well. A sponsor of this. I got to thank the folks at Yuengling. Yuengling has a new beer. I'm going to go ahead and crack it. Is this for me to open right now? Cool. It's called Flight, okay? It is called Flight, and if you're like me, you're watching your calorie intake, right? 95 calories per can. Got a 1 pint of Yuengling Flight, and we have all the Yuengling products going on here, which is awesome, and, of course, from Heaven Hill Distillery, all the products like Larceny and Evan Williams and Elijah Craig, Luna Azul Tequila, all right here. All right, get back to the Colts for a moment, too. A couple of things stand out. We'll talk to Xavier Rhodes coming up at 5:30 today. A couple of things stand out, and obviously it's the defense. And believe me, you can go into some shortcomings offensively, some things you'll wonder if the competition was a little bit better. And I know that it's boring, but it is the truth. You can only really play who you're playing. You want to sit down here for a second? Who you're playing. And the Bears were the best team they have played so far. Nick Foles coming out of the bullpen is always better. Nick Foles starting games never feels like it takes shape. And that's kind of what you saw yesterday, with a good part of that being from the Colts defense. Now, Mike Wells of ESPN.com is here as well. So you tell me, is this more about the Colts defense just upping the brand as we've seen it, or more about the offensive competition, Mike, they've seen?
You know what? I'm not going to shortchange the opponents.
Right.
Obviously, they haven't played the best teams. I think this week in Cleveland's going to be a great test for them with Baker Mayfield and what they rushed for 300-plus yards against the Cowboys yesterday. Yep. But with that said, this defense is playing lights out, man. I mean, you lose Darius Leonard late in the first half, and you hold, the Bears to -3 yards halfway through the third quarter.
Yep.
I don't count that touchdown late. They were in that prevent defense, giving up chunk plays. This defense is legit. Nobody should question what the Colts defense has done so far. I mean, 4 games in, they are the stingiest defense in the NFL.
You look at I know it's 4 weeks, but I mean, you do 4-week MVPs and whatever you. But you look at this defense and the way that they're able to play in the secondary, and now the way they're coached up to play. They're allowed to play as opposed to what has been the past. How much of the reason why in that secondary they have become such a playmaking group is because of DeForest Buckner and what he's doing
huge.
up front?
I mean, can you imagine 6'5" or whatever coming at you? It's gonna alter your throwing motion, make you kind of jittery in the pocket. Chris Ballard knew what he was doing when he gave up the number 13th pick. I think people are saying, why would they give it the 13th pick? I think 4 weeks into the season, that's a hell of a deal for the Colts.
Well, you're thinking about it. And Kinlaw probably would have been the 13th pick. He played last night for the Niners. He was out there playing, but it's just such a huge difference than what you see with DeForest Buckner up front than what we have seen. And we've been crying around here forever, Mike. I mean, even going back to the Manning era, for guys in the secondary to be able to make plays, to have some ball hawking. And it did take, I think, a philosophical change of sorts with Matt Eberflus, who, kind of wants to go that cover 2 thing. But now, taking some chances, you blitz, you take some chances of playing the ball and not, as Quincy Wilson kind of said in just last week, playing your section of grass out there or whatever. I love the way that they're playing. We've been crying about that playmaking ability in the secondary forever.
We have. I mean, look at it, what they got. They have 7 interceptions through the first 4 games right now. 7 interceptions. I mean, Julian Blackman essentially sealed the game up last night with that pick on Nick Foles in the red zone. So they're doing what they're supposed to do. I think there'll be some bigger tests coming up for them. But as of now, you can't question how good this defense is because let's be real. Who can say they've been overly impressed with Phillip Rivers through the first 4 games?
Yeah, I mean, to me, he's kind of been what I expected. I mean, he is. I mean, he's
kind of ho-hum. Yeah,
he's going to take some chances. He's going to be able to throw it. He's going to make some completions. He will probably throw it in a bad situation, but to me, it's been stronger than what you've seen from Brissett. I mean, it was a much better option for me than still Brissett.
Without a doubt. Matter of fact, I've got a story on ESPN going up tomorrow about how this defense has allowed Frank Reich not to be the risk taker that he normally is on 4th down. I mean, they were 4th and 3 at Chicago's 3-yard line. They kicked a field goal last night because they knew their defense was going to be good enough to shut down Nick Foles. In the past, Frank Reich been like, all right, just go. Or Andrew Luck been like, hey, I'm staying on the football field and we're going to go for it. But now this defense is good that Phillip Rivers does not have to do everything. And because if Phillip Rivers has to try to do everything, the Colts are going to be screwed.
So Mike Wells of ESPN.com is joining us with the JMV Sucks Golf Outing, the 8th annual, brought to you by Heaven Hill Distilleries and Larceny Bourbon at the Legends down in Franklin. All right, all that said, you've got to, and even though you pull the trigger and you go ahead and let Hot Rod, kick it through the uprights, but you got to cash in with 7 on these drives.
Oh, yeah. It's going to bite you in the rear end at some point.
Against a good team, and I mean a legitimately good team, that is not going to fly, Mike, and we both know that.
I mean, think about it. Pittsburgh still. Green Bay still. Baltimore still. Tennessee twice still. The Cleveland Browns still. So they got to find a way to get 7 points. And by the way, I know we're talking Colts right now.
Yeah.
But huge shout-out to AU for putting on an incredible golf outing today. Ted Bishop here, who runs the Legends golf course, incredible shape, beautiful atmosphere. My main man Tucker Barnhart representing Brownsburg, and coming out. Let me be on this team and everything today.
And then Kravitz cried because Kravitz thought he was going to be on your team, and then you ended up with Tucker Barnhart.
Hey, I think I upgraded. I had a major upgrade over my man Bob Kravitz. So no offense, Bobby-O, but big props out to Tucker. His uncle Greg, who's also Brownsburg, my man Zach Tresh, who was the head pro at Prestwick Golf Course. So evidently, I was the dead weight on this team right here. I had no shame in acknowledging it, dead weight. But we had a great time, and as always, you always put on a great event. I do have to say, I got to get home because Frank Reich's talking at 4 o'clock.
You got to get home before? You got to Zoom call that thing at 4?
So I wanted to hop on and make sure I gave a shout-out to everybody out there. As usual, you killed it, man.
Oh, thank you. Thank you for doing this, too.
Hey, I held up a pencil on the first hole, par 5. It's a great thing right now. I'm supporting schools in all aspects of things. I'm not going to say anything else. I don't want to get in trouble, but
that's all right.
We got things coming up. But, Jay.
Yes, I know exactly what you're talking about. But I don't think anybody's listening right now. I think you're okay.
Listen, all I know is I love my face mask today, the mask that I had on today. So.
Hey, quickly, Darius Leonard. I know you guys are going to ask him about Darius Leonard, his status today. It's going to be important moving forward.
Oh, hey, they're going to need him out there. They need him coming out against Baker Mayfield and the Browns and everything. I'm curious on how severe it is because he was on the sideline late in the first half, and he stood on the sideline the entire second half of the game.
Yeah.
For a guy who, if he had a severe groin injury, I don't think he would be standing out there.
He was pretty vocal out there, too. So.
Yes.
Yeah.
So it'll be great. But once again, Jay, thank you very much for the invite. A hell of a thing for Teachers with Treasure. I saw my girl Margaret. She goes, hey, are you guys going to do the Big Green Egg cook-off again next year? I said, we're going to do it every single year to allow us. But Big Joe's big ass is not going to be judging because I got robbed. I'm still bitter 3 months later.
Why would you be bitter? I mean, he shredded us both. I just kind of was just the by-the-way winner. Shredded us both, and then he ate everything. We didn't have anything to take home.
Yeah. Hey, have fun the rest of the show again. Ted Bishop, thank you very much for letting us down here today.
So Mike Wells of ESPN.com, kind enough to join us here on the JMV Sucks Golf Outing. Thanks, Mike. Take it easy. Thank you. That's one good thing about this one. We've probably had the most local friends / media members of mine. I mentioned Tucker Barnhart was here. I wish Tucker was still playing baseball. Don't get me wrong. But Tucker got a hold of me this weekend and says, hey, man, I would rather be playing baseball, but I can play. So he came down. The Pacers, I know Allison Barber, who is the president of the Fever, is over there with Eddie White. And you have Eddie Gill, Chris Denary, Jeremiah Johnson from Fox Sports Indiana, and the Pacer coverage. They're both here. I'm trying to think. Bob Kravitz of The Athletic is here. I know we had both Bob Kravitz and Zach Kiefer could not, or check that. Zach Kiefer and Stephen Holder could not make it because I think they were both still in Chicago. What's that? Come on. Yeah, you want to do that right now? We can do that right now. Sure thing. But, and by the way, this is going to be rather free-flowing, right? Because, I mean, again, everybody's finishing at the same time, and all the people we're going to talk to are going to be coming up. So it's going to be free-flowing. Be ready for that. I'm not going to say disjointed. I'm going to say free-flowing whenever we have the opportunity to talk some folks. We're definitely going to talk to some folks. Get back to all your Colts conversation coming up. I mentioned Xavier Rhodes, who is playing in that much ballyhooed so far secondary. Go ahead right there. I don't know if you – oh, I'm sorry. Yeah, sit right there. What am I doing? I'm not a gentleman, Allison. I mean, Allison Barber from the Fever joining us, the president, the COO, and one of the smartest people I've ever been around in my life joins us right now.
Well,
How are you?
Much.
Thank you for coming out here.
Oh, my gosh. So great to be out here. You know, I'm a former first-grade school teacher.
Yes.
And so I love the partnership with, Teachers Treasures and being out here to have a great day and raise some money for them.
It is so great what they do, and now more than ever, because you have every different conceivable thing pulling at our educators right now, whether it's, a hybrid situation or an in-class or, just e-learning. Yeah. And it's really hard. And oftentimes, as you know from the past, oftentimes it's going to be up for that educator to go out and get these supplies on their own. And Teachers Treasures is such a huge help.
Yeah. And what I love is the teachers I've talked to over the last few weeks that are able to get back into the classroom are so grateful for the opportunity to be back teaching their students, because that's the calling. When you're a teacher, you're called to, help shepherd kids, and you need to be in the space to do it. And so I think it's great that they're back in the classroom, and then great that people like today raise money to help support the teachers.
How much did you enjoy your days of education?
I loved teaching school. I did it for 6 years, taught first grade, second grade, and sixth grade, and then was a adjunct professor at Georgetown University in D.C. So it was like I scoped the whole thing and loved it, but the kids are great because it's the future. It's, you look at everything that's happening in today's world, and where can you make a difference? It's the teachers are making a difference in the classroom. It's really cool.
And it's become more difficult. I mean, it seems like, every decade or so, you just get a new set of, I don't want to say guidelines, that's the wrong thing to say, but you get obstacles that you have to overcome, which goes all the way back to when education first started. But still, it just seems like that there is more of a challenge now, even beyond COVID-19 and our circumstances, than ever before.
Yeah, it's a complicated society that we live in, and that's why we want to support teachers who are doing the hard work. I thought about that today. I'm like, oh my word, I used to be a school teacher. Now on a Monday I'm playing golf, supporting teachers. Like, I don't mind this new world.
There's nothing wrong with that. Allison Barber of the Fever is with us. So how did everything go as far as the bubble was concerned and the way the WNBA got their season in?
Gosh, we're so proud of our players at the Fever. Tamika Catchings, our vice president and GM, and our new coach, Marianne Stanley. They just rolled up their sleeves and said, bring whatever the challenge is, we're going to take it, and we'll make the best of it. And then really a shout out to Commissioner Engelbert and her first season as the commissioner for the WNBA to put together the
right into it.
Yeah, she could handle it. She did great. Nobody, we had no issues with COVID for any of the teams. We're in the finals right now. So it was expensive. It was hard. It was difficult, but we saved the season for women's sports, and then that feels great.
Do you have any idea what the season is going to look like? The start. I guess we don't know anything about whether or not we're going to have fans anytime soon.
Yeah,
but do you have any idea what it might look like?
I think the scenario we're working toward right now is a typical start around May of next season, that we will be playing at the Field House is our expectation. And I think we will have fans. You know, I think we're making a lot of progress today in society. By next summer, we should have a vaccine. We should be better further down the road.
Right.
I mean, you look at the Colts have fans. The Grand Prix had some fans. So we're starting to teach ourselves how to do it. I think you would expect that the Pacers and Fever will be right there figuring it out, too.
How'd you play today?
Oh, my gosh, just killed it.
That's what everybody said.
That I killed it? Everybody said I killed it?
Well, you killed it, and they killed it. I think everybody sitting here eating killed it today.
There's no bad golf.
No, there is no bad golf, especially on a gorgeous Monday like today and for such a great cause.
That's right.
Allison, thank you very much.
Thanks for having me.
Allison Barber, who's the COO of the team, I should say the president of the Fever, is with us here. Thank you very much, and thanks to Eddie White for coming down here and participating. And our friends from Pacer Sports and Entertainment, thank you, Allison. In Fox Sports Indiana. I think JJ and Denary and Eddie Gill are in here someplace, but I love seeing everybody come together, especially for this. And we'll talk to Margaret Sheehan a little bit later on about that. All right, 239-1070 is the number. Email address is jmv at 1070thefan.com. Isaiah's back at the station because Kyle Udemark is here. Isaiah, do we have the YouTube lounge up today? Did you fire that up?
It is, in fact, up. It is up.
All right, here's what you're going to see, guys. You're going to see an empty chair. I'll be back in that chair tomorrow, but we want to make sure that the conversation is glorious as it usually is on a Monday following a Colts game. So that's inside the lounge, YouTube Live. You're going to see an empty chair, but the conversation is going to flow. The conversation is going to happen inside the lounge today. YouTube Live, the Ride with JMV, we like to call that or reference that the lounge. A shout out to Tucker Barnhart, by the way, for coming and joining, playing, participating, and just he's just awesome. He's an awesome dude to come in and be a part of this. Always appreciative, really am. Everybody here, just a fantastic afternoon at the Legends down in Franklin. All right, we'll take a quick break, and we'll come back with more guests. I mentioned Xavier Rhodes going to join us coming up a little bit later on. I saw where Anthony Walker, and it's kind of interesting, I brought up the linebackers and the injury to Darius Leonard, and I agree with Mike. It didn't look like that Darius Leonard was a dude that was going to miss a great deal of time. But when you think about it, you had Darius Leonard and Bobby Okereke and Anthony Walker have all played incredibly well. I mean, Anthony Walker was stout yesterday. Anthony Walker is going to join us on the show coming up on Wednesday. But just a fantastic start defensively. And again, I know, and you do not have to tell me, I completely understand that the offenses they have played have not been spectacular. You know what's funny about yesterday? Is that you look at Phillip Rivers, and if anybody was going to be critical about what went down yesterday, it was going to be the play of the offense and not cashing in the red zone. And everybody's going to point to Phillip Rivers not having a good game. A lot of people are going to point to Nick Foles being the opposing quarterback as to why the Colts defense looks so good. Remember that Nick Foles was like the backup plan. I mean, that was what they were looking into after Phillip Rivers, if Phillip Rivers was not going to be the guy. You know, a lot of people had talked about, Teddy Bridgewater, and, you go all the way back to the early spring, and, Jameis Winston's name was mentioned. Cam Newton's name was mentioned. All of that was conversationally made about who could end up being the next quarterback of the Colts, but it was Nick Foles who they had dialed in. The problem with Nick Foles, and we were talking about this yesterday on the pregame show, it seems like Nick Foles is a dude that if he's coming off the bench, he should be like your closer. You know what I mean? He should be your closer. I mean, there may be the first ever two-quarterback situation that maybe would work. It won't. I'm just kind of joking. But maybe the first, hey, I've got two quarterbacks. You know the old saying, if you have two quarterbacks, you don't have any? Maybe Nick Foles just needs to be a closer. You're going to come in and close the deal. Like any of the great closers of the past. Like a Mariano Rivera, Trevor Hoffman, Lee Smith, Jeff Reardon. All the great closers of the past. Hey, Mark, sit down there for a second. I want to talk about you and thank you. I mean, maybe that's how that should work. for him because it doesn't seem like it works when he's the starter. He is named the starter. He is going to be the guy, and it never works. I just don't want to take away from the Colts' defensive effort because it was outstanding. But, again, we still do look at exactly who they were playing and, how that all went down. But you got to give credit where credit is due, and that defense has looked really good so far. Hey, taking a picture of me right now from Big Green Egg, our friend Mark Sion is here. Thank you very much. Do you hear me right now? You don't?
A little bit.
A little bit. Turn it up in his ear, Phelan, if you wouldn't mind.
There we go. Perfect.
Mark Sion of Big Green Egg is here.
Hey,
we got another Big Green Egg to be bid on up here.
Yes, sir.
Courtesy of Mark and Sullivan Hardware and Garden and Pat Sullivan. How'd you play today?
Not that great. I mean, I did okay. This is a beautiful course, and the layout here and the whole organization has been fantastic. So I didn't really keep track of my, fantastic shots, but I did have some putts. And,
nice.
And I had some fun out there with your people, John.
My people are fun.
They're great.
My people are fun.
Yes.
My peeps are fun. They're
third
real.
hole, we had a challenge.
Yes.
We were going to donate, and we were going to partake, and we were going to do this, that. It was fantastic. I mean, it was a lot of fun. And the weather could not have been better. The course has been great. And all the people that we've talked to as far as teachers, treasures, and the cause makes you really think about how much, how great this actually is.
So Mark Sion of Big Green Egg. Mike Wells is probably on his way back to Brownsburg right now listening to you and rejoicing regarding the fact that he has a Big Green Egg in the backyard.
I was expecting to see him here, and he's a great guy running for school board of Brownsburg. And it's so nice, John. Thank you for having this Big Green Egg right up front. You
got it.
That's a great bid. Certainly Sullivan's, Pat Sullivan and his whole team there is 100% behind our product and 100% behind, your efforts. So it's just
Pat
so nice.
Pat is just a great guy.
No doubt.
He's a great local business guy, which is exactly what we need. I mean, that's it. He's like the prototype of that, you know?
Yes, yes. Well said. But I want to say this. I want to go on the record. You need to understand how great you are for the community. And I told you this last year at the Indianapolis Home Show. You're such an asset to this community. Oh. I appreciate you so much, and you always tell your listeners how much you appreciate them. You tell your listeners and your sponsors how much you appreciate them. But, John, I just want to go on the record and say how much all the listeners, I know the listeners appreciate you so much because you're darn good at what you do, and we appreciate you.
Mark, that is so kind of you to say. Mark Sion.
I mean it. Every word of it.
Of Big Green Egg, and we got one here up for bid, up for auction. Courtesy of Mark and Pat Sullivan of Sullivan Hardware and Garden. If you guys want to do another JMV takeover again soon,
we will.
We got to do that too.
We've got to
because that thing. I'm up to 6 hours now.
John
it started
Griffin,
as 4.
John Griffin is a sales associate of yours. He is the nicest guy in the world, and we will continue to do everything we can do to support anything that goes on in this world.
All right. Mark, thank you, brother.
You betcha.
It's Mark Sion, a Big Green Egg, all a part of the JMV sucks, but his Larceny Bourbon Golf outing does it to benefit Teachers Treasures. We're in Franklin at the Legends today, and we are busy. I'll get time with your calls at 239-1070. Email address JMV at 1070thefan.com. On Twitter at JMV1070 as well. And Inside the Lounge on YouTube Live. Kevin Bowen's here. He's going to join us coming up a little bit later on. JJ Denary is going to join us a little bit later on. That and more for you. And Xavier Rhodes today at 5:30 on 93.5, 107.5, and 1070 The Fan.
Place your legal sports bets at BetRivers.com, your new home for sports betting. Millions of betting options a year on the sports you love. We offer live in-game betting on major sporting events worldwide. Tons of bets available during games, from money lines, prop bets, and many more. Use one of our 12 easy deposit methods to get in on the action. And when you win, we offer fast and reliable withdrawals. Sign up now, and we'll match your first deposit up to $250. More bets, better odds, more action. Place your sports bets at BetRivers.com. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-9-WITH-IT. 1-800-994-8448.
There are times in life when certain situations are unavoidable. As life passes, we get a little slower and a little more achy than the year before. All part of life. But when we lose the ability for intimacy with the one we love, it can feel much worse. Unfortunately, the lady we love typically feels like this situation is just because of her. As men, we know that's just not true. We want that spark back just as much as she does. The Indianapolis Men's Clinic physicians hear this from struggling couples every day. Fortunately, that struggle in your relationship from erectile dysfunction can be gone. One simple visit to the Indianapolis Men's Clinic with a same-day solution. The joy of your relationship will be back. And the best part of it is seeing that spark back in a happy relationship. Call 999-9000. It's simple, safe, and private. 999-9000. Clinic visit, evaluation, and testing is just $99. IndyMen'sClinic.com for more information. 999-9000.
This corona culture we're living in is just another example of how life can throw some unexpected challenges at you. This is Dan Dockich. When you're faced with difficult times, it's always comforting to have a professional on your side who actually cares about you as a person. If you or someone you know experienced an accident as a driver, passenger, rider, or pedestrian, keep in mind what my guy, Randy Sevenish and Sevenish Law recommends during these challenging financial times. Do not try to negotiate with the insurance company yourself, thinking you are saving money, and be wary of discount lawyers. A quick payday may not be best for you. Do not leave money on the table. It's your money. Even though some courts are closed right now, Randy is still here for you. He's able to meet with you and still take the next negotiation steps for resolution. Do not hesitate to take on the insurance giants during these tough times. Call Sevenish Law, the fierce protectors of the injured, where you're treated like a person, not just a case number. 317-636-7777 and SevenishLaw.com.
At Unibet Sportsbook, we know that within every bettor, there's a bet so genius, no other person on this planet could have thought of it. It's called a parlay, a custom-made bet that says, today, my confidence level is on the money. Sign up today to get a limited-time offer of a $600 risk-free bet and get $30 free to bet with. No deposit required. Download the app or visit in.unibet.com. Unibet Sportsbook. Crazy about the odds. Must be 21 or over to play and physically located in Indiana. Restrictions apply. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-9-WITH-IT.
Introducing Flight by Yuengling, the next generation of light beer. For those who don't follow trends, but craft them. Flight by Yuengling is 12 ounces of uncompromised refreshment from America's oldest brewery. With only 2.6 grams of carbs and 95 calories, this is premium refreshment 6 generations in the making. Don't just raise a glass, raise the bar. Flight by Yuengling, now available wherever beer is sold. DG Yuengling and Son Incorporated, Pottsville, Pennsylvania. Please enjoy responsibly.
Hey, it's Big Joe for your trusted local independent American Standard Heating and Air Conditioning dealer, Kirby Heating and Air Conditioning. Robert Kirby says the dependability of American Standard products is not by accident.
American Standard, they're doing more research and development. They have it tested in the field. So when it comes out, there's just not very many problems. I mean, we get a new product line on a new furnace, and it's just very reliable.
And Kirby is very reliable at 317-892-3614. Kirby Heating and Air Conditioning is your trusted local independent American Standard dealer.
I'm Ryan Kelly with thehomeloanexpert.com. We can get you closed in as little as 30 days, and you can skip 2 full months of mortgage payments. Thehomeloanexpert.com.
Looking for a quality pre-owned vehicle at a price that works for you? Visit drivehubler.com to browse hundreds of used cars, trucks, and SUVs, some starting below $5,000.
The Colts defense took care of business in Chicago.
It is picked off in the cutback in by the Colts, Julian Blackmon. The Colts have their first takeaway on defense.
Now it's on to Cleveland to battle the surging Browns. Our coverage starts Sunday at 1:30. Matt Taylor with the kickoff at 4:25. Then talk about it after the game with Greg Rakestraw on the fifth quarter. 93.5 and 107.5 The Fan. Your home for Colts football.
The Ride with JMV.
You take drugs, Danny?
Every day.
Good. So what's the problem?
I don't know.
93.5 and 107.5 The Fan.
Thank you very much for joining us. I do realize this. Hey, Alex, you guys both better mount up there, by the way. I do realize this, that we got Colts conversation, and we'll continue with that. Kevin Bowen's going to join me coming up in less than 10 minutes. And we got a lot more for you with Xavier Rhodes on the show coming up. The Colts win yesterday over the Bears, the 3-1. They get the Browns coming up next Sunday. That's another late afternoon affair, if you remember. But joining us here, another sponsor. It's PAI, WeGrowHairIndy.com. Our friend Darren Andrews is here. Darren, hello to you.
How you doing?
Good. Thank you for joining us. Thank you for being a part of it. Alex Fortney. Now here, Alex, how are you?
I'm not too bad.
Listen to this crap. I mean, if ever I needed to sound like more of a hillbilly than I already do, and I've get an Englishman, and I got the Kiwi from New Zealand right here.
Right.
So
I don't
got no chance.
Any of you are saying.
I got absolutely no chance of not sounding like a hillbilly. Hey, how are things going?
Doing great. Yeah, doing great. New facility, so super proud of that, and it's been a good year. Interesting, but good.
Now you moved from building.
Moved from building 3 to building 2.
Yeah,
so
right.
the byproduct
Right
of
in the
being in business so long and helping as many people is we need more space. We ran out of space. It was a good problem to have. So building 2 on the first floor, new facility. It's fantastic.
That's obviously up at the Pyramids off of Michigan Road. It's building number 2. That is the middle building. Now, Alex, how are you getting involved? And, we're playing golf today, and you've got something golf going on as well, don't you?
Yeah, it's called the Art of Simple Golf. We've got hundreds of thousands of golfers around the world, and trying to make this really insane game a bit simpler and easier for people, And
how have you done this, by the way?
How?
Yes.
Well, I used to play on some circuits back in Europe, and then I hated the game because it got too complicated. So I was trying to follow the route of everyone else. So I just basically started to create my own path and help golfers that way, and online was the best way to do it. So.
Spectacular. Now, how'd you guys get together?
Well, we helped him out with his hair, so reached out to us, and like the rest of us that have been through the process, and it was bothering him, and he was losing his hair, and so he was a great candidate for the multi-unit hair grafting, and kind of went from there. So yeah, it's been a good fit so far. I had his procedure a month ago.
Oh, really? Now?
Yeah, it was only a month ago.
How are you feeling?
It's been okay. Yeah. It's getting better and better, but it was a good experience, and it's been quite cathartic owning the fact that guys struggle with losing their hair, and I did, but actually owning the fact and doing something about it is why I wanted to share it with my people and show that if they feel that way, there's something. And that's why I chose We Grow Hair Indie, because they're awesome.
Yeah, that's exactly what I do too. I mean, I've got so many people ask me all the time, and they say, hey, does that work? And I say, well, look, I mean, absolutely it does work. It's great, and I just want people to know they have options. Absolutely. I mean, a lot of people go, oh, I don't know. I mean, the vanity of it all, or what? No, we live in a world where you want options. It's best to have options, and Darren, that's exactly what you guys do.
Yeah, I mean, everyone wants to look and feel their best, right? And
right.
It's not a one-size-fits-all with what we do, whether it's the Artist Robotic FUE, multi-unit hair grafting, or some of the non-surgical treatments that the guys want to just start with preventative options. We offer it all.
So Darren Andrews with us for PAI, and Alex Fortney. Am I pronouncing that right? 40? 40, I'm sorry.
Forte. We can call me whatever you like.
Give me the exact.
Alex Forte.
Alex Forte is doing Simple Art of Golf, and it's a website with videos, things of that nature. How can people check that out if they want to? How can they get to your website?
Google The Art of Simple Golf or me, and you'll find my ugly mug everywhere. But we have a website, we've got YouTube, things like that to give people some free resources to play better.
How long have you been here?
About 4 years.
Have you really?
Yeah.
What did you do prior to this?
Well, the same, because basically I've always done my own business and stuff like that. So, yeah, that's all I've ever known.
How'd you end up getting here?
To
Indy.
Indy, just from online, because I'm in Louisville.
Okay.
So just found We Grow Hair Indy online, reached out to them, and it was by far the best option. And I was so comfortable because they offer so many different things. It wasn't like just trying to fit you into something. And they made it so easy and straightforward. Because you Google, if you're bothered about your hair, there's so many things that confuse you. It's the same as like the golf industry, and it confused me. And Darren and the team has made it so freaking easy.
I think about this all the time, too. I'm in a world now where I want as hassle-free as possible, and there's nothing more hassle-free than that. I mean, you're thinking in your mind, oh, this is going to entail so much. And Alex, this is just, I'm going to do this and do that, but they just make it so easy.
Yeah,
that's
it really
best part about it, too. Best part about it. All right, if somebody wants to get a hold of you right now.
Yeah,
I tell them, the private consultation.
Yeah, they are.
Now.
Yeah, and you can call us at 1-888-724-519. Or, of course, WeGrowHairIndy.com. Fantastic website, videos. Of course, go and see your VIP page and follow Alex there as well.
My billboard, by the way, on 465 looks great.
That, man.
God, I'm like so much better looking on the billboard than I am in real life, Alex.
That's amazing.
I mean,
it is
so good. But you know what? How long have we been at it with one another here?
4 or 5 years
that
now,
is
I think.
amazing.
Yeah, thank you for your support. It's been
I love it.
fantastic.
I love it. And I'll do it for another 10 if you guys want me
it's
to.
a lot of fun.
I get so much feedback from that.
Yeah.
I mean, all the time people are driving around 465 and see that. They'll tweet me pictures. And then I think it inspires them to ask me if it really does work. And I said, absolutely.
Well, that's the thing that's fantastic about guys like you and Alex doing it is people can associate with people they know that do this. And it breaks down those misconceptions that it actually does work, and everyone wants to look and feel their best.
All right, number one more time.
888-724-5129.
Building number 2, the Pyramids. That's the middle building up at the Pyramids. And Alex, if people want to learn and understand an easier way for golf, tell them about that again.
Yeah, so just visit theartofsimplegolf.com or go to YouTube and you'll soon find us there, and just follow the path and play your own game.
How good of a golfer are you?
I'm okay, a bit rusty, a little bit rusty today, but yeah, I'm got 4 kids, so don't get to play as much as I used to, but it's no, I can still hold a club.
How'd you play out here today?
Some good, some little bit of rusty, but scramble's always a bit different because basically I'm just trying to hit every par 4 in one. That was the goal, just trying to hit every drive as far as I could, because the scramble you can.
Yeah.
So it was fun.
Good group in here, too. That's the other thing,
it was
too.
awesome.
Hey, Darren, thanks for everything you've done, my friend.
Thank you.
Darren Andrews, Private Consultation, PAI. Alex, it's great meeting you. If
nice
you ever
to
want
meet
to come
you too,
back
sir.
on and prop that thing up, let me know. We'll do
we'll
it.
chat some more.
You got it. Thank you, Alex.
sure.
Thank you, Darren.
Cheers, JMV.
It's
Thank you.
PAI, WeGrowHarity.com, one of the sponsors of the JMV Sucks Golf Outing, and I cannot thank them enough. You guys are the absolute best.
Amen.
All right, quick break, and we shall come back. 239-1070 is the number. We got stuff to give away here. We got Xavier Rhodes at 5:30. We got Kevin Bowen of 1075thefan.com, who's been playing golf out here today. We'll talk a little bit about yesterday's game, the Darius Leonard injury, and a little bit more about the double dip. Monday night, I've always said this, the double dip on Monday night is my favorite. I wish they would do that more often. Maybe not because of these circumstances, but I love the double dip on Monday night that we're going to get NFL-wise. We'll get that and more. Kevin Bowen's going to join us next.
When the Colts are on the road, BetMGM and The Fan want to crash your bash. Visit 1075thefan.com and sign up on the contest page for your chance to have your bash crash.
Another reading from the Golden Oak Lending Book of Mortgage Lingo. What is a cash-out refinance? It's doing a cannonball from your porch.
Watch out!
That new car smell. A new college graduate in the family.
With a BA in business and a minor in medieval Renaissance poetry.
Reading the words, paid in full.
Woohoo! Did it!
At Golden Oak Lending, we speak mortgage and love translating it for our customers. Right now, rates are at a low 2.5%. Call 317-706-GOLD or visit us online at goldenoaklending.com and talk with an experienced local loan officer who will guide you every step of the way. NMLS 114937, 2.5% fixed, 2.655% APR on a conventional 15-year mortgage with 30% equity and approved credit.
Interesting times, Cindy. It's good to know Rhino Shield's helping folks end their painting worries like they did with Edwina.
I just got to the point where I couldn't spend any more money on the outside of the house. And when I saw Rhino Shield, I thought that was the answer to my problem.
Our crews always follow Indiana guidelines on social distancing. We work outside while you're safe inside.
I'd had painters here before, and it was usually quite a disaster. But Rhino Shield was right on it.
Right now is the perfect time to get 20% off the 25-year guaranteed protection of Rhino Shield.
The gentleman said, if you're interested, give me a call. And I said, honestly, can you come tomorrow?
Call today for a free virtual presentation and ask for our showcase homes near you where you can see our finished product firsthand from the safety of your car. Here's Rhino Shield Shane Smith.
Call me at 888-RHINO-41. That's 888-RHINO-41.
Don't paint, don't vinyl, go Rhino Shield. Never paint your house again. Rhino Shield.
Hey, it's JMV, and I got to tell you about my new favorite NFL bet this season. I've been playing same game parlays on FanDuel Sportsbook, and it's the most fun I've ever had. Pretty simple here, too. All you have to do is combine multiple bets from one game into a single parlay. This way, the payouts are even bigger when you win. That's what's really cool about FanDuel. We'll refund you the first same-game parlay you lose on any NFL game each week up to $10. That means you can bet a different parlay risk-free every NFL week all season long. For example, you got a double dip on Monday night. Have you checked out the spread and some of the numbers? Run those numbers with the Pats and the Chiefs later on tonight and see what you think, or the Falcons and the Packers. It's a beautiful thing, and there's no better place to do it than at FanDuel Sportsbook. Sign up today. FanDuel Sportsbook. Download that and use the promo code JMV. Again, that's FanDuel Sportsbook, the app. Use the promo code JMV. 21 plus and present in Indiana. Refund issued, is non-withdrawable, and site credit and expires in 7 days. Max refund, $10. Terms apply. Gambling problem, call 1-800-9-WITH-IT.
Place your legal sports bets at BetRivers.com, your new home for sports betting. Millions of betting options a year on the sports you love. We offer live in-game betting on major sporting events worldwide. Tons of bets available during games, from money lines, prop bets, and many more. Use one of our 12 easy deposit methods to get in on the action. And when you win, we offer fast and reliable withdrawals. Sign up now, and we'll match your first deposit up to $250. More bets, better odds, more action. Place your sports bets at BetRivers.com. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-9-WITH-IT. 1-800-994-8448.
Indy is open for business and needs you to come back downtown. Walk the canal, eat at one of the many restaurants. There's so much to do. Support our local businesses. Indy, it's time to come back downtown.
Lawrence North hosts top-ranked Center Grove on Friday Night Football. The action begins at 7 on 93.5 and 107.5 The Fan.
The Ride with JMV.
1, is this or is this not the XFL? Yes, it is. 2, do I or do I not currently have a pulse? Yes, I do. Let's play football.
93.5 and 107.5 The Fan.
Sorry about that, Heston. Let me do some radio here. Live at the Legends down in Franklin, 8th annual JMV Sucks Golf Outing, brought to you by Larceny Bourbon. That's Heaven Hill Distillery. The Colts be Windows, PSN, PAI, Love Heating and Air. Yingling and the new Flight. Only 95 calories. And big time thanks to the Pacers, the Colts, the Fever, Purdue, Butler, IU, the folks out at IMS, the Reds, all that. Mark Sion, Big Green Egg, Pat Sullivan, Sullivan Hardware and Garden, my man B. Near, Brian Near, Indiana Farm Bureau, Enterprise, Reed, Paul, and the gang. Great to have them out here as well. Kevin Bowen joins us from 1075thefan.com. Did you come in second?
We did, yeah. I would love to know how the tiebreaker worked out. Would love to maybe walk out there for a playoff hole.
You think so? Why don't you?
I don't know. Maybe. Maybe. But, yeah, it was a fun day today. I have my two brothers-in-law out here and one of my good buddies, Sean Esposito. And it's fun. This is always a great golf course. Thanks to Ted for having us out here. And, man, it turned out to be a beautiful day.
It did, didn't it?
Yeah.
A little chill at the beginning. But,
fine.
man,
That's
I mean,
fine.
yeah, we layered
no
up.
No wind whatsoever.
None.
When the sun was out, it felt great.
Perfect day. Kevin Bowen's with us. All right, how do you view yesterday's win? Is it about the defense? We got Xavier Rhodes a little bit later. Is it about the defense, the way that they played, or is it more about the teams that they are playing? Because I want to make sure that I give credit where credit is due. And this defense certainly, even with the strength of schedule and teams we've seen so far, they're deserving of that.
You know, think about last year, John, 5-2 to start and all the one-possession wins. These aren't one-possession wins this season. This is a dominant defense that I thought yesterday was honestly the most impressive performance of the first four, in that you weren't reliant on the, at times, flukish playmaking. I feel like that's kind of how turnovers can be. They can come in bunches. And we saw Sam Darnold certainly last week throw some balls to the Colts that not many quarterbacks would throw. And I thought yesterday it was just 3 and out, stopping the run. It was more of a complete defensive effort, not relying on a bunch of sacks or a bunch of turnovers that can be a bit flukish. So, you know, I don't think we need to sit here in early October and say this is a team that's going to make some crazy run in January. But I'm seeing more signs that make me believe this is different than last year, where it was 5-2 at the start, but it was surviving. You know, it was Matt Ryan going 18 straight completions and you're just holding on to victory, or, you know, Marcus Mariota's on your side of the field and they fail on the fourth down. This is controlled victories through the first 4 games.
Well, and the one thing is, you got to get the offense better. There's no question about that, especially sealing the deal with 7 and not having to settle for field goals. But we've been wanting playmaking ability in that secondary forever, and we certainly have seen that. And my curiosity comes from this. We didn't see the style of play in week number 1. There was no question about that. This style of play was not there. You think there was a meeting? Was there a conversation had as to why we see more of a throttle kind of going at it, more aggressive style, more aggressive nature of this team, or was it a feeling out process where defensive coordinator and new players feel better about one another, let's say in week number 4 as opposed to week 1?
It's a great question. I honestly think week 1 was the ultimate wake-up call because, for you to give up 19 of 20 in a game is just inexcusable. And honestly, how you finished last season, it shouldn't have taken week 1 for you to have that wake-up call.
No doubt.
But it certainly did. And give credit where credit's due. Kirk Cousins, Sam Darnold, Nick Foles, none of those quarterbacks are Pro Bowl, all-pro quarterbacks. But we've seen this Colts defense not do to those quarterbacks what they've done the last 3 weeks. So I do think it's a change of approach. I think it's certainly guys getting more on schedule. Xavier Rhodes had a couple kind of head-scratching moments week 1. And I do think from a playmaking standpoint, what Rock Yassin, Kenny Moore, how about Julian Blackmon yesterday?
I'm telling you what.
Man.
I remember it. I've already apologized for it, so I don't need to do it anymore. I remember I questioned them drafting him, saying this dude likely wouldn't be ready until mid to late October. Why are you doing that for a team that has needs, especially on that defense?
And that was my thing.
He's been perfect, yeah.
I questioned the ACL part of the selection. It was more like, wait.
Yeah.
This guy, it's a redshirt year for his first year in the NFL, and this has been nothing like that. He's given you more playmaking than Malik Hooker ever sniffed.
And it's not. I don't want to bag on Malik Hooker here, but there's no doubt. I mean, you think about what he has done so far compared to body of work of Malik Hooker since he's been here. It's incredible to look at that.
I posted an article earlier today on 1075thefan.com, and right now Blackmon has 5 passes defensed through like 130 snaps in the NFL. Last year, Hooker had 3 passes defense the entire season.
That's incredible.
I mean, we are talking, more than 700 snaps. So for what Julian Blackmon, and yesterday it was a variety. It was, I'm going to put my head on the ball and break up a pass. I'm going to get my hand in there and knock a ball away. And then obviously he kind of got the gift interception there to finish it off. Just a great day for the rookie. And
we live in a world of comparisons. Do we have a comparison, not a Colts comparison, but a positional comparison as a player to the way Julian Blackmon has looked since he's started his rookie season?
Man, I had a couple people tweeting about Bob Sanders yesterday. I think there's more of a coverage instinct and less of maybe
agree.
A hard-hitting instinct.
It's like a hybrid. It's like a hybrid.
If Bob Sanders and Antoine Bethea had a kid, and maybe that's super high praise for Julian Blackmon.
I would rather go cornerback. If cornerback and roaming safety that still is able to hit, because oftentimes –
Which is him, though. That was him in college.
If you're a safety, though, and, you're a ball hawker and you can, pick it off, you're normally not the best tackler in the world. There's always something different here. He seems like, at least so far in early circumstances, seems like he has both.
And I think that's what attracted the Colts to him so much of, wait, we have 3-down ability here in a guy that started for 2 years at corner at Utah and then was an All-American safety this past year. And I'm finding myself watching yesterday and thinking to myself, wait. Second year starting safety, like college or pro, and he's coming off the ACL. It's like, boy, we kind of forget that this is a very raw safety in Julian Blackmon, yet he gives this back end of the secondary more of an instinctual, not just no plays over the top of me. I'm going to slide up and make some plays that are close to the line of scrimmage.
So plan B in the offseason was Nick Foles if Phillip Rivers was not secured here.
Oh, God.
I'm telling you what, Nick Foles, we may have the first ever 2 QB working system because I think he's a closer.
Man.
I mean, he is not a starter and a sustainer. He is a quick blast finisher type of game. I think he could do that and do that well, but if you give him the entire plate of a game, then it's probably not going to work out for you.
Yesterday, I'm sitting there saying, okay, this is why Nick Foles has started for 5 teams in the NFL. This is why he has been St. Louis and, Philly, and obviously now in Jacksonville as well. I mean, this is a guy that hasn't been able to sustain a starting job. Yesterday, and I will give credit to the Colts defense certainly for making this happen more, but he looked like a guy first time starting with his offense. I mean, just the missed timing and some of the issues that they have from a passing offense standpoint. But I still think from a Colts defensive standpoint, to do that in the run game, David Montgomery, under 2 yards per carry, and their long rush, I think the whole day was 6 yards. You don't see that in the NFL. So, kudos to DeForest Buckner and that entire defensive line.
Colts offensively, though, got to start finishing off drives. And I know everybody's thrilled with the running attack, but the running attack, it needs to go get in the works of a yards per carry situation because it is not where they want to be. Not at all right now.
I think it's the most disappointing aspect of the season so far. You expect your O-line to be elite, and they have not been that.
Yeah.
They've been really good in pass protection, really good. A few kind of collapsing pockets yesterday. But from a run-blocking standpoint, the Colts are dead last in the NFL.
That's incredible.
In yards per carry.
Yeah, it is. And it should not be that way.
Against defenses we don't even think of. Because the Bears' defense is not a great run-stopping defense. That's not their forte.
Right.
And yet you couldn't get more than 3 yards per carry.
And you can't blame that on just the loss of Marlon Mack because you have somebody in Jonathan Taylor should be able, with this offensive line, living up to run-blocking expectations, should be able to do much better than that. But that's a priority, I think, moving forward.
To do things in January, this O-line has got to flip the script. And that was the issue last year. When you played the top 10 run defenses, you couldn't get it done. This year you haven't even played those defenses yet, and you haven't gotten it done, and you're healthy up front. So I would say exiting the first quarter of the season, the run blocking is probably my biggest concern right now. And obviously there's a trickle-down effect in situational football, and I'm sure things that you will talk about over the next couple hours.
I know you got to go into a Zoom call with Frank here. Darius Leonard news, you think he's going to be all right? He looked like he was all right.
Right. I mean, the fact that he still wore pads in the second half, you hate to read too much into that, but you would think that he's all right. And I'm curious how Rock Yassin as well. He got banged up, a little turf monster there late in the game, so – those were the two key injuries to watch. Hopefully we'll get an update here in a few minutes.
Kevin Bowen, 1075thefan.com, and second-place finisher in the JMV Sucks Golf Outing.
Kind of hurts.
Did you guys get anything for that, second place?
I think we got some Colts lower-level tickets for my brothers-in-law and my buddy there. So, yeah, I mean, obviously a great day here and happy to help Teachers Treasures.
Hey, thanks for coming, man.
Yeah.
It is great.
I love it
We have
here.
such a great group, and this is
– It's a beautiful turnout.
Ted, it's a great – and the best part about it is a lot of people that cover the Colts, cover sports teams, haven't been able to go to these before. This is like the first time. So
I love it.
Thanks,
Thank
Kev.
you. Thanks
Kevin
for having me,
Bowen, 1075thefan.com. Hey, by the way, shout out to my man B. Neer right here. That's Brian Neer, Indiana Farm Bureau Insurance down here in Greenwood. If you guys need anybody, you want the best insurance agent out there, it's Brian Neer. He's right here. I'm telling you what, I am nowhere without him. I mean, he is always on top of everything for me, and I cannot appreciate him enough. Be near Indiana Farm Bureau Insurance, my brother. You taking off, are you? Hold on one second. Let me hit a break, and I'll come back and talk with you coming up on the other side. All right, quick one. We got Brent Holverson, Heaven Hill Distillery, Larceny Bourbon. A shout-out to Love Heating and Air Conditioning. John and Chris Love and the gang over there. Thank you, guys. Anybody want to say, I got to run? Nobody wants to say anything? All right. Boys, thank you. Thanks for coming, man. Love Heating and Air Conditioning. I got to change my filter. I got to get you guys out to change my filter here pretty soon. Thanks, guys. Appreciate you. Love Heating and Air Conditioning, a sponsor as well. The JMV Sucks Golf Outing, Hour 2, live from Legends, 93.5, 107.5, and 1070 The Fan.
It's the Fan Morning Show with Jeff and Big Joe.
Michael Grady. What's up with Victor Oladipo?
If a guy truly doesn't want to be here, then bye, Felicia. There is beef that's anywhere similar to what Paul George said that he experienced. I think from a fan standpoint, you would like some of those answers, no matter how ugly the answer to the question is.
The Fan Morning Show with Jeff and Big Joe. Weekday mornings, 7 till 10. Only on 93.5 and 107.5 The Fan.
Champions are made in October, and BetMGM Sports is giving new customers a chance to win $100 in free bets when they place a $1 bet on the Falcons-Packers game. And if either team scores a touchdown, you win. And use bonus code WFNI100. Now, all you have to do is sign up, make your first wager to take advantage of this offer. Now, with basketball and baseball seasons coming to exciting conclusions, there's never been a better time to find out why BetMGM Sports is the king of sportsbooks. Go all in on the action with parlay bonus payouts, boosted odds specials, daily promotions, and so much more. Download the BetMGM app today or go to BetMGM.com and use bonus code WFNI100 to win $100 in free bets when you wager $1 on Broncos-Jets game, and if either team scores a touchdown, you win. Visit BetMGM.com for terms and conditions. 21 years or older to wager. If you or someone you know has a gambling problem and wants help, call 1-800-9-WITH-IT. 1-800-9-WITH-IT.
John for PAI. It's WeGrowHairIndy.com. We just talked to Darren Andrews about it, too. If you are looking to regrow your hair, if you see it slowly falling out, thinning, what have you, 888-724-5129. 888-724-5129. Get that private consultation today. WeGrowHairIndy.com. Thanks, guys.
When you've got a strong will, you do it your own way. When you're not willing to compromise, second best never crosses your mind. So when you're looking for a dependable used work truck, you'll know you'll find exactly what you're looking for at Indy Trucks. Cargo vans, box trucks, utility, you name it. Indy Trucks has it at 96th and Keystone, or the new location off I-65 at the Edinburgh exit, or IndyTrucks.com. When you want it your way, you'll get it your way at Indy Trucks.
Running a business, you've relied on the big machine to keep your internet and voice services worry-free. But one day, your voice and internet stop working, costing you customers by the minute. So you place a call to the big machine, and you hear, "Hold the line." After several transfers and hearing,
"Oh, I am sorry, but you have the wrong department. Hold, please."
you realize you're with the wrong company. You call Teltec.
This is Teltec owner Troy Brosseau. At Teltec, we take great pride in providing professional, hands-on support. Established businesses like Whole Wall Heating and Air and Carson Agency continue to experience the benefits of Teltec's customer care.
If you're a business of 10 to 200 employees or more, Teltec invites you to put an end to your reliance on the big machine and contact Teltec for a free review today. 317-390-8585 and click on simple123.biz. That's simple123.biz. Teltec.
Every play could be the play that matters for you. Whether it's a touchdown, a first down, or the next reception, with live betting from Unibet. Live betting options for every moment of the game. Sign up today to get a limited time offer of a $600 risk-free bet and get $30 free to bet with. Download the app or visit in.unibet.com. Unibet Sportsbook. Crazy about the odds. Must be 21 or over to play and physically located in Indiana. Restrictions apply. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-9-WITH-IT.
This is Indy Sports Center. WFNI, WIBC HD2, W298BB, WIBC HD3, W228CX, Indianapolis.
The Colts travel to Cleveland to face the Browns. Coverage Sunday at 1:30 on 93.5 and 107.5 The Fan.
The Ride with JMV.
Just when I think you couldn't possibly be any dumber, you go and do something like this. And totally redeem yourself!
93.5 and 107.5 The Fan.
Hour 2 of the JMV Sucks Golf Outing. We're at Legends in Franklin. Paul McLarney from the Mower Shop is here. It's great to see Paul. Shout out to the Mower Shop. Brent Halverson, who does our Larceny Bourbon Locks, our Luna Azul Tequila shots each and every week. Either this week is going to be at Harris Hoosier Park in Anderson. Last week it was down at Indiana Grand in Shelbyville. You're a big fan of Paul, too, right? Big fan of the
Paul.
Mower Shop.
Great guy.
Love
guy.
the Mower Shop in
Absolutely.
Fishers. The Mower Shop in Fishers. Great time of year to think about it, too. Really good prices on the greatness that is Toro. Thinking about that. Hey, thanks for what all you've done as far as being the title sponsor to the JMV Sucks Golf Outing. The 8th annual. It has been spectacular today.
It really has. What a great day for it, too.
Great.
A little chilly this morning, but hey, got out there and hit the links pretty good. Hell, we felt good with the 12 under and didn't even scratch the surface, John.
I don't know who ended up winning. The Connecticut
I think
team?
Connecticut 1 and 2 kind of went right neck and neck again.
A little foot wedge action, you think, from our
I
guys
think they were
at
20 under.
over there?
I think they were 20 under.
20 under.
That's a couple foot wedges, maybe.
Man, there's
got to watch out for Big Joe.
You do have to watch out about Big Joe and Dennis over there.
Oh, yeah.
Just fine folks. I still think they're in here kicking some back. But now, what a great time. I just saw where Tucker Barnhart won the bid on the Big Green Egg, so he's going to get a Big Green Egg in Brownsboro, actually Zionsville now, just like Mike Wells has in Brownsburg. But, yeah, just so much. This is like the most stuff I think we've ever had
look
auctioned
at this.
off
Yeah,
here.
it's outstanding.
And people are getting it, too, because look at everybody. It's incredible.
I mean, look at that. Dinner with you? I mean, that's priceless.
Dinner with me.
That's priceless.
How about dinner with me right there?
Is it going to be in your home?
It can be if you want. Tony Renz, by the way, Center Cut Steakhouse. We gave away a dinner for two to Center Cut on Saturday night.
That's
during
right,
the
yeah.
takeover.
Very
and
nice.
That was incredibly popular.
Very nice.
But,
hey, speaking of Tucker, you just mentioned, right?
Yep.
So I went up to him and I told him, I said, Tucker, man, it's good to see you here, but it's not. You know,
Yep.
I wish we weren't here right now. I wish he was
Exactly.
playing, but what a great dude he is. Good to see him. A lot of good people here. 144 players,
Yep,
right?
there's had a ton.
Tremendous
There's Eric
turnout.
Wettenberg right there,
Tremendous
too.
turnout. Hello, Eric. Hi, sir.
So, how did our picks go this week for week number 4? Have you had a chance to take a
I
look?
haven't ran them down. I know I did pretty well yesterday myself. And
Yeah.
again, I don't bet all those that we pick, right?
Yeah.
But, you know, the Dallas game, that hurt. That was a loss. But other ones came back. And then how about that big Philly win last night?
How
Outright.
about that?
Outright, right? We didn't
Jimi
need all those
Hendrix
9
right
points.
there, my friend.
Jimmy.
How about that?
We got 2 big games tonight, too.
Here's the thing. I want to get back to last night. We'll get to tonight. I'm playing Kyle Udemark in fantasy football, and George Kittle just roughed me up.
Oh, yeah.
I'm still ahead now, but he's got Butker, who's going to obviously kick his way to victory later on tonight. But, yeah, man, George Kittle had 40 fantasy points last night. Just sunk me.
Unbelievable.
Sunk me.
Unbelievable. And they lost. That's crazy, you know.
Well,
But,
they lost. They changed quarterbacks,
Yeah.
at the end of the game.
Yeah.
And then Philadelphia, who's been an absolute mess, and a team I think I said last Thursday that I'm not going to bet on again because they've been such a mess, came out, scored a touchdown on that first drive, went for it, put it in, put 8 up on the board, and it was impressive.
You know, that's the NFL, right? I mean, there's that. There's always going to be that
Yep.
switch when everybody thinks, you know, you saw 3 weeks of just horrible Eagle football, and then it happens, right? They're 8 point. I got them at +9 last night. It went off at. So
That's
I won a lot of
incredible.
money on San Fran. But
That is incredible.
hey, big games yesterday. Good games. Colts pulled out a big W in Chicago. It was nice to see. Not a sexy game.
We
but,
both were on top of that one, right? Or were you not?
Well, I think I went the other way on that one.
Did you?
John.
I was
think
on
did go
top
the
of
other way
that
on
one.
that one.
I
didn't
felt
play
really
it,
good
so
about that.
I didn't play it, but you know, tonight 7 o'clock. 7:05? We got Kansas City and the Patriots.
Yep.
Right. And Hoyer is now quarterback. So
He is.
I think that definitely changes our pick selection. I know that was what was that game 7? It's now 11, I believe, isn't it?
You know, and it seems like you're in New England and you had your game moved back. You jump on 2 separate planes, one COVID plane and one regular folk plane, to get to Kansas City, and you would think normal circumstances would dictate that's going to be a heavy number. I mean,
Yeah.
you're playing the Chiefs, arguably the best offense going. Congratulations, JoJo from Connecticut. Thank you. Give John our best. Thanks, brother. You would think that would dictate to a big number, but you never take out of the circumstance Bill Belichick and what he can do to help his team out, to keep his team in the game. That worries me about that big number more than anything
Oh, sure.
else.
He's a mastermind. But you got, him and Reed both 2 great coaches, right? So it'll be a chess match. I mean, who knows? 11's it is a big number, but I'm going to tease Kansas City, get them down
Right.
-4. I'll probably put them with the Packers. Go ahead and take the Packers just to win. I think that could be an interesting game. We have no Devontae Adams. There's no Alan Lazard. Going to be throwing to
I was trying to think, who's Aaron Rodgers throwing it to now?
Valdez Scaling.
Yeah,
he's going to be
right.
on number 1 now, number
Right.
83. He looked to have a big game there. And then Tanyan, our tight end, who
Yep.
stepped up big last
From
week.
Indiana State?
Yeah, absolutely.
Yep. Robert Tanyan's been on this show before.
Is that right?
Yep, he's from Indiana State.
We need to get him back on because I got some stuff to talk to him.
I'm going to tell you what, if Aaron Rodgers is able to work some offensive magic with this group, and it's funny because you look back on it, and he was upset because they went for Jordan Love and didn't go for any offensive help for him, and now they find themselves playing at such a high level, but because of the injuries in a deep hole at that position that he really wanted them to address, and they didn't.
Yeah, no, I know. That's and that was I'm going to say unfortunate, but I think it was also a good thing. Give him a little spunk to get out there and show him what he's still got. Right, he's going to be around for a little while. I still think, again, we did need to add a receiver and didn't through the entire draft. I mean, even if you don't pick one in round 1, at least grab somebody in 4, 5, or 6, right? Have somebody, but didn't do it.
It was just like, we got enough, and they didn't have enough, and their quarterback was talking about how they didn't have enough.
Yeah.
And then you draft his heir apparent to kind of put salt in the wound. Aaron Rodgers, if you're looking at MVP so far, between he and Russell Wilson and Patrick Mahomes, who would you go with?
Russell Wilson's playing some football right now. I mean, he's just throwing up 4 touchdowns, 400 yards pretty much every week. I mean, there's 3, right? I mean, there's 3. Those are 3 guys that you want at the helm. And, right now it's a coin flip. We'll have to see how the season plays out. But, I'm happy to have number 12 on the green and gold.
Well, the one thing about Atlanta is they'll blow it at the end, but they're talented enough to be scary. I mean, they can put up some offensive numbers. There's no question about that. But they have not been able to close absolutely anything just yet. So it may give you pause to look at that number again and think long and hard about it. So.
You know, I tell you, I mean, 7, this should be a shootout. You should see a pretty big scoring game. Look at like 35-31, right? So as long as the Packers are on that 35 side, I'm happy. But, be careful. That's why I tease them. That 7's a big number. I think you might want to take a look at Atlanta at 7. So, but again, hey, we got 2 NFL games tonight. I love this. We talked about this if we could have doubleheaders on Monday, right?
I love doubleheaders on Monday.
We're getting it.
The foreskins are right here.
The foreskins.
The foreskin. Yeah, great job, guys. Thank you very much.
Very nice.
What's
Thanks
that?
for coming out, guys.
You're from Plainfield? The foreskins are from Plainfield right here, and they've got the same shirts on. Awesome. Thank you, fellas. All right, thanks for coming.
Year.
We'll do it again next
Absolutely.
year. The foreskins from Plainfield.
Foreskins,
right?
Nice.
Like F-O-R-E, though. You know what I mean?
Hey,
I think they spell it F-O-O-R-E or something on it.
Yeah,
so.
that's a little better than what I was thinking, John.
Yeah, exactly.
But hey, they look good, and what a turnout again. This was just an outstanding day. Great golf course out here. I mean, it was just fun. Look forward to it. We should do this like biannual, right? Like
I would agree.
Let's do a spring and a
I say
fall.
that all the time, especially when we're ending dinner and getting ready to walk out of here. I'm thinking, man, we need to do this a couple of times.
Oh, yeah, absolutely. Great time, great people, and for a great charity, right? Teachers Treasures. It's it's an honor to kind of help raise some money for them. I know you do a lot for them, so thank you for all you do.
Harris Hoosier Park in Anderson on Thursday,
On Thursday, that is it. A couple days away.
Man. It seems I love it too. I love every Thursday doing
it's good
that.
stuff. Yeah,
we'll be up there. We'll have our Week 5 picks for you. Colts are going to be in the Browns. Man, the Browns ran roughshod over the Cowboys yesterday, Brent.
Man, they did. They really did.
Literally ran roughshod over.
Absolutely.
Them yesterday.
And then you get Dallas making that late surge like they've been doing every week, and I still don't know why they kicked it. It wasn't even an onside kick. It was just like a little 20-yard squib kick or something.
I mean, it was just like a one-hopper easily fielded right there.
Why?
Yeah.
And I'll tell you what burnt me out was, so the second half, I knew Dallas was down big, and I had some money on Dallas. Second half, I took Dallas minus 6.5, right?
Yeah.
Okay, they look good. If Cleveland at the end there, when they missed the extra point, and then the Cowboys touched it, then lost it, and then it was a 2-point conversion, that if they would have made that extra point, I would have won second half. But instead, they won by 6 in the second half. The hook got me. So I got double whammied on Dallas yesterday.
The offensive numbers Dak Prescott is putting up, too.
Unbelievable.
Just think about if they had any defense whatsoever.
502 yards?
If you're Mike Nolan, the defensive coordinator, you got to think that your head coach does not like standing up there and saying, hey, at the end of the day, this is all on me. At some point, it's going to come down to the DC.
Oh, yeah.
And that's Mike Nolan, longtime former NFL coach, longtime defensive coordinator, not in Dallas, but across the NFL in different stops. You would think that at some point a decision is going to be made because that was embarrassingly bad yesterday.
Unbelievable. I mean, they have no defense. You and I could go out there and kind of do what they did, right?
Yeah. I mean, it was just bad.
I'd have you be a defensive end, though. I think you could get in there and get that quarterback.
I just get around the corner really quick.
You just do your little spin move,
right?
right?
Sweet little spin move. All right, Thursday, you and I.
Thursday, come up and join us.
Yep.
Harris Hoosier Park. Love to buy a cocktail and
John from Connecticut, maybe Tucker Barnhart wants to join.
Tucker's going to join us coming up soon. Absolutely. Hey, looking forward to it.
Thank you for doing
always
all that
a pleasure.
You do.
Thank you, John.
And by the way, the JMV takeover, the Larceny Bourbon double shot power worked out great on Saturday.
That's outstanding.
We did AC/DC, New Order, Janet Jackson, Prince, and I think Whitesnake. A little double shot power.
Double shot. I like that.
Oh man, it was good.
You're a 7-day-a-weeker, aren't you?
7 day
Just
a week.
Go strong.
7 day a week. I can't remember the last time I really slept. So
you just sleep upside down, shut the eye for a half minute.
Half-assedly sleep.
Well, I saw you taking a nap over here during the last break, so I didn't know if that's how you catch up on a little 4-minute power nap.
It was kind of funny. I did go out in the car and dozed off for a minute.
Did you?
Because I was so damn tired. Yeah, I went out to the car and just got a little power nap going. I'm re-energized now.
Re-energized and doing a stellar job as always, my friend.
Thank you, buddy.
Hey,
appreciate
pleasure.
it.
Thank you.
It's Brent Holverson right there. Larceny Locks, Luna Azul, Tequila Shots coming up on Thursday. We're going to be at Harris Hoosier Park in Anderson for that. And, of course, the title sponsor of the JMV Sucks Golf Outing here to benefit Teachers Treasures and Legends down in Franklin. Thank you, Brent. Hey, Chris Denary. Come on over here, Chris. I'm going to get Chris Denary, voice of the Pacers, who's here. I'm thinking that maybe JJ bailed because I don't see Jeremiah Johnson of Fox Sports Indiana here any longer. So Chris was out on the golf course. Eddie Gill was on the golf course.
JJ went to practice his putting. No.
No. Did he have to bail, did he?
No, I don't. He may be out there. No, we had a great day.
Yeah, good.
Great day.
I'm glad. I think this is one of the first, or at least few times you guys have been able to make it.
Well, a year ago, if you remember, the Pacers were in India.
Yeah.
And we were getting ready this weekend, would be a year ago this weekend, to do games. This event has always fallen right during training camp or the start of the year. So it was really cool to be out here. JJ and I played with Bob Kravitz from The Athletic. We were in front of Tucker Barnhart, who was hitting bombs off the tee.
That's what I heard.
It was a lot of fun. I told Tucker, it was great to see him because I follow he and Sierra on Twitter.
Right.
And if I'm not watching a Reds game, which you and we watch a lot.
We do.
I know that if Tucker has done something well, Sierra has a special tweet that she sends out. And so, but her last tweet was after the Reds got beat, she said, well, now my guy's set for daddy daycare. And I thought, I wonder if Tucker will be here today because of daddy daycare. But it was great that he was able to come out and play golf today.
I talked to him on Friday, after the Thursday game, and I said, hey, man, I just said, well, let's talk sometime or whatever. And then we got talking about this golf outing. I said, man, why don't you come down here? Just go ahead and come down here. And here he is.
Yeah.
And talking to the folks here. Just a great effort by everybody. I tell you what, Chris, our staff, I'm looking at our promotions crew over there, from CJ and Braylon to Dre.
Your man Presley. Chris
Presley, Heston.
Chris Presley spent more time in my house as a high school kid than his own house. He knew where he and my oldest son Evan, great buddies, and he knew where when he would come to our house,
he's eating your food.
We'd say, "Here are the Sugar Smacks, here are the Frosted Flakes, Presley, whatever you want." So, no, you got a great staff and just a great event. And for Jeremiah Johnson and I, we are the sons of teachers.
Yeah.
My dad was a high school teacher and coach for 40-plus years. Jeremiah's dad and mom were both teachers. So for us to be out here and to be able to help and participate, knowing where the money goes to Teachers' Treasures, we're honored to do that.
That's Chris Dedary, voice of the Pacers, with us. I mean, Molly and Julie, Eric Wannenberg was playing. Who else was out there playing, too? I think Tom Berry is still here. He was out there playing.
John Griffin was here.
John Griffin was here a little bit earlier.
John Griffin was my first intern at Butler.
Wow.
When I started the sports marketing program at Butler in 1989, John Griffin was my first intern.
That's incredible right there.
So I've known Griff forever, and he's been great here at Emmis for so many years.
Kyle Udemark, my producer, who's normally in studio, played a little bit earlier today, so he's here. It has been a fantastic
And you got a great day.
Yeah,
I mean,
no doubt.
I know when I woke up and saw it was 34 degrees, I really wondered how the day would be, but a beautiful blue sky, sun. I mean, you couldn't have asked for a better Monday.
Yep. It's Chris Dedary with us. What's your expectation when the 2020-2021 season will get started?
Just listening to Adam Silver, he was on a call with us, our entire staff, on Thursday.
Yeah.
And then I watched his interview with Rachel Nichols last night. I think they've always targeted late December, but that seems pretty early. I'm going to guess, John, sometime in January, because that will give, especially all the teams that were in the bubble, time to sort of recollect themselves, have an off season. The draft will be in November. I don't know for sure. I know they would love to play in front of fans, and we're starting to see fans at football, and I think there will be some fans at the World Series down in Texas. So, hopefully it's sometime in January. I think that's the hope.
Yeah, I think it's probably too early because that they would love to fire things up on Christmas Day.
Yeah.
But and you also could say, well, what's the difference between Christmas Day and early January?
Right.
But it just seems like that'd be too much of a hustle right there to try to get that in.
Yeah, I think so. So, just trying to wait and see. It's, I thought last night was a great night of basketball. I know what the Heat did to the Pacers in the first round. It was tough to see. But, hey, they've done that to the Celtics. They've done that to the Bucks.
Yeah.
And Jimmy Butler was phenomenal last night. I mean, to do what they did without Dragic and Bam Adebayo.
He's a different level of tough, and it's kind of funny. I have, over the course now, kind of gathered a greater appreciation. I always kind of considered him just kind of a malcontent, and I don't want to be here. I want to go someplace else. But it seems like that when he gets those that really have the same kind of thought in mind as he has, the desire, the focus that he has, that can create something special. And that's what they've done there. And it kind of makes you wonder if in Philly they're ever going to be able to do that, because if talent-wise, you could not have been surrounded by more talent than he was there. It didn't work out. Obviously the Bulls and the Minnesota stop, but it's been amazing to watch him play and just be tougher, just will himself in those situations. It has been awesome to watch.
He does so many good things, and I think one of the things that he does, sort of like James Harden, John, is he gets to the free throw line. I think he's top 5 in free throw attempts per game. And you saw him last night in Game 3, late when the Heat needed a basket. He was either scoring or he was drawing a foul, getting the free throw line. I really admire him. If you look back at his career, he went to Minnesota. I just don't think he felt that Wiggins and Towns, Karl Anthony Towns, were guys that were going to compete at the level that he wanted to compete. And then he went to Philadelphia, and I think it was the same thing. He just didn't feel like the guys were going to do what he needed to do. And for him, Miami's a perfect situation. It really is.
I just think about him from this standpoint. He gets to the free throw line so damn much. Once you get that reputation, and I know he's tough and he just dives into people and is just really physical, but I think once you get that reputation, I'm not going to suggest it makes it easier, but that call comes more often.
It's one of those that we always say this, John, is it really ticks you off when you're playing against him and when he's not on your team. But I think if he was on your team, you embrace that.
There's no question.
You embrace what he offers. And so I'm glad they've made it a series. We'll see if Adebayo's back. I'm not sure Dragic can come back. We know what Domantas Sabonis went through with plantar fascia. We're hearing that Dragic tore plantar fascia. I'm not sure he comes back, but hopefully for Miami, Adebayo's back in Game 4.
So Chris Denera, he is the voice of the Pacers with us, a part of the JMV Sucks golf outing. JJ did bail, didn't he? I don't see him here anywhere.
I am taking the questions for JJ as well.
Yeah, it's all good, man. It was good to talk to Allison Barber, who came too. It was a good time.
We had fun. From a Pacers standpoint, we had JJ, Eddie Gill was here, Eddie White, Dr. Barber, Allison Barber. We're so glad we're able to support this and be a part of it. And to see Ted Bishop, I haven't been down here at the Legends for a long time, and I thought it was in fantastic shape. Love the layout of the course. So, hey, anytime I can play golf in October, I'm happy.
The other part about it is to look this good, considering how few times it's rained around here. We just haven't had any rain.
No, not at all.
So, hey, Chris, thanks, buddy.
Thank you, man.
Thank you. That's Chris Denera, voice of the Pacers right there, as a part of the JMV Sucks golf outing to benefit Teachers Treasures. I got to get Margaret on the show coming up a little bit later on, if Margaret is still around here, and we'll talk about that. Coming up, Xavier Rhodes, Colts defensive back, is going to join us today at 5:30. Thanks again, Chris. Appreciate that. And we got a lot more for you. I'm going to work in time for your calls as well. I think a lot of our guests are bailing out of here. I didn't get a chance to talk to Clayton Anderson. I think he's left. Who else? Bob Kravitz, I think, is gone now, too. So I didn't get a chance to talk to him. But I cannot be more appreciative for everybody being involved in this. And remember, if you ever want to be directed, if you ever have any old office items, office supplies, don't just throw them away. Call Teachers Treasures. Hit them up on Twitter at TTIndy. Or call me and I'll put you in touch with Margaret, because it is a big deal. Really is, especially now with our world of education and where we are. It is a tremendous help around here. Man, Todd Livesay was here. I think he won something a little bit earlier, maybe a bar restock, courtesy of Heaven Hill. Quick shout to Yingling. Yingling has a new beer out. It's called Flight. Their new beer is Flight. It's 95 calories. It's in front of me right now. Yingling and Flight. I got to thank Yingling for being a part of this. B Windows. The B Windows folks were here. Thank you. BSN Sports is always doing an outstanding job. Darren Andrews and PAI, WeGrowHairIndy.com. John and Chris Love Heating and Air Conditioning. Thank you. The Indianapolis Colts, they were a sponsor. Obviously, Larceny Bourbon, Evan Williams, Luna Azul Tequila, all, and the great prizes people have offered up to. It's just been a great afternoon. I can't thank everybody enough. And, of course, Ted Bishop here at Legends. If you want to play some golf, especially here in the fall, this is the best place to do it. And they have so much going on around here. Ted Bishop of the Legends here in Franklin. All right, quick break, and we'll come back. Your calls, if you like, on the other side at 239-1070. Email address is jmv@1070thefan.com. And this show is on Twitter at JMV1070. Also, Inside the Lounge right now on YouTube Live, The Ride with JMV. The 8th annual JMV Sucks golf outing to benefit Teachers Treasures, live at the Legends in Franklin on 93.5, 107.5 at 1070 The Fan.
Hi, I'm Ryan Kelly with thehomeloanexpert.com. No one can predict what's going to happen, but almost all economists agree that you need to be locked in to your refinance before the election. Right now, the Federal Reserve is taking action, reducing interest rates down into the 2s. We can get you closed in as little as 30 days, and you can skip 2 full months of mortgage payments. Start saving now. TheHomeLoanExpert.com. The Home Loan Expert LLC, NMLS number 1326241.
Place your legal sports bets at BetRivers.com. Your new home for sports betting. Millions of betting options a year on the sports you love. We offer live in-game betting on major sporting events worldwide. Tons of bets available during games, from money lines, prop bets, and many more. Use one of our 12 easy deposit methods to get in on the action. And when you win, we offer fast and reliable withdrawals. Sign up now and we'll match your first deposit up to $250. More bets, better odds, more action. Place your sports bets at BetRivers.com. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-9-WITH-IT. 1-800-994-8448.
Hey, John from Connecticut, and thanks to the Connecticut folks for being here today and being a part of the show as always. And right now, if you don't have Connecticut water is the absolute best. I have an idea for you, and Connecticut has a great deal for you. Are you ready? The deal as follows. You pay $1, and they give you a checkup of your present system. Even if it's not Connecticut, they'll check it. They'll tell you how it's working and make sure that it's working efficiently for you. A $1 system check, courtesy of Joe, John, and Dennis. Thanks, guys. And Connecticut. A $1 system check from Connecticut. 2 locations, northeast side Castleton, south side US 31 and Southport Road. Online, ConnecticutIndy.com today, or check them out. Download to your smartphone or device the Connecticut Water app for great deals, discounts, and more. Or again, for more information online, ConnecticutIndy.com.
Every kid that I talk to, I tell them, this isn't just a job, this is a career.
Jeff Wheeler, new business manager for the members of the International Brotherhood of Electrical Workers Local 481, talks about opportunities and career paths.
You can be a foreman, project manager, a labor superintendent. There's tons and tons of options.
For those wanting an alternative to college, a career path as a union electrician could be a better choice.
There's a lot of kids that come out of college that are in debt over $100,000 a year. Our guys come through our apprenticeship, graduate. They don't owe anybody any money at all. Our guys that come through will start out at right around $50,000 a year, $60,000 a year.
Members of IBEW Local 481, like Jeff Wheeler, are highly trained, skilled electricians who are also your friends, coaches, and neighbors.
We equip people to learn how to do the trade and survive a lifetime and be able to retire at the end with some dignity. You can't put a price on that.
To learn more, get connected at IBEW481.org or find them on social media.
Hey, it's JMV. The largest and best medical hair restoration clinic in the Midwest is now open. PAI's We Grow Hair Indy new office is on the first floor in the Pyramids Building number 2. This is a great time to get your hair and confidence back. Here's Darren Andrews to explain what you'll find in We Grow Hair Indy's new facility.
We look forward to seeing you at our larger and more spacious facility. We now offer more comfort and space to help you grow your hair back.
From the Artist Robotic FUE and our trademark procedure multi-unit hair grafting
to the new FDA-approved Synetics lasers and PRP. Rest assured, we have the technology and experience to give you the best results.
Do what I did. Call 888-724-5129 for a free in-person or virtual evaluation right now. Call 888-724-5129 and see my results at WeGrowHairIndy.com. That's 888-724-5129. WeGrowHairIndy.com. Grow your hair back today.
When you've got a strong will, you do it your own way. When you're not willing to compromise, second best never crosses your mind. So when you're looking for a dependable used work truck, you'll know you'll find exactly what you're looking for at Indy Trucks. Cargo vans, box trucks, utility, you name it. Indy Trucks has it at 96th and Keystone or the new location off I-65 at the Edinburgh exit or IndyTrucks.com. When you want it your way, you'll get it your way at Indy Trucks.
Now's the time to get a great deal on select Kubota subcompact and compact tractors. Our reliable #1 selling tractors are designed for easy operation and feature all the performance-matched attachments needed to tackle any job. Right now, get 0 down and 0% APR for 84 months and save up to $1,700, plus no payments for 90 days. Now through October 31st. See us or go to KubotaUSA.com for full disclaimer.
Visit GoKubota.com for a dealer near you.
Sports with Dan Dockich.
Darius Butler joins us. How good are the Colts? Like, they made two teams that they should beat. They beat them bad. I mean, how good do you think they are?
I think they're a good football team. I still have them winning the division. I have them going to the playoffs. And if Phillip Rivers, keeps completing, 80% of his balls and, guys keep stepping up, I mean, they can win a lot of ball games this year.
Dan Dockich, weekdays, noon till 3 on 93.5 and 107.5 The Fan. The Ride with JMV.
What did you say? I said we need a water break. You need a water break. Water is for cowards. Water makes you weak. Water is for washing blood off that uniform, and you don't get no blood on my uniform. Boy, you must be outside your mind.
93.5 and 107.5 The Fan.
Hey, welcome back live at Legends. We're in Franklin. Thank you very much for being a part. Phelan's the on-site engineer. Isaiah's doing the work back at the station. Kyle Udemark is here with me today, and we're doing our thing with the 8th annual JMV Sucks, but his Larceny Bourbon Golf outing doesn't, to benefit Teachers Treasures. Hello, Mark.
John.
Yeah?
Thank you.
Uh-huh.
Thanks for having me, buddy.
Yeah, you got it, man.
We've got a big green egg sitting here to my right.
I know.
Where's that big green egg going to go? It weighs 162 pounds.
It's going to Tucker Barnhart, I think, and Tucker just texted me and asked how he's going to get it. Do you think? Can you get it to him? You think?
Betcha.
Well, Mark Sion from
John,
Big Green Egg is going to deliver it to you.
If I am going to come out here and golf in your golf outing and partake in all these fantastic. Anybody who's not golfed in this golf outing next year, put it on the calendar.
Do it.
Get out here. I mean, let's make this twice as big. I mean, it's big, but let's make it bigger. But the fact of the matter is, I'll take this big, giant, heavy egg to Tucker's house. I'll do it.
Tucker, do you hear that? He's on his way home right now, so yes, I'm sure he hears it.
I've talked to Tucker before. He was such an ambassador for the Reds.
Yeah,
too,
there's no doubt. And baseball in this area.
No doubt. So,
and is always helping the cause. It's pretty awesome. It is. Thank you, Mark. So Tucker Barnhart, just text me. Text me again, buddy, because Mark Sion is going to bring you the big green egg that you won down here today.
I'll do it.
He was the big bid. Thank you, Mark.
John, thank you.
You got it. Mark Sion from Big Green Egg is going to deliver the big green egg.
And Sullivan's, too.
It's Sullivan Hardware and Garden.
Without them, because Pat Sullivan and the Sullivan's team is so fantastic. I take it out of their inventory. We get them a credit. And Pat is on board with anything you want to do, and it's just a great organization.
I got you. Thank you, Mark. I appreciate it. I love Pat Sullivan. Everybody knows that. Pat Sullivan, Sullivan Hardware and Garden. All right, 239-1070. If you guys want to jump on board, listen, I don't want to make this into a big gripe fest at all. I just do want to point out a couple of things, and things that, again, aren't original thinking by any stretch of the imagination here. One is you're great. You feel good about being 3-1, especially how things started, and you're losing to a team in Jacksonville, and in the fashion in which you lost. this defense seems like it is, and even against the strength of schedule type of quarterbacks, offenses that aren't that great, and the schedule is going to get much tougher, I don't think there's I don't think you take that away from what they learned between week number 1 and just kind of sitting back and letting Gardner Minshew pick you apart to the tune of 19-20 in a game that's really still tough. It's tough to think about that game because that's a game they should have won. I mean, they should be 4-0. But you take 3-1, you take winning on the road for the first time in forever, and you take watching a team that has been so playmaking in the secondary. And I talk about this all the time. I talk about the fact how Colts fans forever have complained about, well, you know what? You don't get any takeaways. You know, you don't get any forced fumbles. You don't get any interceptions. And this team has been about the takeaways, has been about interceptions, and especially in that secondary. So you give them full credit, but you also understand that offensively these teams have not been that great. There's no doubt about that. And the one thing that you really want to be critical about is the offense has to be able to close the deal. And this offense has been unable to do that. And that's an issue. Phillip Rivers didn't have a good afternoon yesterday. No question about it. Now, the great part about it is you're still able to beat a team that started out 3-0 in their place. And I thought rather handily. They scored a late touchdown, but, I mean, really, the Colts defense really did just kind of choke them. The Colts defense in Nick Foles did not look like he was ready with this particular group, and that was certainly an issue. I mean, when you think about it, I said this earlier, Phillip Rivers was the first quarterback on the list of quarterbacks that the Colts wanted this offseason. Like, Nick Foles was second. I mean, think about Nick Foles. Nick Foles is a guy that when he comes in, he seems like he's ready to save the day. But when he starts a game, he just does not have the same effect. And that certainly has been an issue. But for the Colts, you got to get this offense on track. You got to get this offensive line run blocking better. What is it, 3.3 right now per carry, which is last in the NFL? I'm sorry, there's no way, shape, or form that offense should be performing like that or that line. I mean, Marlon Mack was a big loss, but Marlon Mack should not be that big of a loss. You got to get better, and you got to finish out drives. Not just with 3. And it's good that you can count on it because I remember sitting here this time a year ago, and everybody was discussing whether or not they should cut Adam Vinatieri. I mean, at least right now, you feel confident in Blankenship not being Clankenship, but being Blankenship and delivering the 3. But to beat good teams, you can get away with that against the Bears. You can get away with that against the Jets. You can get away with that against the Vikings. But teams like Baltimore, teams like Pittsburgh, teams like Green Bay, I mean, even in the old AFC South division, the Tennessee Titans, you can't get away with kicking field goals. You got to finish it out. And I know that it makes it tough, the guys that they're missing right now. I mentioned Marlon Mack, Paris Campbell, Michael Pittman Jr., for a variety of reasons. I'm sure that 3.3 would be a lot better had Marlon Mack been a part of the lineup. You would guess that would be the case. But you take so much away. Think about Phillip Rivers and some major targets yesterday. Maybe the catch of the game to sustain a drive was to Marcus Johnson. Marcus Johnson just got elevated from the practice squad over the weekend. I mean, you are missing 2 guys that you thought would bring a couple of different dynamics to the table in 2020. One was the speed of Paris Campbell, which, simply put, you can't make up for that. And, you know, the strength, the red zone upping of the efficiency with Michael Pittman Jr., and the red zone has been an issue. There's no question about it. I mean, you're missing 2 dudes. Now you're thinking about your go-to guy. Who had the most targets yesterday, Zach Pascal? I mean, your go-to guys are Zach Pascal, and luckily Zach Pascal's there. T.Y. Hilton has not been T.Y. Hilton. They looked at Trey Burton a great deal. It was almost like, right? It's not even almost, it was. They were really forcing it in to the times they looked at Trey Burton to try to get him going. The guy hadn't practiced about a couple of days, and you kind of the first pass that went to him, it looked like he was trying to juggle it. You got to have guys that are going to get better, to perform at a higher level, and really that starts with that offensive line. You got to be able to run the football better than they have, and you got to finish off drives. So if there's one negative to talk about in a 3-1 start from a team that lost the first game of the year and on an afternoon where the defense was incredibly dominant, is you've got to get a hell of a lot more from that offense. You got to get red zone efficiency, and you got to finish these drives, not with 3, but with 7. That's what you have to do. All right, quick break, and we'll come back. The Legends in Franklin's our location. It's the 8th annual JMV Sucks, but his Larceny Bourbon Golf outing doesn't, to benefit Teachers Treasures. We got some folks hanging on. Is that Mark over there? Otherwise, it's just me right now. Everybody's eaten, and they have bailed. Teachers Treasures, of course, we'll get an update, I think, from Margaret coming up here if she hasn't left. I want to thank, again, B Windows, BSN Sports, PAI, Love Heating and Air Conditioning, the Colts, and, of course, Evan Hill Distillery, Larceny, Evan Williams, Luna Azul Tequila, Brent Halverson, Randy Strand for putting this on, and our staff down here today, just absolutely unmatched. I mean, you guys think you have a really good staff. You got nothing on ours. I mean, I know you probably do have a really good staff, no matter what you're doing, whatever job you're in. You have a really good staff. I'm sure you do. But you'd be hard-pressed to find any staff better than the one that I get to deal with on a daily basis. It's what makes stuff like this go so easily. And thanks to Ted Bishop, the Legends down here in Franklin, for supplying everything. I mean, really everything. The golf course, the carts, the food, the legendary, and that's the truck that's parked out back here that gives you the great food and the great tenderloins. Thank you, Ted Bishop. All right, quick break, and we'll come back, or we'll deal some of your calls. I got tweets to read. I've got emails to get to, and we have Xavier Rhodes of the Colts secondary coming up today at 5:30. Live from the Legends in Franklin on 93.5, 107.5, and 1070 The Fan.
Hi, I'm Ryan Kelly with thehomeloanexpert.com. We can get you pre-approved and locked in the same day and have you closed in 30 days or less. Thehomeloanexpert.com.
We buy any car. We buy any car. We buy any car. Any. We buy any car. Any make, any model, any age, any price from $50 to $100,000. We buy any car. We buy any car. Any. We buy any car. Sell your car the easy way. Go online and sell it today. We buy any car. Any. Find out how much your car's worth at We Buy Any Car.
Why not make a trip back downtown? Downtown Indy needs us to come shop, dine, and play. Visit 1075thefan.com for your chance to win a downtown prize pack.
Hey, I've got to tell you about my new favorite NFL bet this season. You guys ready? So I've been playing same-game parlays on FanDuel Sportsbook, and it's really the most fun I've had in betting. It's an enjoyable time, to say the least. Now, pretty simple here. All you have to do is combine multiple bets from one game into a single parlay. This way, the payouts are even bigger when you win. Now, what's cool about it on FanDuel, they're going to refund the first same-game parlay you lose on any NFL game each week up to $10. That means you can bet a different parlay, risk-free, every NFL week, all season long. I'm not thinking about that tonight. You got a double dip on Monday Night Football. I mean, you got a fat spread with the Pats and the Chiefs, a same-day flight, 2 planes from New England to Kansas City for a Monday nighter that was supposed to be a Sunday afternooner. And you got the other Monday nighter previously scheduled with the Falcons and the Packers. This seems to be perfect. So right now, here's one catch. FanDuel is the only sports book that has the same-game parlays. The same-game parlays only can be found on FanDuel Sportsbook. So if you already have that account, just use my promo code JMV. If you don't already have it, dial in. That's to your app right now. FanDuel Sportsbook, promo code JMV. 21 plus, present in Indiana. Refund issued and non-withdrawable site credit that expires in 7 days. Max refund is $10. Terms apply. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-9-WITH-IT.
Hi, I'm Ariel Winter. If you're anything like me, your pets are not only your best friends, they're part of your family. American Humane, which has been rescuing animals like Cleo here for more than 100 years, has life-saving tips that can make a big difference before, during, and after disasters such as hurricanes, tornadoes, floods, or wildfires. So when disaster strikes, you want to be prepared to protect them. Be sure to microchip or tag your pets. Never leave them behind in a major crisis, and be sure to have an emergency kit ready in your home at all times with a pet crate or carrier, leash, blanket, ID, and medications, their water bowl, and 7 to 10 days worth of food. To find out how to protect your entire family during a disaster and help our best friends in their worst times, please visit AmericanHumane.org.
Hey, it's John for Farm Credit Union. Farm Credit Union, Kevin and the gang, thank you so much for always trying to help everybody out, especially in these incredibly unique times. And I want to highlight unique in caps right here. But Farm Credit Union is the absolute best. My daughter and I, Lainey, we do something every month called the Sprout Account. And essentially what happens is we give away $100 for somebody's child and a starter Sprout account, which is great for college funds and the future of your child. If you want to see about other things that can help save you money, manage your money, or help you down the road with college for your children, like the Sprout account, it's very easy to do. Contact my friends, Kevin and the gang, Farm Credit Union online. That's forumcu.com today.
Guys, erectile dysfunction got you down? The Indianapolis Men's Clinic's all-male staff specializes in treating ED and other sexual health-related issues. Call today for a consultation. 999-9000.
Soccer Saturday featuring Indy 11. If this is your football, this is your show. Saturday at 9 on The Fan. The Ride with JMV.
It's called Sex Panther by Odeon. It's illegal in 9 countries. It's quite pungent. It stings the nostrils.
93.5 and 107.5 The Fan.
Man, you guys are requesting this all the time for the JMV Takeover. I haven't played it. This one doesn't drop cuss words. I think the original version does, though, doesn't it? Fuel? I think Fuel cusses by Metallica. You guys have been hitting me up for Metallica Fuel. You want to hear Metallica 1, and I haven't done it yet, and I feel bad about it. My bad. Saturday nights for that. The JMV Takeover. Hey, by the way, the JMV Sucks Golf Outing, it is wrapping up. I'm here on the air until 6 o'clock, but I got a lot of people to thank in what has been a spectacular day. The 8th annual JMV Sucks Golf Outing that benefits teachers, treasures here at Legends in Franklin. Smashingly went over earlier today, and I cannot thank everybody involved enough for doing so. At JMV 1070 on Twitter. Hey, by the way, 239-1070. If you guys want to respond, any thoughts on the Colts offense, any thoughts on this defense being for real, being playmaking in the secondary. I mean, given a guy like DeForest Buckner, think about this for a moment. DeForest Buckner, I think it starts with him as the reason why this has been such a solid to spectacular playmaking secondary so far this year. And again, you don't have to tell me each and every time. I know the offenses they're playing and the teams have not been anything to write home about. But you got to give credit where credit is due. And it starts up front. DeForest Buckner has been outstanding. Like Frank Reich was getting into, we want players, we don't want stars. We talked about that with the guys. We want players, we don't want stars. One of the stars on this team has been DeForest Buckner. And you would expect it. I mean, what they gave up, 13th overall, what they ended up paying him, he should be at that level, and he has been worth it. There is no question about it. I mean, it starts to me right there. We'll talk to Xavier Rhodes about that coming up at the bottom of the 5 o'clock hour. Mike writes this, JMV, doesn't this just go to prove exactly how underrated Marlon Mack is? Jonathan Taylor is solid, but he's no Mack. Our line is the exact same. I will say this, Mike. I do agree with you. I think that does highlight Marlon Mack being missing, but they should be better than 3.3, don't you think? I mean, with Taylor. Well, I mean, it seems like oftentimes running, there's a lot of contact being made, is there not, on running plays we have seen, right, across the line of scrimmage by the opposing defense? The run blocking has to be better. I don't think there's any question about that. But, yeah, I'm not going to at all take away from Marlon Mack not being there because that is a big deal. There's no question. 239-1070. I don't have anything up right here. Did you say there was a caller? Do we have somebody up? Who is this? Okay, all right, 239-1070. Go ahead.
It's Stefan. So I was saying, you guys have got to give more credit to the Bears defense. It's not like they're slouches. And I think the running game will come along eventually. And yes, Marlon Mack is missed, and he's a good running back, and he's going to do great things for us in the future. But the fact of the matter is, man, the Bears defense is a lot better than what people were sitting there, giving. They took a lot of things from us and made things very hard. So you got to give them more credit than what we're giving.
I would agree. I think I would agree against the pass. I don't know about against the run, though. You know what I mean? I mean, against the run hadn't been their forte. I just think that we can all expect better than 3.3 or last in the NFL in yards per carry, right? Correct?
Yeah, but correct. But they did the same exact thing that we did to them, making sure that they couldn't run. So, I mean, they stacked the box. It wasn't like they wasn't stacking the box. Mack was up there. The safeties was in the box constantly rotating out. And Hicks is a monster. So, I mean, there's more credit you got to give to him on that situation. I say let's go play it by ear and see how it develops as the season goes on, as opposed to just throwing the run game away.
No. I'm not advising that whatsoever, and I'm not. I'm just suggesting that the offensive line run blocking has to be better, and their attempts, their per carry average has to go up. It should not be that bad right now. They should be doing a better job, knowing what you have on that offensive line and what everybody talks about. It has to be better. Stephon. Stephon, thank you for the call. I appreciate that. You call anytime. JMV, I think the big thing that nobody is saying is that Frank Reich is struggling with play calling this year. With Frank, the defense knows exactly what's coming. The guy has no imagination, especially in the red zone, and no wonder they can't run the ball. It's an interesting point. Anybody put this on play calling? I'm not going to turn this into a rail job. They win yesterday, I know, but I think the point I've been trying to make is if you're going to take anything away to the negative from that game yesterday, it's going to be the red zone production or lack thereof. I mean, just too many field goals. It's great you have a guy that hits them, but too many field goals. And it's great that you have a defense that can make a field goal kicking affair hold up and put it in the win column. But to get against better teams, you got to perform better. You got to close it better than they have. Todd's at 239-1070 next. Go ahead, Todd.
Thank you, sir. I got to take here on Rivers. I'm not really excited about his arm. I think, some of those passes, if he had a lot more zip on it, I think he could have got those in there. NFL receivers can basically handle the fastest thing any human can throw a football. And he's not getting them in there. I think that's why he missed a lot of his passes, which then in turn comes back to the running game. I think a lot of teams aren't that scared of Rivers going downfield, and they can come and tee off on the run. So I don't know if it's a bunch of really the blocking as much as it's just you can game plan for not worrying about Rivers.
Part of that might be accurate too. I still think that Rivers should play at a higher level than what he did yesterday. But, yeah, the downfield aspect of that, and I think you also look at, where's the downfield threat right now? Who's the downfield threat? I mean, Moali Cox? Who you got? He threw it to Marcus Johnson and Zach when Marcus Johnson is a guy that helps close it out, right, at the end of the game, and then Zach Pascal's a go-to guy with targets. I mean, you're missing a guy that was supposed to be able to open it up because of injury with Paris Campbell. You're missing what everybody thought was going to be a real physical red zone guy in Michael Pittman Jr. There's no question about that. So that plays a significant role, I think, in all this and the shortcomings of that red zone offense too.
Yeah, but, you can talk about the receivers, but if the ball's not getting in there fast or it's not accurate, then the best receivers in the league still aren't going to be able to produce. And I just felt like a bunch of his passes either A, didn't have the zip, because this is NFL. Stuff's happening fast. When that ball comes out, it needs to happen now. And then he didn't have the zip on the ball. And then, okay, you don't have zip, but you need accuracy. And there was just a lot. Even like when T.Y. and these guys are bringing down passes, they're like leaping off the ground. They got arms outstretched. They're not getting hit in the numbers.
You're right about that. You are right about that. I just think that's something that they're going to be willing to live with. They're going to have to live with. But yeah, the arm strength is certainly not going to be there. The accuracy, the smarts, the decision making is something that they're looking for right here. Because you can remember the dude a year ago had a great arm, but he didn't get it anywhere in the zip code, and got kind of scared of throwing it or trying to throw it in the zip code. So they're trying to go with somebody that's a better decision maker. But I would agree, it does seem like at times you have wide receivers waiting on it. No question.
He missed that one pass. T.Y. was wide open, and he missed him. And
yeah, he did. He did miss him there. Yes.
What I like about Rivers, his IQ, his football IQ is huge. He's smart. He knows where to go. What the defense is showing him. But the thing is, it's still a physical game, and you have to have the physical abilities to do it. So I think that's where the success that the Colts have had so far has come from Rivers. Is that his IQ, his football IQ, has helped them. But I just don't think his arm is there anymore.
Hey, thank you for the call, Todd. I appreciate that. Steven writes this. Seems like Wilkins is the problem, not the O-line. Taylor carries the load and has a 4.0 YPC. That's yards per carry number. I will say this, and this is where I got the caught behind the line. It seems like there's a lot of contact on Jordan Wilkins behind the line of scrimmage. You go back and you watch that game yesterday. That's exactly what it felt like when you were watching it. Now, and to Mike Austin's point a little bit earlier, there's also no doubt that a lot of this has to do with missing Marlon Mack. But there's also no doubt that this has to be better. All right, quick one, and we'll come back. If you're on hold, I'll get to you. We got loaded phones, Colts conversation, next 30 minutes. Xavier Rhodes, 5:35. Legends in Franklin, the 8th annual JMV Sucks golf outing to benefit our friends at Teachers Treasures. Great day it has been. 93.5, 107.5, and 1070 The Fan.
We've changed our model a little bit.
He's back.
I got to tell the story.
Michael Grady returns to The Fan.
I have to do something.
Once a week on The Fan Morning Show, Tuesdays at 9.
That's exactly what the majority of you wanted to see.
Listen for Michael Grady on The Dan Dockett Show, Wednesdays at 1.
That was a playoff-type atmosphere.
Then JMV and Grady hook up Thursday afternoons at 4. Michael Grady is back. Brought to you by Bet River. 93.5 and 107.5 The Fan.
Hey, it's Big Joe for your trusted local independent American Standard heating and air conditioning dealer, Reinhardt Heating and Cooling. Owner Danny Reinhardt's son Kevin says one simple saying from his dad affects him every day at work.
Especially when you go out and do sales and service calls and collect money and do all this stuff that's important to a lot of people. He always said the number one thing I remember from him is just fair and honest wins every time.
You can trust Reinhardt Heating and Cooling, 317-745-4526. Reinhardt Heating and Cooling is your trusted local independent American Standard dealer.
Golf Performance Academy at Golf Club of Indiana's 6,000 square foot indoor-outdoor golf facility is geared toward lessons, club fitting, practice of the full swing, and putting. Each hitting bay offers flight scope technology to track each shot and provide feedback. With 8 large-screen TVs, full beverage service, free Wi-Fi, and a conference room, they can provide opportunities for social and corporate functions. The Golf Performance Academy, the only facility of its kind in the state, even in the country. Call 769-3482 for more.
Place your legal sports bets at BetRivers.com, your new home for sports betting. Millions of betting options a year on the sports you love. We offer live in-game betting on major sporting events worldwide. Tons of bets available during games, from money lines, prop bets, and many more. Use one of our 12 easy deposit methods to get in on the action. And when you win, we offer fast and reliable withdrawals. Sign up now, and we'll match your first deposit up to $250. More bets, better odds, more action. Place your sports bets at BetRivers.com. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-9-WITH-IT. 1-800-994-8448.
Hi, Indiana. Everybody knows there are things in life that make total sense, like switching to Geico. They're the second largest auto insurer in the country, and they've been saving people money for over 75 years.
Other things make no sense, like glitter. It's fun for 5 seconds, but then haunts you for the next 5 years.
However, it makes total sense to bundle your home and car insurance with Geico. You could save a lot, and they can insure your motorcycle, boat, and RV.
Internet convenience fees, however, make no sense. I would wager that buying my concert ticket online is convenient for both you and me. So why are you charging me for it?
On the other hand, it still makes sense to switch to Geico. They have an industry-leading mobile app you can use to pay your bill, file and manage a claim, or add a new driver. And emergency roadside service could help you get out of a pinch.
Conversely, the intense pain a stubbed toe causes makes no sense. Why do our toes overreact like that?
So, Indiana, it makes sense to switch to Geico, online, over the phone, or with your local agent.
Hey, John for PAI, WeGrowHairIndy.com. You got options if you want some hair regrowth, if you're missing it right now with PAI. It's Darren Andrews and the private consultation today with my friends from PAI. 888-724-5129, and I want to thank Darren and Alex for being here today, and Todd and my friends at PAI for being a sponsor of the JMV Sucks golf outing. They are great folks. If you want your hair regrowth, let them get it done for you today. 888-724-5129, WeGrowHairIndy.com.
I'm Ryan Kelly with thehomeloanexpert.com. We can get you closed in as little as 30 days, and you can skip 2 full months of mortgage payments. Thehomeloanexpert.com.
This is Indy Sports Center. WFNI, WIBC HD2, W298BB, WIBC HD3, W228CX, Indianapolis. Your home for Colts football.
Taylor again cuts back, and he's close to the goal line. There it is, touchdown.
93.5 and 107.5 The Fan. The Ride with JMV.
Say, man, you got a joint? No, not on me, man. It'd be a lot cooler if you did.
93.5 and 107.5 The Fan.
All right, there is a brand new head coaching vacancy in the AFC South as Bill O'Brien just got fired. He got relieved of his duties as head coach and general manager. Romeo Crennel will take over now on an interim basis. So the 0-4 start. Think about this for a moment, too. Kyle, was it 4 or 5? 4 out of the last 5 years the Texans have won the AFC South. 4 out of the last 5 years. Now, granted, they don't have anything to show for, at least very much to show for it postseason-wise, but they have won the South 4 out of the last 5 years. They get off to an 0-4 start, and you kind of wondered yesterday. So I'm in there, and the 1 o'clock games are ongoing, and Minnesota, who came into yesterday 0-3 on the season, like the Texans, you kind of wondered that if things didn't go right for Houston, that something may happen. And something has. So he has been relieved of his duties as head coach and general manager, and Romeo Crennel. This is according to Ian Rappaport, and I think everybody's talking it up right now. Everybody is talking it up. He has been canned. Think about that, though. 4 out of the last 5 years, he's won the AFC South. Everybody else in the AFC South should be embarrassed by that. 4 out of the last 5 years. Now, again, the offseason, I'm assuming, played a huge role. You wonder how much of a role Deshaun Watson plays in this. But you start out the season 0-4. 0-4. And that's that. You know, and the other part about it is, in conversations regarding the NFL, he'd become a punchline. There's no question. But, yeah, a lot of division. I mean, hell, that's 4-5. That's what the Colts used to do. Actually, they would have won 5 of 5 back in the day, but that's what they used to do. But he's been fired. Bill O'Brien fired as head coach and general manager, and Romeo Crennel takes over on an interim basis. All right, live for the JMV Sucks golf outing, which has been an absolute success. Got a lot of people to thank. The Colts, B Windows, BSN Sports, PAI, Love Heating and Air Conditioning, Brent Halverson, Heaven Hill Distillery, Larceny Bourbon, Evan Williams, Luna Azul Tequila, Yingling with Yingling Flight, the all-new low-calorie beer, just 95 calories, Yingling Flight. Thank you, the good folks at Yingling, for that. Ted Bishop, here at Legends, and everybody here at Legends, just an outstanding time. And then everybody that came out. I mean, just a great group for what has been a spectacular Monday afternoon. I can't thank folks enough. And shout out to Margaret. I know Margaret had to bail for Teachers Treasures, but it's been a really good day, and I could not be happier. Thanks, everybody. I mean, thank you from the bottom of my heart, everybody, for participating in this. It makes me feel good every single year, and this might be the best so far, the 8th annual JMV Sucks Golf Outing. 239-1070. Give me a DT on line 1, would you, Isaiah? DT, hello. How are you?
Hey, good, John. How you doing, man?
Great. Go ahead, brother.
Hey, a couple of quick comments. It was driving me crazy yesterday. First of all, bad Frank yesterday. Bad Frank. Why are we running Hines up the middle? Why don't we have him out on the edges? One comment. Second one, why not Jonathan Taylor up the middle? I mean, I know the kid puts the ball on the ground, but until he does, let's keep using him up the middle. The guy's averaged 4 a game, or four per carry. Why Hines up the middle?
I do not get the Hines usage whatsoever. You know, and it was, you watched week 1 in that loss to Jacksonville, and you thought he was going to be just a major portion of this offense. And since that point in time, he's basically either been ignored or used as he was yesterday, and you kind of wonder, what do you expect to get out of that? And Frank goes at it over and over again. It's not like it doesn't work and he goes away from it. He'll try it again and again.
I really love Hines. I see a lot of value for him in the offense. However, not running up the middle. Get him where he's fast and on the edge. Second thing, play action. Play action, please. Why? I mean, I thought 75% of yesterday offensively deficiencies were on Frank. The play calling was horrific, I thought. Kudos to the defense for winning the game for us because we didn't have to support offensively from a play calling perspective. That's all I got, John. Good luck today. I'm proud of you for earning money for the teachers, man.
Thank you, buddy. I appreciate that. That's really kind. I love doing it. Love doing it. JMV is an Indianapolis teacher. I can't thank you enough for the support of Teachers Treasures, especially with the golf outing. Sounds like it was a hell of a time today. Yeah, I love you, teachers. You know that. Educators, teachers. Love you. Hey, JMV, don't you think the running style difference between Mack and Taylor has really affected the running game? Mack was like Le'Veon Bell pace, and Taylor just hits the hole immediately. Taylor needs to be more patient. You know, part of the thing with Taylor is they talked about how he wasn't hitting the hole. Wasn't hitting the hole on time. Gaping holes, not hitting it. I kind of still view that more as an offensive line problem than I do a running back problem. And certainly you factor in just not having Marlon Mack. And that's the other part of this offense. And I know that in the red zone, and I know that finishing off drives is disappointing and is frustrating. And this is not an excuse, but crap, they're missing everybody. I mean, everybody we thought would be of major consequence. I mean, we were sitting around. They need more speed. Paris Campbell, healthy. Hey, they need a physical presence in the red zone. Michael Pittman Jr. drafted 2nd round. Done. I mean, it was weird yesterday, though. The targets, I get it. I mean, Zach Pascal's coming open. He's not going to strike fear. He's a good wide receiver, but he's not going to strike fear in anybody. And the forcing of Trey Burton, in one sense, you kind of understand you want to get this guy going. He hasn't played. But on the other hand, I mean, after that first target where he kind of looked like he was trying to juggle it or whatever the hell was going on there, that was really odd. Play calling I get. Now, again, they win. They're 3-1. They're going on the road to Cleveland coming up on Sunday, and that is great. The defense was absolutely outstanding again. But I think the moral of the story is that you have to play much better offensively. You just have to play much better offensively, and that includes the quarterback. I mean, the quarterback has to play a lot better, too. 239-1070. Give me a line. See, 1, 2, 3, 4. Give me Joe on line 4, Isaiah. Hello, Joe. How are you?
Great, JMV. How are you?
Great. Go ahead, bro.
Hey, yeah, you just touched on talking about line and running to daylight. I feel like the line is doing adequate. They've had a few. They get penetrated a few times for some runs for loss. But these running backs, I see these gaping alleys He runs right up in the pile. There's gaping alleys to both sides. If he can keep his head up a little bit more, talking about Taylor, one cut somewhere, he can get a lot more yards, I think. Because you watch those replays, and it's like, why is he not cutting here? Boy, there's some daylight there. Mack has much better vision, I think, and that's why he runs a little better behind this line. I'm hoping through film study and such that Taylor learns to run behind this line because the hole's going to be a bunch of different places. And I'd like to see him keep his head up a tick more and run to daylight more often. I think we get a lot more yards.
My fear with this is when they get to playing good teams, that the defense is not going to be the issue. It's just going to be not having enough offense. That's my fear when they start playing good teams.
I agree. I think we can bust bigger runs if he just keeps his head up and learns to cut. And surely that'll get a little better as time goes by. But I like Taylor. I just think his vision's quite what Max is right now. And hopefully that's something he can learn and run off these blocks a little bit better. Because he's got that speed. He's got real good speed if he can just get out into that open area a little more often. That's about all I had on that.
Hey, Joe, thank you for the call, man. Have a great day. JMV at 1070thefan.com is the email address. JMV, I think we'll see a lot more Trey Burton and Mo Alley Cox in the red zone in the coming weeks, as well as between the 20s, which will open up longer passes for T.Y. and Pascal. Yeah, T.Y. just he's not in a good spot right now. Man, I'm hoping he gets himself out of that, but you've just got to be – I mean, given the circumstances offensively right now and the injuries offensively, you have to have more of an effect. You have to have more of an effect on this team. You just simply do. This from Eddie, JMV. Frank said he called the offense plays in part because of how good the defense was playing. Should we take him at his word? We need someone to stretch the field on offense. It's from Eddie Young. Well, I think it goes back to, I had Greg actually sent me a text saying, it's just a really unoriginal thought going on in the offensive play calling. I'm all for, a little bit more uniqueness to that, but also a part of the problem is something you can't get around right now is the personnel. And it sounds like I'm making an excuse for it, and I'm not. But that's something that you can't get around. So maybe, talking about how his defense was playing and knowing how that game was going, that's how they wanted to handle it. And it just seems like to me that at some point, if you don't get certainly more efficient and a little more potent offensively, that you're going to have a hard time beating some of these better teams like Baltimore and Green Bay and Pittsburgh that are going to be coming up in the next month on the schedule. I mean, this is okay. I mean, you can kick field goals and beat Chicago with Nick Foles for the first time as a starter under center. You can do whatever you want to against the Jets at home. The same with Minnesota in week number 2. And we'll see. I mean, Cleveland may be a better benchmark coming up on Sunday than the Bears were. The only thing that would kind of take me away from that thought is, you missed Nick Chubb, but now you get Kareem Hunt that's going to get more of a feature opportunity. Guys obviously in that secondary are going to get tested because they have some athletically gifted dudes. There's no question about it with Landry and Beckham. Yeah, to me with Cleveland, it's going to probably come down to whether or not, they're going to be able to throw the football, and Baker Mayfield's going to be able to do that. Well, I mean, you got Kareem Hunt. What's the dude's name? Is it Dearness Johnson? I think I looked at him to try to pick him up the other day. Is that the guy that came in there and ran it? I mean, they just all over Dallas. And, hey, listen, Dallas Cowboy fans, I know there are a few around here. As tired as everybody was of Mike Nolan, or check that, of Bill O'Brien in Houston, I'm assuming everybody in Dallas is getting tired of Mike Nolan. Because that wasn't just bad yesterday. And you think Mike McCarthy wanted to stand in front of everybody and just kind of tell you, I'm the head coach, and ultimately it falls on me. I think when you say that, you also are saying, well, you know what, it is on me, but look, this defensive coordinator and whatever's going on defensively is just not getting it done. They got embarrassed yesterday. I mean, embarrassed against the run. But when you play better teams, you have to be more efficient and you have to be more potent. I do like, however, what apparently Matt Eberflus and staff figured out after week number 1. Week number 1, it seems like that they have been more aggressive, and you guys have been crying for them to be more aggressive. Week 1 looked like the final month of the season defensively this team had a year ago. The last 3 have not. And while it's about strength of schedule and the teams that you're playing, it is also about just at a higher level this defense has played with more aggression in the process, being allowed to play with more aggression too. 239-1070. Anthony is up next. Hello, Anthony. How are you? Thanks for the call.
Hey, what's going on, man? Hey, I just wanted to say real quick, is it just me or do you see flashes of Bob Sanders in this Julian Blackman kid? I mean, I know it's only been 4 weeks, but, I mean, he's running hard, he's hitting the holes, he's making big plays out there as a rookie.
Did you say Bob Sanders?
Do I see flashes of Bob Sanders in Julian Blackman?
You know what? I was thinking about that today. I don't think – he doesn't remind me of Bob Sanders, but I was trying to think of somebody that there's more of a hybrid between cornerback and safety that does both well, or one that could play either well. Does that make sense to you? That's kind of
what. And I really couldn't. I was kind of wanting to go like toward Ed Reed or something like that, but not that good yet. But I don't know. It's just for some reason Bob Sanders just stuck in my mind, especially that play when he came up to the line and stopped at 3rd and short.
Yeah, well, then there's no doubt. I mean, he can come up and he can hit you and he'll tackle you. But you like it because he is a ball hawk. He just seems like he's always around the football, no matter what's going on. And I got to give Chris Ballard credit because I kind of shot down when they drafted him. I thought, all right, you're going to draft a guy that's injured with this defense that looked the way that it did to close out a 7-9 season, and you won't get this guy until midseason. What are you thinking here? And I mean, his play and the way that he's returned, and it hasn't taken the amount of time that we thought. It has been beyond solid to this point. There's no doubt. What else you got?
Hey, I just love that team, man. The defense is moving. Go Colts.
You got it. Thank you. Who does he remind you of, Julian Blackman? Anybody in particular? Who does he remind you of? I was trying to think about that. Kevin Bowen and I were talking about that. Everybody kind of wants to go back to Bob Sanders. I guess I don't get the Bob Sanders feel from Julian Blackman. And I know Sanders was drafted and he was injured when he was drafted as well. I don't know. Maybe that's the kind of the common connection that's being made there. No, I'm okay. Thank you, though, brother. I don't see the connection, but I could be wrong. I was trying to think of somebody that was, a safety corner hybrid. So nothing really rings a bell right now as far as comparisons. And again, you're talking about a dude that's played 3 weeks. So, but it's been a good 3 weeks. It has. I mean, he has played every bit, over the course of his time so far as a rookie, as to what everybody expected game in and game out Malik Hooker to do. Let's go. Michelle is up next at 239-1070. Hello, Michelle.
Hi, how are you?
I'm great, Michelle. Thank you for the call. Go ahead.
Yeah, I was just curious. I kind of feel like the Colts are kind of in the same boat as the Pacers, and that they're not really going to get over, I want to call it a hump. Like, they're not going to be one of the best teams in the league without really developing stars. I don't think Frank Reich probably should have said that. I feel like you need at least some kind of star on that team. I know DeForest Buckner's a star, but I don't think he should have said it that way.
Yeah, I kind of get what he's talking about, but I would agree. I think it's unnecessary because I think anybody in the world that watches professional sports understands to win consistently or to give you a chance consistently to win at a high level, you need stars. I mean, everybody knows that, right? So, I think it was unnecessary to say. I would agree with that.
Yeah. They don't have to be big egos or personalities necessarily. Just I don't think that Phillip Rivers is that guy to get us over that hump, and I haven't thought that since he's played in San Diego either. So
yeah, well, I think he has played exactly how people thought he was going to play, and really how they thought he was going to play. It's just it sounds like I'm making excuses, but you know, when you lose, 3 dudes offensively like that for the foreseeable future, that's tough on your options right there for real.
Yeah.
So that's part of it for me too.
Right. Yeah. I mean, they're winning, but I worry about when they're not. If they don't keep winning, then then what's going to be said about him making that comment about it's basically the team over having stars,
Well, and there's no question. I mean, they should know that better than anybody else. I mean, they're the ones, and it's Chris Ballard when he came in and said, hey, we don't want to be about one person. We don't want to be about the quarterback when Andrew Luck was here. And we all kind of found out that, your NFL team and being good compared to not is pretty much about your quarterback, right? So, yeah.
Right. Yep.
Michelle, anything else?
Nope, that's it. Thanks.
You call anytime. Thank you very much. Rod Woodson is brought up here. I'm not going to sit here and say he's the next Rod Woodson or kind of like Rod Woodson. That's pretty high praise right there. Chicago Colts says, what about Blackman and the Honey Badger? I can see that. That's a pretty good one right there. It seems like on the surface that's a good one. Rod Woodson that is pretty high praise, but I can kind of see that. I'll see where you're going with that. That's not bad at all. JMV, I think it's Antoine Bethea. Solid player, always in the right place. Yeah, I think that he has the opportunity, I think, to certainly be more of a spectacular playmaker than Antoine. Antoine was really good. There's no question about it. But I think he has the opportunity to be a higher impact, more spectacular player. The opportunity. I'm not saying he's gonna, but I think he has the opportunity to do that. Yeah, the Honey Badger's probably pretty good right there. JMV, this Colts offense is perfect and defense is great. Colts under tickets, cash money, under 47. Book it. Ryan Henson, thank you, Ryan. JMV, what's up with Des Bryant? Is he available? Yeah, I think he's available to everybody. Gutshot Greg, is it really admirable? JMV, it is really admirable the way that you support teachers and education, especially considered how they failed on you. Thank you, Gutshot. Which there is. I think I failed on them. I don't know if they failed on me. Jared Turner writes this, JMV. The Sanders-Blackman comparison has some merit. Both were injured coming out of college. I mentioned that a little bit earlier when drafted. Both seem to have a knack for being around the ball. Both seem to have the ability to come up and deliver a big hit. Jimmy says Blackman reminds me of Eric Berry. That's another one I can get, Jimmy, right there. I'm not feeling the Bob Sanders one, and I mentioned a little bit earlier, I'm sure a lot of people will draw that conclusion because of the way that both entered the NFL. But, yeah, Eric Berry, that's pretty high praise as well. 239-1070. My man Turnbuckle Bill's on line one. Hello, Bill.
JMV, it's always better than Monday when there's a W on Sunday.
Makes everybody feel better, doesn't it?
It exactly does. Hey, I'm thinking that I'll throw this out there for your consideration. Jason Belzer, he was Blackman kind of reminds me of him. That Jason Belzer wasn't a game changer or anything like that, but he was a good consistent. He was really consistent inside that zone that was strong up the middle back in those days and just weak on the corners. So I like the comparison to Jason Belzer, but you know what? Just speaking for my fellow Indianapolis Colts fans, when you look back at our journey, we've had a quarterback leader who was a corporate spokesman. We've had a quarterback leader that was an aw-shucks, great talent, brilliant architect. And now we got a guy that is brilliant at talking smack.
Boy, he does, doesn't he?
I love me some Phillip Rivers talking some smack, man.
He wasn't having a good afternoon, by stats and look, but he was still telling everybody all about it over there. How does he do that and not cuss? How do you talk junk and not cuss?
I guess it's because you have 9 kids. I mean, he's probably screaming at home all the time.
Because to talk junk, don't you have to cuss for it truly to be effective? But he does a damn good job of having an effect, apparently, without cussing.
he just must. And when Alden Smith was showing blitz and Rivers was checking off, and then Smith was trying to communicate to the defense, Rivers just looked over the line at him and said, I just told him to shut up. They were getting ready to run a play. I read his lips. It was just too funny. But the one thing about the Colts we're going to find out this weekend is we have not faced a quarterback yet that's mobile. So now we've got Baker Mayfield, and even though they don't have Chubb, Kareem Hunt's playing pretty well. And who in the defense do you put your arm around and say you've got Odell Beckham this weekend?
Well, you kind of wonder if it's not going to be our next guest here, right? Going to be Xavier Rhodes.
I'm gonna get by the radio and everything and tune in.
Yeah, well, we'll talk to Xavier Rhodes. Thank you, Bill. Coming up here in about 10 minutes or so. Appreciate the call. It's funny about Phillip Rivers. How do you do that? Anybody talk trash really well without cussing? I just sounds like that it would be incredibly ineffective without cussing. But he was talking an absolute ton yesterday. I mean, a ton. He's telling everybody about everything. All right, quick break. Xavier Rhodes is scheduled to join us. We'll talk about next week's game with those wide receivers with the Browns and talk about yesterday as well. The Colts now 3-1 with that win over Chicago. The JMV Sucks golf outing continues. We're live in Franklin at Legends on 93.5, 107.5, and 1070 The Fan.
Hi, I'm Ryan Kelly with thehomeloanexpert.com. It's already October and the leaves are falling. If you're still thinking about that perfect home, it's not too late. And with mortgage interest rates in the twos, you have so much more buying power. At the Home Loan Expert office, we can get you pre-approved and locked in the same day and have you closed in 30 days or less. Enjoy the holidays in your new home and get pre-approved today at thehomeloanexpert.com.
The Home Loan Expert LLC, NMLS number 1326241.
When you've got a strong will, you do it your own way. When you're not willing to compromise, second best never crosses your mind. So when you're looking for a dependable used work truck, you'll know you'll find exactly what you're looking for at Indy Trucks. Cargo vans, box trucks, utility, you name it. Indy Trucks has it at 96th and Keystone or the new location off I-65 at the Edinburgh exit or IndyTrucks.com. When you want it your way, you'll get it your way at Indy Trucks.
Hey, John, for CarX, your Central Indiana locations, I'll shout out to Joe Childers and my man Micah. Micah, right in front of the Menards down in Greenwood, just always does our vehicles absolutely great. We appreciate that very much. And CarX is a place to go. And know this, that when you think about these times, right, and we're into the fall, and you're going to get your car, truck, or van winter ready, and it's not always the first thing on your list to want to spend money on, but know that CarX has great financing offers that will suit you. They will form something up to benefit you to make sure you are road ready for your car, truck, or van this winter. That's what CarX does for you, and certainly that's what CarX does with me. Central Indiana locations to serve you. Find them online at CarX.com. Don't worry, call the CarX man.
Place your legal sports bets at BetRivers.com, your new home for sports betting. Millions of betting options a year on the sports you love. We offer live in-game betting on major sporting events worldwide. Tons of bets available during games, from money lines, prop bets, and many more. Use one of our 12 easy deposit methods to get in on the action. And when you win, we offer fast and reliable withdrawals. Sign up now, and we'll match your first deposit up to $250. More bets, better odds, more action. Place your sports bets at BetRivers.com. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-9-WITH-IT. 1-800-994-8448.
Geodis is a global logistics and supply chain company operating in Plainfield and Clayton, Indiana, now hiring for full-time, part-time, and seasonal forklift operators, pallet jack operators, and material handlers. Paying $15 to $18 per hour, working for Geodis is more than a job. It's working for a great, safe company paying competitively where your experience matters. Geodis offers growth opportunities with flexible schedules, benefits, and opportunity for advancement. To start your career with Geodis, visit their careers website to apply online at www.workatgeodis.com. Keep rising. Geodis is an equal opportunity employer.
Hey, John, for Farm Credit Union. Oh, thank you, Kevin and the gang at Farm Credit Union, for always trying to help in such a variety of ways. My daughter, Lainey, and I, she's 10, she did a great commercial with me about the Sprout account. And what the Sprout account is all about is this. It gets your kids' college fund started. always thinking about ways that not only you can save in the now, but in the future. That's Forum Credit Union, and we give away a $100 bill to start a Sprout account each and every month. And all you got to do is sign up. Again, for more information on how you can get signed up for the Sprout account from Forum Credit Union, that's forum.cu.com today.
Hey, it's Rob Belushi from Bill Estes Ford in Brownsburg. I have a pumpkin spice latte in my hand. The leaves are falling and the air is crisp. Brian, you know what that means?
Yeah, dude. It's truck month.
Well, for sure, Brian. But October is also baseball playoffs.
No, truck month.
Brian, my birthday is in October.
Truck month. We have to sell over 135 new and nearly new trucks this month.
Truck month means we have 85 new F-150 XLTs. You save $14,000 on all of them. Also, you pay up to $3,000 less than Kelley Blue Book on over 50 pre-owned trucks.
We have 40 new Escapes. You save $7,000 on all of them and get $2,000 more for your trade.
I know you love Truck Month, Brian, but don't you need to take your kids out on Halloween?
My kids don't go trick-or-treating, Rob. They go trick-or-trucking.
Well, bye-bye October, hello Trucktober. During Truck Month, get up to $3,000 below Kelley Blue Book on any pre-owned truck, $14,000 off any new F-150 XLT, $7,000 off any new Escape. Your key is waiting at Bill Estes Ford in Brownsburg.
Indy is open for business and needs you to come back downtown. Walk the canal, eat at one of the many restaurants. There's so much to do. Support our local businesses. Indy, it's time to come back downtown.
Sports with Dan Dockich.
Sean Salisbury.
When I think about the best defenses in the league, I think Frank Reich had reason to be excited because physical defenses know how to tackle. Finesse defenses, it'll make a play once in a while. It's like finesse offenses when it gets right down to it. If you don't move the pile and move the line of scrimmage, eventually your quarterback's going to get hit and you will lose in December. They are set up for postseason football defensively.
Dan Dockich, weekdays, noon till 3 on 93.5 and 107.5 The Fan. The Xavier Rhodes Report is powered by PointsBet Sportsbook.
Hey, welcome back. The 8th annual JMV Sucks golf outing to benefit Teachers Treasures has been outstanding. I want to thank everybody that's been out here today. Legends Golf Course down in Franklin. Thank you, Ted Bishop. Tucker Barnhart of the Reds played. Mike Wells of ESPN.com. A lot of the local folks down here earlier today. And I cannot appreciate them enough. Again, to benefit Teachers Treasures, that's Teachers Treasures at TT Indy is where you want to go. I love our educators and our teachers, and we have had a great day here at Legends on this Monday. Meantime, on the Andy Moore Automotive Group hotline, yep. In the secondary from that Colts defense, it is Xavier Rhodes who joins us now. Hello, Xavier. How are you?
I'm doing good. How about yourself?
Another job well done yesterday. That's going to make your Monday feel a hell of a lot better, right, in the afternoon after getting a win on the road like that?
Well, yes, man. I'm just coming home, going into the facility, just seeing the smiles and how happy we are and to keep winning, and hopefully we can keep this going.
What do you like most about the way this defense is playing, you and your teammates right now, Xavier?
Oh, we're just all on one accord, man. We're all on the same page. You know, we out there doing what we do best, and that's be aggressive, be fast, tackle a ball player, and just try to do our best out there on the field.
How much did you know about Nick Foles and what you thought the Bears offensively would try to do, especially through the air, going into this game? Because, I mean, it was the week leading up to. He's been around the league for a while, but he was named the starting quarterback, and that's who you prepared for. How much did you know, and how much were you ready for what Foles brought to the table offensively for the Bears yesterday?
I mean, through my experience playing him when he was at Philly and when I was at the Vikings in the NFC Championship game, it was, I took that experience to this game because I know he's a guy that's going to take his shots. He's going to give his receivers a chance to make plays once the ball in the air. He has very high confidence in his receivers to make the play once the ball in the air, so he's going to give them that opportunity. So we were just looking forward for him just making great throws, and putting his receivers in great position to make a play.
How much do you take away from, you mentioned that NFC title game, how much you take away from that time when you played against him when he was with the Eagles compared to what you expected from him yesterday in Chicago, Xavier?
Oh, he's a big playmaker, man. He's going to make great decisions. He's going to put his team in a great position to win the game. When I played against him in that game, that's exactly what he did. He made great throws at the right time, and he made great decisions.
Xavier Rhodes, he was the AFC's Defensive Player of the Week last week. He joins us via the Andy Moore Automotive Group hotline. That's got to make a guy feel pretty good, doesn't it, right there?
I'm not going to lie. I'm more focused on just winning, man. You know, that comes with it when you go out there and you play hard and you play physical, you play fast, and you play as a team. So I was just happy that we got to win as a team. As an individual goes, you know, there's more to come. There's more I need to accomplish, but I'm more focused on just winning as a team.
You know, Xavier, we talked after week one, and obviously it's new. It's week one. You're getting used to things. You didn't have your average workouts and training camp and preseason games or anything like that. It looks like you guys are really, you're really tied together, certainly now going into the next week in Cleveland, coming out of that week 4 win in Chicago, certainly now more than you have been. Is that a result of just practicing and playing that way? What do you attribute to how well you guys are playing, how tough you've been in the last 3 weeks as far as the outcome defensively you guys have had in those 3 wins?
Communication. We've been big on communication. You know, we've been working on, you know, knowing what each player on the field need to be and where they need to be, and everyone doing their job and trusting each other on the field. So once we trust each other on the field to do their job and hold everyone accountable, the sky's the limit for the defense and the sky's the limit for the team.
Are you a big-time talker on the field? I'm not talking about to the other team, but to your teammates, and you a big-time leader, communicator?
Yes, I love communicating. I love to be on one page with everyone, you know, just in case something goes wrong or with the call or someone hit the wrong call or something. If it's the wrong call, we all playing the same call. So we won't look crazy, we won't be a bust play. So we'll all look as one. So I'm always willing to, and I'm always asking what to call, and I'm always trying to get the call out to people.
It looks like that, and this occurs to me. I guess that's just part of it. I mean, you're a veteran guy that's had a great deal of success. Are you starting to take over a bit of a leadership role, not just in that secondary, but on that defensive side of the football?
I'm just feeling my way in. You know, I'm not going to say I'm quite of a leader on this team, and I know who I am as a player, and I know my knowledge in the years my experience can help. But also, you know, like I said, I'm new to the team, so I come to the team with an open mind and an open hand, and just sit here and listen to the guys and listen to the coaches and fall in line with the team.
He's Xavier Rhodes via the Andy Moore Automotive Group hotline. I've got to know this, and you can explain it to the folks out there listening, the Colts fans. How much does it help? And I'll single out DeForest Buckner, but you got guys in front of you that are also playing at a high level right now. How much does that help what you guys are doing in the secondary when those guys in front of you are playing at such a high level?
I mean, it's all one. You know, they play good in the front, we play good in the back, and vice versa. You know, and I was always told, you know, we need them just as much as they need us. So we play as one, you know, everyone will look good on the defense.
Xavier Rhodes with us. What's your thoughts on the Browns coming up on Sunday? Got a couple of really good wide receivers, one we hear about pretty much all the time. Your thoughts on what you're going to get at that position in the secondary on Sunday?
Just look forward to these guys trying to get their playmakers the ball. You watch film on these guys, that's exactly what they're doing. They have a bunch of playmakers on that field. They're going to try to make plays, try to make the game as hard as they can for us and make it difficult for us to win the game. But we need to buckle down and pay attention and pay attention to our keys, get the call, play fast and aggressive, and then let them. The sky's the limit from there. We can just play, you know, the end of the game at the end of the time.
Are you expecting a lot of time on Beckham Jr. on Sunday, Xavier?
I don't know. I don't know. I don't get the game plan until we don't know the game plan. Yeah.
I gotta get you on Thursday then. I want to hear about the damn game plan.
Yeah. I don't know. Yeah, they ain't tell us anything quite yet. So it's just the only thing I know of right now. You know, these guys, of what I've seen, you know, these guys are pretty good. You know, they get knowing that Nick Chubbs is out, but Kareem Hunt is coming in. He's still good. They still got a good run game, and as we know, they have good receivers and a good tight end, so we had to just buckle down and try to cover these guys and limit them from making plays, as many plays as they made throughout their career.
Well, let me tell you this. They're still running the football yesterday against Dallas. I mean, that was incredible what they did on the ground offensively yesterday.
Yeah, I mean, Kareem Hunt is a really good running back. You know, when he was with KC, right?
Yep.
Yeah, Casey, he was pretty great there. So he just came and doing what he do best, and that's run the ball and be a run threat. So we have to try to limit that and also limit the playmakers at the wideout.
I know you're probably going to end up telling me that everything's the same and you're just trying to do your job when you're out there. But when you get one of these, how shall I say it, very hyped up, prolific wide receivers, do you get a little extra juiced in those games?
I'm gonna be honest. I really don't pay attention to the hype or the media or anything. You know, I try to stay off all of that. I try to go in each and every week with the same mentality. You know, only way I probably get hyped up is like a friend or a family member call my phone and tell me, oh, you got Odell or you got Julio or something. That's the only way. But no one has called my phone. I've been busy all day with massages and everything. So I you're literally the first person I have spoken on the phone with today.
Well, I'm honored. I am absolutely honored with that. That's funny, man. That is. I knew you were going to say that, and you know you've been on here now 4 weeks, and I got your vibe a little bit on how you approach things. So I kind of knew you were going to say that. But when you get guys that are talked about that much, and you know, it kind of makes you wonder if you may get a little extra juice going into it like that. So.
Yeah, you just don't want to overthink it and overdo it. You know, you just try your best to just go in that week and do your job and read your keys. You know, these guys, those type of guys like Julio's and Odell's and all the top tier receivers out there in the league, you try like not to feed into the hype, because once you do that, man, you lose control of yourself, you lose control of your mind, and you're not too much focused on your assignment. So you try to stay as poised as possible.
If you're not careful, you're going to be a calming influence on my life here. I like it. I need that. I need that. Hey, great job. Congratulations on the honor last week as AFC Defensive Player of the Week and your team being 3-1. And we'll talk at you next week. Thank you, Xavier.
All right, thank you.
That's Xavier Rhodes of the Colts on the Andy Moore Automotive Group hotline. It's kind of funny when you talk to these guys. You kind of get to know them a little bit. I knew when I asked him about getting extra juiced up for, you know, Odell Beckham Jr., I knew how he was going to answer it. So it just kind of makes you wonder, right? I mean, you just hear so much, and you can shut everything off, and you're still probably going to hear about that. You know, one of his friends are going to call and say, hey, you're going to get locked up with Beckham Jr., what do you think? And then all bets are off. Xavier Rhodes on the Andy Moore Automotive Group hotline. All right, I'm going to take a quick break, and I'm going to come back, and I've got a load of people to thank. I've got calls to take at 239-1070. You guys just prove it to me every day you're the absolute best. You know, people ask me all the time, you know, did you ever have any aspirations of, you know, doing anything more than what you're doing or, you know, going to higher levels? You know, my aspirations growing up, you know, coming from Owensburg and in GC, how I grew up, and our only communications course was journalism back then. And, you know, I used to do, you know, play radio stations with a couple of different cassette players and DJ stuff like that up. You know, my only thing I ever wanted to do was come here. And, you know, for the past, 16 years since I took over my own show, and then, you know, obviously going back 6 years prior to that with Mark on the other station, the one thing that I've certainly understood is this is where I've always wanted to be, because you guys are great. I mean, we do stuff like this to benefit Teachers Treasures. People step up. I mean, the relationships I have as friends, as business partners, it has been awesome. And it remains to be awesome. And that's always my answer. I mean, I kind of just want to be just me, how I grew up. And, you know, want to be around Indianapolis. I want to talk to the folks around Indianapolis. It was always such a big deal to get Indianapolis radio stations back in the day, get Indianapolis TV where I was from. And this is where I always wanted to be. And days like today reinforce that decision-making. It really does. Of why I wanted to be here, because we're out here for Teachers Treasures, for teachers, educators. Those right now, it's tough. It's as tough as it's ever been. And you know what? You guys around here step up big. Listeners, you know, as I mentioned, business partners, advertisers, friends, and basically everybody in this room is a friend, and it's awesome. That's a great feeling. That really is, man. It does. It squashes a lot of the negative, and we live in a world of a lot of negative, but it's days like today that reinforces why I want to be here. Makes you feel really good to your core. Really does. Quick break, and we'll come back. Your calls to end things. We'll get you set for Colts Roundtable coming up at the top of the hour, and a lot of thank yous to hand out on the 8th annual JMV Sucks Golf Outing. Live from Legends in Franklin, 93.5, 107.5, and 1070 The Fan.
This football season, tune in to The Fan each week for the latest football news with reports from Darius Butler and Xavier Rhodes, all powered by PointsBet Sportsbook.
Hey, it's Big Joe for your trusted local independent American Standard heating and air conditioning dealer, Marshall Mechanical. Mark Chester says Marshall Mechanical wants to make your family safer and healthier.
When you think about indoor air quality, we think of things like allergies, germs in your house, viruses, and we have a variety of devices that can help resolve and eliminate those threats in your home.
And they have a free device giveaway during October. Just go to callthemarshallnow.com or call 317-738-5940. Marshall Mechanical is your trusted local independent American Standard heating and air conditioning dealer.
Champions are made in October, and BetMGM Sports is giving new customers a chance to win $100 in free bets when they place a $1 bet on the Falcons-Packers game. And if either team scores a touchdown, you win. And use bonus code WFNI100. Now, all you have to do is sign up, make your first wager to take advantage of this offer. Now, with basketball and baseball seasons coming to exciting conclusions, there's never been a better time to find out why BetMGM Sports is the king of sportsbooks. Go all in on the action with parlay bonus payouts, boosted odds specials, daily promotions, and so much more. Download the BetMGM app today or go to BetMGM.com and use bonus code WFNI100 to win $100 in free bets when you wager $1 on Broncos-Jets game, and if either team scores a touchdown, you win. Visit BetMGM.com for terms and conditions. 21 years or older to wager. If you or someone you know has a gambling problem and wants help, call 1-800-9-WITH-IT. 1-800-9-WITH-IT. Interesting times, Indy. It's good to know Rhino Shield's helping folks end their painting worries like they did with Rich.
Aluminum siding built in 1961, and we wanted to change the color.
Our crews always follow Indiana's guidelines on social distancing. We work outside while you're safe inside.
It's hard to paint aluminum siding and get a good adhesion with regular paint, so Rhino Shield was great.
Right now is the perfect time to get 20% off the 25-year guaranteed protection of Rhino Shield.
They came on a Saturday and power washed, and in 2 full days, they worked on a Monday and were completely done by Tuesday.
Call today for a free virtual presentation and ask for our showcase homes near you where you can see our finished product from the safety of your car. Here's Rhino Shield's Shane Smith.
Call me at 888-RHINO-41. That's 888-RHINO-41.
Protect your family and we'll protect your home for the next 25 years.
Hey, don't Rhino, go Rhino Shield. Never paint your house again. Rhino Shield.
We buy any car. We buy any car. We buy any car. Any.
Trading in or selling your car, truck, or SUV? WeBuyAnyCar.com takes the hassle out of selling in just 3 easy steps. 1. Get your free online valuation. 2. Drive to your local car buying center. And 3. Walk out with your check in as little as 30 minutes. So don't wait. Get your free online valuation now at WeBuyAnyCar.com.
Find out how much your car's worth at WeBuyAnyCar.com.
Amazon is now hiring near you. We're looking for team members who know that delivering important packages is important work. Ready to work hard to make someone's every day? Ready for benefits and flexible shifts? Immediate hourly roles are available at Amazon.com/apply. That's Amazon.com/apply. Amazon is an equal opportunity employer.
Hey Indy, check out the brand new concept called Lady Jane's Haircuts for Men. The new store is now open in Greenwood on State Road 135, just north of Smith Valley Road. Take advantage of the grand opening special. Haircuts are absolutely free. Lady Jane's is unreal. TVs everywhere, comfy leather recliners, and the best stylists in Indy. Lady Jane's in Greenwood on State Road 135, just north of Smith Valley Road. Walk in anytime, 7 days a week. Lady Jane's Haircuts for Men in Greenwood. It's wicked awesome.
Hi, I'm Ryan Kelly with thehomeloanexpert.com. We can get you pre-approved and locked in the same day and have you closed in 30 days or less. Thehomeloanexpert.com.
Hey, join me tomorrow. We're going to talk a ton of Colts with Matt Taylor, the voice of the Colts, Mike Chappell, the dean of writers around here, and Jason Bennett is going to join and talk whatever he wants tomorrow, noon to 3.
The Ride with JMV.
Just an average guy with exceptional hair.
93.5 and 107.5 The Fan.
Outing. Awesome, the 8th annual. Isaiah did a great job back at the station, too. Xavier Rhodes of the Colts just with us, podcast 1075thefan.com. Joins us every Monday. Anthony Walker, linebacker, joins me coming up on Wednesday. 239-1070 is the number. Let me Kyle up next. Hello, Kyle. How are you?
Hey, how you doing, man?
Great, Kyle. Go ahead.
Hey, so I understand it's kind of the way it is now to compare people to other people, but Bob Sanders was a dominant tone setter. He changed the game just with 2 or 3 plays, and I think people forget that. He was a shining star for about 3 years, and I'll sit and watch some highlights on YouTube, and he would make those impact plays to just change the game.
Yep. Hey, thank you, Kyle, for the call. I don't really get the Julian Blackmon to Bob Sanders feel right there, but I could end up being wrong. A lot of people are suggesting that. Give me a Captain Everyman before we get to Ted Bishop here. Captain Everyman, hello.
Hey, how you doing, JMV?
Good. Are you going to rip on Phillip Rivers?
Well, I feel like I'm the voice of reason on your show sometimes, and nobody else has that. The cost of something is what you give up to get it, and I think they gave up too much switching Brissett and put him on a bench and bring Rivers in because Rivers is good at making those routine plays, but his big play capability is about 0. And in the red zone, he's just totally ineffective. I was looking, and Colts are 28th in the NFL for touchdowns per game.
Yeah, that's got to get better. And the red zone efficiency certainly has to get better. There's no doubt.
Well, that tells the whole story about him. He's got this incredible completion percentage, but when he gets down, close to the 20-yard line, it doesn't matter anymore. You can complete as many passes as you want, but if they're not the passes into the end zone, what good are they?
That's Captain. Yeah, go ahead. I'm sorry. Go ahead. Finish.
No, I didn't mean to interrupt you. I was going to say that that's what people forget about last year. Brissett could extend those plays in the red zone and find somebody open, or he could I remember some of his plays he made where he pump fake the linebacker and run right by him. Rivers not going to do that. So that when we get into the red zone with Rivers, the defense is not really as stretched or stressed anymore as it was last year, and that's why our red zone officially dropped off, but that's not a surprise because it was like that in San Diego. It was like that with the Chargers last year.
Right.
Because they averaged fewer points than we did last year.
Every man, I got to bail here. I'm going to get to your points coming up tomorrow. You can call back tomorrow. I need to close with Ted Bishop here, every man, but thank you. You can call back tomorrow. We can go anti-Phillip Rivers if you want to about it. We'll get to that coming up tomorrow. Ted Bishop rejoins us here, the PGA professional here at Legends. Thank you very much for a great time.
Hey, thanks for being here. We had a great day.
It's awesome. Absolutely awesome. I am so happy with this. I mean, just great. I'm telling you what, it's great. Thank you very much for all you've done.
I think everybody had a good time.
There's no doubt about that. So we got everything got auctioned off, and it is all good. Now, remind folks that still want to play golf, today was the perfect day to do so, and you have many perfect days coming up here, how they can get a hold of you, how can they get on the course and get around it.
Yeah, I think the best way, John, would be to go to our website, thelegendsgolfclub.com. You can book a tee time online 24/7, or you can call us at 317-736-8186.
Brad Dickey put on the show. How about that?
You know what? He was a little bit modest about his son, Damon, who is truly one of the best high school golfers in the state of Indiana.
He is.
And that's one of the reasons I really wanted to
coach that team because I wanted to be able to coach him for a couple of years. And, of course, we lost last spring. But he's going to go to Butler on a full ride to play golf, and he will be a great addition to the Bulldogs.
Really? Wow, that's awesome, though. So is he a basketball player?
Yeah, he's a starting point guard as well. Good athlete, great
That's
kid.
not bad. That is not bad. Brad Dickey, we go back a long way. He is a great dude. Great dude. They got stuff going between, I know, Brad Dickey and then Coach Sable. Because my daughter and his daughter Suri are really good friends in the same class. They got some really good things going on athletically over there, don't they?
We do. I mean, I'll tell you what, I'd be remiss if we didn't also give Bill Doty, the athletic director at Franklin Community, some accolades.
Yep.
I mean, Bill has been the AD now for 2 or 3, 4 years, and he's just done a great job. And as a coach, to have the support that we get from him for a minor sport like boys and girls golf is outstanding. We appreciate him.
Speaking of outstanding, great. Thank you, Ted. That's Ted Bishop right there, the Legends. Let's do it again next year.
You got it.
All right, thank you. Ted Bishop, Legends, the JMV golf outing has been just spectacular. Thank you, Ted, for all that you do. Hey, Tom Watson, too, right? Coming up in November. I'll be ready for that before the Masters. All right. My thanks. I got a lot of people to thank here. Ted, obviously, and the great folks here at Legends. Larceny Bourbon, that's Heaven Hill Distillery. Brent Holverson, Randy Strand, the absolute best. The title sponsor, in fact. The Colts, B Windows, BSN Sports, PAI, WeGrowHairIndy.com. John and Chris Love Heating and Air Conditioning. Yingling Beer, thank you. And the brand new low-calorie Flight, that's 95 calories. Thank you, Yingling. And everybody that has been here today, all of our guests, and my friends from Enterprise stopped in here. That was awesome today, too. Reed and the gang, thank you very much. Reed and Paul, just a great group of folks. And we also, my Brian Neer, Indiana Farm Bureau Insurance, my agent was here playing today. It was great, really was. And again, thank you so much for all that you've done for us to benefit Teachers Treasures. Margaret, thank you very much as well. Listeners, I appreciate it. Phelan, great job from you. Thank you, Kyle Unimark was out here, and Isaiah, great job from you. All right, coming up next, it's Colts Roundtable. Matt Taylor and the gang, that is at the top of the hour. I'm back with you tomorrow on 93.5, 107.5, and 1070 The Fan.
The Colts defense took care of business in Chicago.
It is picked off in the comeback in by the Colts, Julian Blackman. The Colts have their first takeaway on defense.
Now it's on to Cleveland to battle the surging Browns. Our coverage starts Sunday at 1:30. Matt Taylor with the kickoff at 4:25. Then talk about it after the game with Greg Rakestraw on the fifth quarter. 93.5 and 107.5 The Fan. Your home for Colts football.
Hey, it's JMV. The largest and best medical hair restoration clinic in the Midwest is now open. PAI's We Grow Hair Indy new office is on the first floor in the Pyramids Building number 2. This is a great time to get your hair and confidence back. Here's Darren Andrews to explain what you'll find in We Grow Hair Indy's new facility.
We look forward to seeing you at our larger and more spacious facility. We now offer more comfort and space to help you grow your hair back. From the Artist Robotic FUE and our trademark procedure multi-unit hair grafting to the new FDA-approved Synetics lasers and PRP. Rest assured, we have the technology and experience to give you the best results.
Do what I did. Call 888-724-5129 for a free in-person or virtual evaluation right now. Call 888-724-5129 and see my results at WeGrowHairIndy.com. That's 888-724-5129. WeGrowHairIndy.com. Grow your hair back today.
Bowling, 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 keep them balls a-rolling. Bowling, 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 Royal Pin.
Bowling's back. Same great game, new rules. And Royal Pin Entertainment wants to help you put the fa-la-la back into your corporate Christmas event. Royal Pin Entertainment offers the perfect combination of food and fun. At Royal Pin, you don't have to be a super athlete to have a blast, and everyone's on the team when you're bowling. It's time to get jolly, and Royal Pin has all the trimmings your company needs to make this year's Christmas event the best ever. It's always comfy in their modern entertainment centers, and bowling's guaranteed to create team spirit. and glad tidings. Let Royal Pin organize your company's Christmas event. For more information, download the Open Lane app, call 465-8484, or look them up at royalpin.com.
Royal Pin.
Hey, it's Rob Belushi from Bill Estes Ford in Brownsburg. I have a pumpkin spice latte in my hand. The leaves are falling and the air is crisp. Brian, you know what that means?
Yeah, dude. It's truck month.
Well, for sure, Brian. But October is also baseball playoffs.
No, truck month.
Brian, my birthday is in October.
Truck month. We have to sell over 135 new and nearly new trucks this month.
Truck month means we have 85 new F-150 XLTs. You save $14,000 on all of them. Also, you pay up to $3,000 less than Kelley Blue Book on over 50 pre-owned trucks.
We have 40 new Escapes. You save $7,000 on all of them and get $2,000 more for your trade.
I know you love Truck Month, Brian, but don't you need to take your kids out on Halloween?
My kids don't go trick-or-treating, Rob. They go trick-or-trucking.
Well, bye-bye October, hello Trucktober. During Truck Month, get up to $3,000 below Kelley Blue Book on any pre-owned truck, $14,000 off any new F-150 XLT, $7,000 off any new Escape. Your key is waiting at Bill Estes Ford in Brownsburg.
Place your legal sports bets at BetRivers.com, your new home for sports betting. Millions of betting options a year on the sports you love. We offer live in-game betting on major sporting events worldwide. Tons of bets available during games, from money lines, prop bets, and many more. Use one of our 12 easy deposit methods to get in on the action. And when you win, we offer fast and reliable withdrawals. Sign up now, and we'll match your first deposit up to $250. More bets, better odds, more action. Place your sports bets at BetRivers.com. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-9-WITH-IT. 1-800-994-8448.
Sports Center updates on the Fan are brought to you by Big O Tires. Save up to $150 off sets of Big O brand tires now through October 11th. Only at your locally owned and operated Big O Tires, the team you trust.
This is Indy Sports Center. WFNI, WIBC HD2, W298BB, WIBC HD3, W228CX, Indianapolis. Your home for Colts football.
Gonna walk it way downfield. It's Mo Alley Cox for the catch. Gain of 33 for Mo Alley Cox.
93.5 and 107.5 The Fan. Welcome to Colts Roundtable Live on 93.5 and 107.5 The Fan.
We'll have the guys who sacrifice. We'll have the guys who compete. It's just going to come down to focus.
Cuts back. He's at the 5. Touchdown, Marlon Mack.
We're talking Colts and recapping the action.
He's at the 10. 5. Stumbles in the end zone. Touchdown. Touchdown. T.Y. Hilton.
I have never freaking wavered one day on this job that we're not going to win and win big and do it the right way. Not one.
It's got the distance. It's good. It's good. The Colts have won it. The Colts have won it.
Now here's the voice of the Colts, Matt Taylor, live from the Power Home Solar Radio Studio.
Good evening and welcome to Colts Roundtable Live, presented by Citizens Energy Group. Proud to be the Colts conservation partner. Find winning conservation tips at citizensenergygroup.com. I'm Matt Taylor, and the Colts are 3-1 after an impressive 19-11 win over the Bears in week number 4. And the Colts are on a 3-game winning streak for the first time since October of last year. The Colts also snap a 6-game road losing streak with the win in Chicago. And once again in the game, the Colts had all 3 phases playing well. They chipped in, doing their part, but the defense shined the brightest. The Colts held the Bears to 11 points on the day, racked up 3 tackles for loss, had a sack from Justin Houston, 7 passes defensed and a pick, and they limited Chicago to just 4 for 14 on third down. And the Colts have held their last 3 opponents to 11 points or less, which is the first time that's happened since 2013. And on the year, the Colts have allowed just 945 total yards, which is the fewest in 4 games to start a season in the Indy era. And it's also the fewest yards in the first 4 games of a season in the entire NFL since the 2010 Baltimore Ravens. You have to go back 10 years to find a team that did it better than the Colts on defense through 4 games. And the Colts' opponents on the season have scored only 56 points. That's the fewest total points allowed by the Colts in the first 4 games of a season, again, since 2013, and the 4th fewest since the team moved to town back in 1984. The Colts notched another takeaway on Sunday, a pick by rookie safety Julian Blackmon, his first career INT. That occurred in the 4th quarter with the Colts leading by 13 points. So then after that, the Colts offense took the field. They went on a clock-draining drive that consumed over 7 minutes, consisting of 13 plays covering 66 yards. And that drive ended with a field goal by Rodrigo Blankenship as the Colts went up 16 points with just over 3 minutes to go. And the Colts offense obviously had to fight for every single yard against a very good Bears defense on Sunday. The Colts were just 1 for 4 inside the red zone, but 4 field goals by Blankenship were good enough to keep the Bears at bay, who struggled on offense because, again, of that great Colts defense. We'll recap Week 4 more in just a bit with former Colts coach and Colts color analyst Rick Venturi and former Colts offensive lineman Joe Reitz. And, of course, we want to hear from you tonight as well. On Twitter, interact with us and submit a thought or a question to the show. Tweet it using hashtag Colts Roundtable. And with the quarter of the season in the books, it's our pleasure to welcome in the general manager of the Colts, Chris Ballard, to the show for a quarterly check-in on the Colts. And, Chris, really appreciate the time. And before we get into the first 4 games, that was a great win on Sunday. How physical of a game was that? I mean, how grueling of a win was that for the Colts to grind that out against the Bears?
Yeah, I mean, look, Chicago's got a good football team. We knew it was going to be, that type of game. They're really good on defense. And, we think we're pretty good on defense too. So we knew, what we were getting into, and Frank and the players and the coaches did a great job, getting them ready for, the type of game that it was going to be. And it was a tough physical ball game, and, good that we came out on top.
After 3 wins in a row, Chris, how pleased are you with the complimentary football the team is playing with right now?
Yeah, I mean, look, we got a lot to work on, Matt. We're playing some good football, but we got a lot of things to work on. Just a quarter of the season, gone by. We hadn't done anything yet as far as I'm concerned, and I think the team has the same mentality. 3-1 is a great start, but we still got 12 more games to go, and this is a long season and a long grind. And I think Frank's really good about this with the message to the team that it's on to the next game. We're on to the next game and the next opponent, and that's Cleveland, and that's where our focus is on right now.
Chris Ballard is with us, the GM of the Indianapolis Colts, and the new players that joined the team in the draft, free agency, coming over in trades. They seem to be playing very well. Guys like Phillip Rivers, DeForest Buckner, and Jonathan Taylor, Xavier Rhodes, Julian Blackmon, just to name a few. Are you happy with the overall new talent that you've infused into this team this year?
Yeah, they've all fit in well. They've all worked. They're playing some good football. I think they'd all tell you that there's things that they want to do better, each and every one of them. But, right now and especially under the circumstances when we didn't have an off season, it was all done virtually. But all of them came ready to go and in shape and ready to compete and be a part of this team. I mean, I think the one thing I can say about all of them is they're all really good teammates. They're fitting into what we want to do, both offensively, defensively, and on special teams. So no, we're happy with all those guys.
With Phillip, Chris, how has he adapted to the team, and are you getting the play out of him that you envisioned when you signed him back in March?
Every game's different, Matt. So there's a way to win every football game. And, Frank and the staff do a tremendous job early in the week of figuring out what we need to do and relaying that message to the team. I know, you judge quarterbacks by wins, plain and simple. Did we do what it takes to win the game? And I think Phillip's playing really at a high level. He's completing over 70% of his throws. He had a couple turnovers in the first game, but in the last 3 games, other than the one botch by, whenever he hit Mo and it bounced off Mo and the pick versus Minnesota, he's been playing pretty flawless football and made some really big third down throws this week, versus Chicago. So, no, we couldn't be more happy with to have Phillip here in Indianapolis.
That's Chris Ballard, the general manager of the Indianapolis Colts, with us tonight on Colts Roundtable Live here on 93.5 and 107.5 The Fan. How about the rookie class itself, Chris? Where are you seeing the most payoff from those first-year Colts?
Well, I mean, they're young players. And with young players, you're going to have good moments and you're going to have, moments that you wish, they'd do better. But, we're pleased with all of them where they're at. We thought Pittman was coming on before the injury. We'll get him back and, he'll get back to playing, but he was making a pretty good impact. You saw it especially in the Jet game and versus Minnesota on third down. We thought he was really coming on, and hopefully we'll get him back in a few weeks. Jonathan is had some good games. We thought he ran the ball really well this last week. And then Julian Blackmon's been good, coming off the knee and really inserting him into the lineup after Hooker went down. We thought Jonathan's done, some really good. Blackmon's done some really good things. And all of our rookies have had, some good moments. Glasgow had a block punt this last week. We think we liked him in that role. When we drafted him as a special team player, and he's getting better. Still has a way to go, but he's getting better, and making, blocking that punt was a big moment. And then Rogers is getting some valuable play time, and I think he's been close on a couple returns. His speed's pretty evident when he's out playing. So no, we're very pleased with all this. They're working to get better, and that's all we can ask right now.
That's Chris Ballard with us, the general manager of the Indianapolis Colts. The defense, number one in the NFL and basically every major category, but total yards and points, that's really what it's all about. They've given up just 29 points in the last 3 games. And I know you had confidence in that group going into the season, Chris, but, did you see them playing this well through the first quarter of the season?
Well, let's preface this by saying it's a quarter.
Sure.
Okay.
Sure.
It's a quarter of
doubt.
the season. We got a long way to go. Let me tell you how I judge defensive play. How many points is the opponent scoring? Because that's the number one stat. You can talk about every stat you want.
Yeah.
But when you don't let them score points, that's the number one stat. And then are we taking the ball away? Those two things are two things I think we have to do. And I think we're doing a really good job of it right now. We got a long way to go. We got a lot of stuff still to clean up. But we're very pleased with where they're at and where we're going. We got a really tough test coming up against a very explosive Cleveland Browns team this weekend.
How impressed are you, or have you been, with the next man up philosophy this season? You've had a lot of injuries, but your depth has really stepped up so far this year.
Yeah, at the end of last year, I thought I really failed our coaches by not having, enough in the, on our practice squad, and nothing against the guys that ended up having to go in, but we were having, some last second changes that, our level of play fell off. And it's going to happen. The attrition, the injuries and attrition happens during the season. It happens to every team in the league. And you got to be prepared for it. And our scouts and our staff have done a really good job making sure we have replacements, here in place that can play. And our coaching staff has done a tremendous job working with the entire roster, making sure they're getting the work they need. So if they're asked upon to play, they can succeed in that role. We've talked about this a lot, but every guy's a starter in my mind, because the second somebody goes down, he's in that role playing. So they've got to think of it that way. You never know when it's going to happen, but at some point in the season, it usually happens.
General Manager Chris Ballard is joining us here on Colts Roundtable Live. If you have a question for him, you can tweet it in real quick using hashtag Colts Roundtable. Handful of folks have done that before the show or during this interview here, Chris. Let's go to Mac real quick. He's asking, what has Matt Eberflus changed or adjusted in our defense to make it this dominant so far? Well,
I'll say this. We got a philosophy. Matt's got a philosophy. Just do what we do better. And I believe in that also. We emphasize the fundamentals of what we're doing over and over again, and we got to do it better. I wouldn't say what we do is really complicated, but there's some disguise elements in it. But we're not doing much different than we did last year. We're just doing it better.
All right, let's go to Frank. Is Mo Alley-Cox breaking out so far this season, and was it just a matter of opportunity for him?
Well, look, Mo has come a long way. This being his fourth season from when he first put on a helmet and shoulder pads in 2017 for us. And I think every year we've seen, it's one of the really cool things to watch when you watch a player work as hard and as diligently as Mo did. You watch him at practice, and even when he's not taking a rep, he's taking a rep mentally. He is dialed in at all times. And, I thought it could happen. When the opportunity presented itself, he took advantage of it. And he took advantage of it because he was prepared for it. He has worked his tail off, every year and every off season to get better. And, it's been fun to watch. I'm proud of the kid, proud to, and excited to keep watching him grow and produce for us.
All right, final one from Matt. How has DeForest Buckner changed the tone and the atmosphere of how the defense practices?
Yeah, that's good. That's a good question. So we knew this when we made the trade for DeForest. We had heard out of San Francisco that, the way he practices and shows up each and every day is the same, just like game day. And sometimes it doesn't catch on right at first, but eventually everybody follows suit. And, DeForest has been exactly, and even more than I expected. But he's in the building every day by 6:30. He's got a great routine that he follows. And then practice is like a game to DeForest. He is a really true pro.
Yeah.
And we feel very fortunate to have him.
Indeed. That is Chris Ballard with us, the general manager of the Indianapolis Colts. Chris, thanks for the time tonight. Really appreciate the quarterly update. I know we love it. The fans love it. And best of luck in quarter 2 this week against Cleveland.
All right, brother. Appreciate it.
That's Chris Ballard, the GM of the Indianapolis Colts, on Colts Roundtable Live tonight, presented by Citizens Energy Group. Save at home on monthly bills when you conserve water and energy. For money-saving tips, visit citizensenergygroup.com. Again, you can join the show tonight. Tweet your questions the rest of the way using hashtag Colts Roundtable. Former Colts coach Rick Venturi and former Colts offensive lineman Joe Wrights will join me coming up on the next segment. Recap of the big win over the Bears. The Colts are 3-1, and this is Colts Roundtable Live, presented by Citizens Energy Group on 93.5 and 107.5 The Fan.
Hey, Colts fans, all season long, play our new Pick 6 predictive game presented by Caesars Rewards. Pick 6 is free to play on the Colts app and is your chance to show off your Colts knowledge for a chance to win great prizes, including a VIP trip to a Caesars property in Las Vegas. Each week, you will answer 6 questions about the game and follow along to see if you're a winner. It's that simple. Pick 6, presented by Caesars Rewards. Must be 21 years or older to play.
Bigger than any box score, local sports are a victory for the entire community. Building up leaders, breaking down barriers, connecting generations, teaching integrity, blazing a trail, sparking our economy. That's why Meijer sponsors hundreds of local sports teams throughout the Midwest. From Little League to the big leagues, uniforms to stadiums, Meijer knows when we support the home team, we all win.
If the grind, whine, and squeal of your vehicle's power steering makes you cringe every time you reach for the wheel, then grab Lucas Power Steering Stop Lead. Lucas's unique formula fixes most worn rack and pinions, pumps, and gearboxes, making them perform like new. Using Lucas Power Steering Stop Lead, you'll find it eliminates squeals, seal leaks, and rough spots, and it's 100% guaranteed. So there's no reason to use anything but Lucas Power Steering Stop Lead. Lucas Oil. It works.
Hey, Colts fans, if you're planning a wedding, corporate event, social event, or nonprofit charity event, the all-new Bullseye Event Center is the place for you. The Bullseye Event Center is 9,500 square feet of event space with 3 retractable glass garage doors that open up to decks and green space with dramatic views of Lucas Oil Stadium and the downtown skyline. The home of the VIP Colts tailgate presented by Hayes & Sons is now the place for your special event. For more info, visit bullseyeeventgroup.com.
When you're catching some Z's, CBS 4 This Morning is hard at work gathering the latest news, weather, and traffic so you can be prepared before you get out of bed. Catch Angela, Nick, Star, and Rachel weekdays on CBS 4 This Morning.
Catch me, Chris Whitley.
And me, Chris Hagan.
On FanDuel Blue Zone as we break down what you need to know for each Colts game into bite-sized morsels.
Bite-sized? But I'm hungry.
Okay, how about extra large?
You better be buying.
Get everything you need for Colts kickoff with FanDuel Blue Zone. Sunday mornings on CBS 4.
Hey Colts Nation, Anthony Costanzo here. On the field, it takes a lot of energy to hold the line, but at home, I'm all about conservation. Check out these 3 tips to help you save energy and money. 1. Before cranking up the heat, wear layers to stay warm. 2. Install a programmable thermostat to lower settings at night and when you aren't home. And 3, change your furnace filter regularly for system efficiency. Thanks to the official conservation partner of the Indianapolis Colts, Citizens Energy Group, for these tips.
We now return to Colts Roundtable Live. Once again, here's Matt Taylor from the Power Home Solar Radio Studio.
Welcome back here on Colts Roundtable Live on 93.5 and 107.5 The Fan. The Colts are 3-1 on the season after the big win over the Bears on Sunday. Tonight's broadcast is brought to you by CBS 4. News does not stop when you go to sleep. Get caught up with Angela, Nick, Starr, and Rachel on CBS 4 this morning. I'm Matt Taylor, and big thanks again to the general manager of the Indianapolis Colts, Chris Ballard, for joining the show on the first segment tonight. If you missed any of that, the show will be posted in its entirety coming up in just a bit on Colts.com, the Colts mobile app, and iTunes and Spotify, anywhere else you get podcasts. But joining me now are the former Colts coach and radio color analyst Rick Venturi, and former Colts offensive lineman Joe Reitz. And Joe, that was about as hard-fought of a game as you can get, my man. You've been part of games like that. How sore, how banged up are you after a bloodbath in the trenches like the Colts had yesterday against the Chicago Bears?
Oh, my guys in the O-line are hurting today, but it's one where you're hurting with a smile on your face because you got the win. And, I mean, that was an AFC North game, right? It was in NFC North. It was in Chicago, but, I mean, it reminded me of just a rough, tough, physical game. And what is awesome, Coach and I were talking about a little bit, we beat the Bears at their own game. We out-toughed them. We punched them in the mouth. We played cleaner football. We sustained throughout the game. And when I look at this, I think the defense carried the day, and it was awesome. But we still played complimentary football. First drive of the game, get a stop. Glasgow comes in, block punt, great field position. We overcome some penalties, boom, 7-0, and the Bears were playing catch-up the rest of the day. And what I really liked is even though the offense sputtered at times, when push came to shove and Blackman got that big interception, it's 16-3. And as we knew from the week before, the Bears had 3 touchdowns in a hurry in Atlanta to win the game, and so they had some hope. There's 11 minutes in the game, and we go down the field, take over 7 minutes off the clock, run it all but one play, force them to take a timeout, and we kick that field goal, and the game is over. And so to me, while the offense didn't have their best day, when it mattered, we grinded out tough yards with 11 runs on that last drive, the big third down completion where Rivers was on to Trey Burton. And when it came to 4-minute football and winning the game, we did that in the fourth quarter. But collectively, another great performance. You get to 3-1 at the end of the first quarter, and you're feeling good if you're in that building at 56th Street today.
Rick, I know you were pretty happy after the game and a very impressive win over a good team. Up to that point, they were 3-0. So are you just as happy watching the tape today on the Colts?
Actually, I was and I am. And, you defined it in the pregame as a legitimate, this legitimizes it. This is a legitimizing bowl. And, I think that was number one. We took another step against a better opponent on the road. I'm with Joe. I thought it was a bloodbath inside. I mean, it was a vicious, violent, old school. I love it because this is the football that I knew and grew up in. And, the Colts proved that they can win a 60-minute grind-out, tough, ask no quarter, give no quarter. I thought that was tremendous. I thought Frank really showed him how to win yesterday. I thought his strategy, particularly offensively, knowing that the defense was just lights out again and the special teams was lights out, he found a strategy there not to stress anybody, to play tough, to keep banging away. And, when it came down to it, that 7-minute and 12-second drive was tremendous. Just a couple other thoughts. I thought that, Blackman is becoming an eraser. To start that 7-minute drive was his big interception, in which I'm now going to define as the orange zone. I'm not going to argue with the red zone people who say it starts at the 20, but that layer from the 30 to the 20 is just as important, and that's going to be the orange zone from now on. But that was a tremendous interception right there, to take it away from him, and then we go on that deal. And then my last thought, and it is today, and I always have an advanced look at them, is, you take another great challenge on the road with a much, much better, believe it or not, offensive football team in the Cleveland Browns.
Joe, this game was moved less than 24 hours before kickoff. It was bumped up to a 4:25 start from a 1 o'clock game. How much would that throw you off as a player to adjust to a new time for a game when you thought, hey, all week long I'm going to be playing at 1 o'clock?
More adjustment body-wise, but I tell you what, the fact that Chicago's Central, you're looking at a noon normal kickoff, which is earlier than that 1 o'clock. Sometimes teams will struggle in that Central because you're eating pregame meal at 8 o'clock. You got to get up and go. So I think it actually worked to our favor a little bit.
Yeah.
You sleep in a little bit more. We played the Jets at 4:30 last week, so honestly for us it kept us on the same schedule. So even though some fans probably had to rearrange their Sunday afternoon cookouts to watch the Colts game, I think it was good for a player. You get a little more sleep, and we went in there and played well. And I think another thing that isn't talked about much, but that was the first game with no fans, right? We've had fans both times at Lucas Oil. Jacksonville was the only stadium to have fans week 1, and so for the Colts it was a little bit different. They hadn't done that yet. The Bears had, so it could be a minor thing, but that can also throw you off if you're not mentally prepared for it. So I give our guys credit. They were ready to go with all the different circumstances that sometimes can throw people into a tailspin.
Yeah.
We played efficient and executed well, and hats off to the coaching staff for getting them ready and the players for executing with some different distractions.
Hey, the Colts official podcast channel, including podcasts and radio shows, press conferences, and player interviews, is available on iTunes, Spotify, and anywhere else you download podcasts. Listen to exclusive Colts radio and audio content on demand, and stay up to date on the Colts and do it on your schedule. All right, segment number 1 with the fellas, Joe Wrights and Rick Venturi. It's time now to get into After Further Review.
It's time to go under the hood.
After further review. After reviewing a play. After reviewing the play.
This is After Further Review.
After further review, we'll take a couple of instances or circumstances as it pertains to Sunday's game or big picture after a quarter of the season. Let's start off and talk about the defense, Rick. The Colts held the Bears to just 11 points. Chicago was 4 of 14 on third down. The Colts have held their last 3 opponents to 11 points or less. Last time that happened in Indianapolis was back in 2013. The Colts have allowed only 56 points in the first 4 games. That's the fewest total points allowed in the first 4 weeks by a Colts team, again, since 2013. The Colts defense here, Rick, through 4 games, a lot of ones next to their rankings in a lot of important categories. So the Colts defense after a quarter of the season, after further review.
Yeah, it's been tremendous, really. And it really started from between game 1 and game 2. When we say you make the biggest improvement of the season, that is the understatement of all times. I mean, the improvement from Jacksonville to now is incredible, and it's been a confluence to me of different factors. Number one, and we talk about it, there was a stylistic change. Matt has really changed, not so much the overall defense, but how you play it, and with the emphasis points. I mean, we're up in people's faces. I mean, the drastic changes in terms of percentage of completions from last year to this year, I don't even have time to go through it. But we have been unbelievable. The press, we played a little bit different, and I thought it was good yesterday, a little smarter because he was a deep thrower. There was a little bit more zone mix. I think that was really, really good. So there's been a stylistic change. But number two, what was really evident, I think, yesterday, even more than any of the 4 games, was the swarm, and that's what Eberflus has brought here. He's brought that system where he demands 11 guys running to the ball, and we were swarming yesterday. Even if the first guy missed, number 2, number 3, number 4 was there. I mean, we were flying. I think we've gotten corner play that has really surpassed expectations. Yassine came back and had a really good game yesterday, no question about it. Our big money guys, I mean, and Chris has put this together talent-wise. Our big money guys, basically when you look at Houston, you look at Buckner, and you look at Leonard, those guys are producing to the contracts. I mean, those guys are playmaking. They're dominating, and he's really put that together, no question about it. And we're getting it out of everybody. And then, maybe the steal of the draft, maybe the Blackman kid, because like I said, he is the eraser. He's made plays. He has eliminated the second level. I'll tell you what Blackman has allowed us to do. He has allowed us to match much tighter in our underneath zones. We're picking up people in the first level, which does at times open up those second levels, but that's becoming a no-fly zone back in there. You want to catch that ball? he'll make you pay for it. And you know what? He's got nothing but upside. He's only played a year of safety. I mean, and occasionally he'll take an angle that isn't quite there, and it's just because he hasn't done it. But he has made a huge difference to the middle of that defense.
I agree with everything, and I think this defense is transitioning a little bit from the good to great category. And you don't want to get ahead of your skis, but the fact is we allowed 27 points week 1 to Jacksonville, not a great offensive team. The last 3 weeks, the Colts have allowed 29 total points, and 16 of those were kind of garbage touchdowns yesterday, and then the one Minnesota had. You take that away, I mean, that's 13 points. I mean, half the teams in the NFL, 13 of the 26 that played yesterday, allowed more than 29 points. And, we'll see this week when we play Cleveland, who's averaging about 40 in their last 3 games. But this defense is doing elite-level stuff, and what I love about it is they're doing it together. Coach mentioned the swarm and how hard they're playing, but all 3 levels are tied together. And what I mean by that is the pass rush is getting home with 4 guys in that defensive line, which allows you to drop 7 into coverage and play tighter. The secondary is helping out the rush by playing tighter coverage and being there and not allowing plays. The 2 first third downs of the game, Rhodes and Yassine, both have great pass breakups. If one of those gets going and Chicago scores early, it could have been a completely different game. But, I tell you, Xavier Rhodes is really playing well. Yassine is playing well. And then, Coach, you mentioned Blackman. Boy, for his 3rd game in the NFL, a year playing safety, somebody that's still 10 months off an ACL and has some more explosiveness.
Yeah, just
as
amazing.
the season, continues to come on.
Yeah.
I mean, he's such a tough guy. Glad he got that interception. It kind of came right to him in the breadbasket, but he deserved it because he had been playing so well before that. So I'm excited about this defense. We have our stiffest test to date when going to Cleveland next week, but the way this defense has played last week, no reason to think they're not going to control the game.
All right, Joe Wright, stay right there with you because we're going to talk about the Colts offensive line. Great perspective coming from you. So on Sunday, Jonathan Taylor, Nyheim Hines, and Jordan Wilkins, the running backs, they combined for 107 rushing yards on 35 carries. The Bears had 9 tackles for loss. That's a bunch. They had a few more stuffs at the line of scrimmage as well. Phillip Rivers was sacked only once, but the Bears put a lot more pressure on Rivers than any other team has so far this season. So, Joe, as a former offensive lineman, the Colts O-line through a quarter of the season after further review.
I think the O-line has been good. I don't think they've been great, and I know there's been super high expectations for them. But I think it's also tough when you talk about the offensive line, and I know the Colts are, the bottom of the NFL in yards per carry, but the bottom line is teams are selling out to stop our run. The first drive of the second half, we had a 3rd and 1 with Wilkins, and Eddie Jackson, zips through the line of scrimmage. He basically took a gap and went. We just didn't have a hat for him. And when you're outmanned, when they have 7, 8, 9 guys in the box and you don't have that lineman, that's tough sledding sometimes, and you're going to get stuff behind the line. So I think what concerns me a little bit is the tackles for loss that we had yesterday and, 8 negative runs. But Bears are a darn good defense, and they were coming downhill hard. The Colts are going to continue to see that as the season goes on. But bottom line, number 17, Rivers, has been sacked 3 times on the year for 15 yards. That's it. 3 sacks through 4 games. That's pretty darn good. And the Colts are running the ball effectively. The yardage might not be there in the yards per carry, but they still called 38 runs yesterday. And Frank did a tremendous job of calling the game, controlling the game. And when we need to run the ball, we've run the ball. I think one area that this team will look at and continue to try to work on is those combination blocks. When you're scooping up and blocking 2 guys on a D lineman and then one comes off to the linebacker, I think our fits there could be a little bit better. But let's give Chicago credit. They're a fast downhill defense with a lot of Pro Bowl players in that front 7, and they were running around playing hard, and our guys went toe-to-toe, and we swung with them all day. And, again, in the fourth quarter when we needed to, 13-play drive, 7 minutes off the clock, 11 runs. Chicago knew it was coming. Everybody watching knew it was coming, and we were still running the ball effectively. That's what fired me most up about yesterday.
All right, well said. That's Joe Wright. Rick Venturi, your thoughts on the offensive line for the Colts after quarter of the season?
I think Joe's got it. I think one of the things that I thought the offensive line did a really good job of yesterday was protection. I mean, this was a team with 3 guys in that front that had 167 career sacks and 50 strips. And at the end of the day, we didn't have a turnover and we had 1 sack. Was the pocket, crushed at times? Yeah, but it wasn't a jailbreak. I thought they did well. It was a bloodbath. And the difference this year, and I think Frank is smart to do this, is you could run a lot of RPOs And if you get a heavy front, then you're going to throw the ball like we did that first game 46 times. What Frank said, and I knew Chuck would do this, he played a ton of 46. He loaded the box. He shot the gaps. He fired off the edge. He was going to do everything to stop it, and we still ran the ball 38 times. So we ran the ball into some very, very difficult situations. I agree with Joe, and I think this has been a problem last year, and it has carried over, is I think that we don't do a good job to the second level, and particularly when linebackers are firing or blitzing. I think we got to get off a lot quicker. We can't let those free hitters. It's not that you're going to get them knocked down, but we've got to do a much better job on firing linebackers and shooting linebackers. And I think we've got to do a much better job on protecting the edge on those nickel fires because, when teams see that, when Cleveland sees that, and Cleveland's not very good on defense, as good as they are on offense, they're not very good on defense. They're going to copy that. They're going to shoot that nickel all day long off that edge. So, but I think overall, I thought the protection, for who you were playing against now was pretty doggone good.
That's Rick Venturi. Joe writes as well. I'm Matt Taylor, and this is Colts Roundtable Live tonight. Reminder, a limited number of tickets are available for the Colts and Bengals game coming up at Lucas Oil Stadium on October the 18th. That's the next Colts home game. Reserve your seats now at Colts.com/tickets. All right, when we come back here on Colts Roundtable Live, Rick, Joe, and I, we're going to dive into your Twitter questions. Send them in right now using hashtag Colts Roundtable on social media. That's coming up next. This is Colts Roundtable Live, presented by Citizens Energy Group on 93.5 and 107.5 The Fan.
When I'm injured and need an MRI, there's no time to wait for answers. At Center for Diagnostic Imaging, I get the answers I need right away in a safe and comfortable outpatient center with easy scheduling and same-day appointments. With high-quality, accurate results, I can get back in the game faster. That's why I choose CDI, and so should you. CDI is the proud MRI provider of the Indianapolis Colts. Learn more and find a location near you at mycdi.com.
Some people are happy just winning, while others, they want more. I get that. And so does PointsBet. That's why PointsBet, the proud sportsbook partner of the Indianapolis Colts, gives you a faster, easier way to turn every Colts game into an epic victory. So, Colts fans, download the PointsBet app today and use promo code COLTS to get $120 in free bets when you bet $20 on any Colts game if they score at least 1 point. Must be present in Indiana. Must be 21 or older to play. Additional T's and C's apply. If you or someone you know has a gambling problem and wants help, call 1-800-GAMBLER. That's 1-800-9-WITH-IT if in Indiana.
Are you a super fan of the Indianapolis Colts? Then Colts Loyalty is the program for you. Colts Loyalty allows you to earn and redeem points for exclusive Colts prizes and experiences. Colts Loyalty rewards you for being a fan and allows you to earn points for the things you already do every day. It's easy to join and open to all Colts fans. Sign up for your free account via the Colts app or at Colts.com/loyalty and start earning points today.
We came to GetGo for lunch.
You gotta get to know GetGo. Look, they've got subs, wraps, burgers, chicken sandwiches, salads, all made fresh to order.
Is it good?
No, it's great. There are more than 100 fresh ingredients, so you can create and customize your perfect lunch.
I'm getting a salad. Whoa, hold up. They have antibiotic-free grilled chicken?
No antibiotics, ever.
Huh, who would have thought you could get that from GetGo?
Hello, I did.
Yes, you did.
GetGo Cafe and Market. Better, believe it.
When you need professionalism, efficiency, and productivity in the mechanical contractor, you need a member of Mechanical Contractors Association of Indiana, working with plumbers and steam fitters local 440 and their highly trained piping professionals. MCA Mechanical Contractors promise you greater productivity on the job site, and as a promise with proof in 865 jobs, independent project analysts found union jobs to be 17% more productive. Visit ualocal440.org or mcai.com for more info.
Hi! To stay on top of your game, you need to stay healthy, and an annual wellness checkup helps. This year, the Indianapolis Colts have teamed up with Anthem Blue Cross and Blue Shield to offer the Blue Ticket to Health campaign, rewarding you for staying healthy. It's time to get healthy, and we can help. Find out more today about Blue Ticket to Health at anthem.com/Blue Ticket.
Welcome back to Colts Roundtable Live on 93.5 and 107.5 The Fan. From the Power Home Solar Radio Studio, here's Matt Taylor, the voice of the Colts.
Hey, welcome back to Colts Roundtable Live, presented by Citizens Energy Group tonight. Tonight's broadcast is also brought to you by Everstream, Indy's business-only fiber. Everstream, faster fiber, better business. Rick Venturi and Joe Wrights are along tonight. I'm Matt Taylor, and we're taking your questions starting now. Get them in on Twitter using hashtag Colts Roundtable. Rick Venturi, let's go to you first. Andy's up. He's asking, I know we keep winning, but will third down and red zone come back to bite us eventually?
Yeah, there's no question about it, particularly in a game where you don't play just shutout defense, particularly when you got to get some points. And I think we have a really good identity out on the field, particularly on first down with Phillip Rivers and the way we're calling it. I think we found a really good balance on first and second down. I think we lack identity a little bit on third down and definitely in the red zone. And I think it's really critical that we do improve that. And I think what we really need to improve is that 3rd and 5 to 7. And that's where your option routes and your triangles and your big slants, and we don't, our receiver core right now is not optimal. We really struggle with separation. Yesterday there was no separation. There was a couple great catches, but no separation. And this is where I think that one of the key guys for us, and he caught the 3rd and 5 Sunday, is going to be Burton. I think Burton will be big. He can run that option. And then the other guy I like in there, and I think we got to use him a little bit more in the slot and let him run the option because he'll catch it, is Pascal. I think those two guys, and I think right now we're just kind of junking it up on third down. We're searching, and we don't really have an identity. And then in a red zone, we don't, if we can't run it, if we get stopped on first down, we're in trouble. Because we don't have the big body screeners, kind of the power forward guys. Now, you've seen the effectiveness of Mo Alley, but really that was a scheme touchdown. I mean, we picked for him, and he didn't do much. He just got open through the scheme. But again, I think our tight ends have to be critical here because we don't. I was hoping it was going to be Pittman, but he's out. So I think you have that triangle of Mo Alley and Doyle and Burton, and I think those guys now have to be used for those big screening slants. Jack did a really good job of pushing off Roquan Smith there for a critical 3rd and 8, and we've probably gotten away from him too fast, and Mo Alley has that big body that can adjust. So I think part of that, because we don't have the slant fade guys, Hilton kind of disappears in the red zone because of size. So I think when we're not running the ball, I think we're going to have to get those tight ends to be the guy.
All right, Joe Wright, your thoughts on situational football for the Colts?
Yeah, third down was better yesterday, and the Colts had their first 3 and out of the season, which 4 games in to have your first 3 and out is pretty freaking awesome. But better on third down, fourth down we were 1 for 2. What I think in the red zone, and I agree with your point, Coach, I like our 3 tight ends on the field together. First game that they had Mo Alley, Doyle, and Burton. I think you saw Rivers targeted Burton 5 times. He only had 2 catches, but you can tell they had a connection early and often throughout training camp, and you could tell they were developing a good rapport. I look for him to be that guy across the middle, on those deep drag routes or, 10, 15 yards across the middle that he was looking to Paris Campbell early in the season. I think Burton can really be a matchup nightmare there. And the thing about it is, and Coach, you know this on the defensive side, when you put 3 tight ends on the field, what are you going to run a defensive personnel? If you have traditionally 1 tight end and 3 receivers and a running back, they're going to be a nickel personnel. But you bring 3 tight ends in, now they might be in base or heavy personnel, which means more linebackers to defend the run, less defensive backs to defend the pass. All of a sudden you get them in the right personnel, you split guys out, you run motion, you expand the formation, and we can get some matchup, I think some really favorable matchups there. So similar to, it's a different play, but we had that third down when we had 3 tight ends on the field on the left side in a heavy formation, and Wilkins is all the way out wide side of the field. And then Rivers can see it's man coverage. He brings him back in the backfield, and he just runs a little swing pattern. We ran the pick play.
Yeah.
The linebacker couldn't get to him, and that's a huge first down we got on that third down play. So I think utilizing those 3 tight ends on the field can be a defensive nightmare a little bit for the coordinator because they don't know whether to be in base, heavy, or nickel personnel, if that makes sense.
All right, hey, all season long, if any Colts running back scores a touchdown, which did not happen yesterday, you win a free small curly fry the next day at participating Indianapolis Arby's locations. Sorry, Rick, you got to pay for your own fries tonight, buddy. The fries are on you, buddy.
It just kills me. You tell Gorman it just kills me to buy my own fries.
Not valid with any other offers. Visit Colts.com/promotions for more details. I think Jeffrey Gorman should buy us all fries. I think he owes us all a meal. All right, hey, coming up, we're going to stay with the Twitter questions. Get them in using hashtag Colts Roundtable. We'll have more Colts Breakdown coming up right after this. It's presented by Citizens Energy Group on 93.5 and 107.5 The Fan.
I'm Jason Waller, founder of Power Home Solar, America's fastest growing solar energy company. I'm making it affordable to go solar and save thousands. Today, we'll install American-made solar panels along with a Generac backup battery system for zero money down and get an additional $2,000 off. Together, Power Home Solar and Generac are making it possible for you to own your power. Call 1-800-SOLAR-POWER and start saving today. Power Home Solar. Let the sun shine in.
Hi! To stay on top of your game, you need to stay healthy, and an annual wellness checkup helps. This year, the Indianapolis Colts have teamed up with Anthem Blue Cross and Blue Shield to offer the Blue Ticket to Health campaign, rewarding you for staying healthy. It's time to get healthy, and we can help. Find out more today about Blue Ticket to Health at anthem.com/Blue Ticket.
Hey, Colts fans, all season long, play our new Pick 6 predictive game presented by Caesars Rewards. Pick 6 is free to play on the Colts app and is your chance to show off your Colts knowledge for a chance to win great prizes, including a VIP trip to a Caesars property in Las Vegas. Each week, you will answer 6 questions about the game and follow along to see if you're a winner. It's that simple. Pick 6, presented by Caesars Rewards. Must be 21 years or older to play.
Hey, Colts Nation, Anthony Costanzo here. On the field, it takes a lot of energy to hold the line, but at home, I'm all about conservation. Check out these 3 tips to help you save energy and money. 1. Before cranking up the heat, wear layers to stay warm. 2. Install a programmable thermostat to lower settings at night and when you aren't home. And 3. Change your furnace filter regularly for system efficiency. Thanks to the official conservation partner of the Indianapolis Colts, Citizens Energy Group, for these tips.
Colts fans, it's time to gear up for the 2020 season. The Colts Pro Shop has everything you need, from game day essentials to fan cave collectibles. Shop the newest headwear, apparel, and more for the whole family. Or celebrate your true fandom by customizing your own game jersey. Check out the latest gear today by visiting the newly reopened Colts Pro Shop at Lucas Oil Stadium, located in the northeast corner of the stadium, or shop online at shop.colts.com. The Colts Pro Shop, a fanatic's experience.
This is Colts Roundtable Live, a full hour dedicated to Colts football. Here again is Matt Taylor, the voice of the Colts, from the Power Home Solar Radio Studio.
Welcome back to Colts Roundtable Live, presented by Citizens Energy Group. Tonight's show is brought to you by Meijer, where local sports are a win for the entire community, building leaders, teaching integrity, sparking our economy. That's why Meijer is proud to sponsor local sports throughout Indiana, because when we support the home team, we all win. We're also supporting Joe Wrights and Rick Venturi on this segment. I'm Matt Taylor, taking your Twitter questions tonight using hashtag Colts Roundtable. Let's go back to the inbox here. Rick, you're up first on Derek's question. Do you think we'll get the mismatch production from Trey Burton now that he's back in the lineup that we were expecting to get out of Paris Campbell?
Well, I think Joe made some good points there in the last segment. I don't think that he gives us exactly what Campbell gives us, because Campbell gave you Olympic speed. Campbell could get into the second level. Campbell could run a reverse. I mean, there's things that were unique to him, but actually we've played without him for his whole career, so it isn't like an adjustment. But I do believe that Joe is right in that there are some things that he can give us very much like Campbell. If you go back to training camp, when we were watching practice every day, you saw him catch a lot of those drag routes, a lot of those crossing routes coming across the middle where he gets a matchup on a linebacker. He can shake him, he can move, he can run away from him. We've seen him in the seam versus cover 2 because he's got good speed. I mean, he's in the 4.6s. He can get down there. And then I think the biggest thing that he can do, what he can do, Ebron was a better vertical receiver in the seam because of the size. But where Burton is better is Burton is a terrific route runner. Burton is a guy, when you get in that tough matchup, 3rd and 5, 3rd and 7, and teams are going to man you up, you need guys that can run the pivots, the options, the jerks, all those things underneath where it's no longer the scheme. You have to win the one-on-one, and that's what I see him doing.
I agree. I think that you saw some big catches out of some guys yesterday. Pascal, Johnson, some guys that stepped up, which was good to see from the receiving side. But I think when you look at our passing attack, Phillip Rivers is really spreading the ball around. We got 5 guys right now: Hines, Hilton, Mo Alley, Pascal, and Taylor with 10 or more catches. And, Burton's not even on that list. And so when you're thinking who you're going to defend, and I know, Chuck Pagano well, and I know he was going into that game thinking, we're not going to let Taylor beat us on the ground, and we're not going to let T.Y. Hilton beat us and get behind us. And, so if you're going to commit to taking those things away, you're going to have one-on-one matchups and other things available. But you know who our leading receiver is in terms of yards? Mo Alley. And he's done it primarily in 2 games. But I really think this tight end position is going to start to emerge. Mo Alley, Burton with those 3 sets. And then, oh, by the way, you got old, reliable Jack Doyle, who, like you mentioned earlier, Coach, had just a huge catch on 3rd down in the red zone down near by the goal line. So I think, Rivers is making great decisions. He's getting the ball out quick. He's completing 73% of his passes. Only been sacked 3 times on the year. Again, when you think about that stat, 3 times, I mean, I've had games, Matt, when I've given up 3 sacks myself, right, in one game. And we're a quarter through this. That's a fact. But we're a quarter through the season, only 3 sacks. So I think all in all, it's not flashy, it's not sexy, but we are getting the job done on offense in a very efficient way. And at the end of the day, all you want to do is play efficient, winning football, and we are doing that offensively.
You're still my favorite Colts offensive lineman of all time, Joe. All right,
I appreciate that.
You're still number 1 in my book, pal.
I'm a lot of defensive ends' favorite offensive lineman too.
Come on now, you can't do that to yourself. You were a stud. That's how you lasted in the league as long as you did. Hey, celebrate the Colts with Papadias for $6 each. Everything you love about pizza, folded. Better ingredients, better pizza. Better than a sandwich. Papa John's. Prices and participation may vary. Taxes and fees extra. When we come back, we're going to close out the show. We're going to talk about Week 5 against the Cleveland Browns and also take a quick look at the AFC South standings. You're listening to Colts Roundtable Live tonight, presented by Citizens Energy Group on 93.5 and 107.5 The Fan.
When you're catching some Z's, CBS 4 This Morning is hard at work gathering the latest news, weather, and traffic so you can be prepared before you get out of bed. Catch Angela, Nick, Star, and Rachel weekdays on CBS 4 This Morning.
Catch me, Chris Whitley.
And me, Chris Hagan.
On FanDuel Blue Zone as we break down what you need to know for each Colts game into bite-sized morsels.
Bite-sized? But I'm hungry.
Okay, how about extra large?
You better be buying.
Get everything you need for Colts kickoff with FanDuel Blue Zone. Sunday mornings on CBS 4.
No matter how big your car or truck is, nothing in your engine takes more abuse than its oil. But with Lucas Heavy Duty Oil Stabilizer, your engine will last longer to do the job it was designed to do. Protect your engine and offer peak performance. Lucas Heavy Duty Oil Stabilizer eliminates dry starts, lowers engine temperatures, and prolongs the life of your oil up to 50%. Don't let your engine be caught dead without the protection and performance of Lucas Heavy Duty Oil Stabilizer. Keep that engine alive with Lucas Oil.
Hey, Colts fans, if you're planning a wedding, corporate event, social event, or nonprofit charity event, the all-new Bullseye Event Center is the place for you. The Bullseye Event Center is 9,500 square feet of event space with 3 retractable glass garage doors that open up to decks and green space with dramatic views of Lucas Oil Stadium and the downtown skyline. The home of the VIP Colts tailgate presented by Hayes & Sons is now the place for your special event. For more info, visit bullseyeeventgroup.com.
Hey, Colts fans, all season long, play our new Pick 6 predictive game presented by Caesars Rewards. Pick 6 is free to play on the Colts app and is your chance to show off your Colts knowledge for a chance to win great prizes, including a VIP trip to a Caesars property in Las Vegas. Each week, you will answer 6 questions about the game and follow along to see if you're a winner. It's that simple. Pick 6, presented by Caesars Rewards. Must be 21 years or older to play.
Hey, Colts Nation, Anthony Costanzo here. On the field, it takes a lot of energy to hold the line, but at home, I'm all about conservation. Check out these 3 tips to help you save energy and money. 1. Before cranking up the heat, wear layers to stay warm. 2. Install a programmable thermostat to lower settings at night and when you aren't home. And 3. Change your furnace filter regularly for system efficiency. Thanks to the official conservation partner of the Indianapolis Colts, Citizens Energy Group, for these tips.
We came to GetGo for lunch?
You gotta get to know GetGo. Look, they've got subs, wraps, burgers, chicken sandwiches, salads, all made fresh to order.
Is it good?
No, it's great. There are more than 100 fresh ingredients, so you can create and customize your perfect lunch.
I'm getting a salad. Whoa, hold up. They have antibiotic-free grilled chicken?
No antibiotics, ever.
Huh, who would have thought you could get that from GetGo?
Hello? I did.
Yes, you did.
GetGo Cafe and Market. Better, believe it.
Welcome back to Colts Roundtable Live on 93.5 and 107.5 The Fan. For more Colts breakdown, here's Matt Taylor from the Power Home Solar Radio Studio.
We're back for the final time. This is Colts Roundtable Live, presented by Citizens Energy Group. Tonight, I'm Matt Taylor with Rick Venturi and Joe Wright. Taking a quick look, guys, at the AFC South standings. The Titans are 3-0. They are effectively on the bye this week. Their game with the Steelers, of course, got postponed because of an extensive COVID-19 breakout in the Titans organization. Colts are 3-1 after their best start since 2013. The Jaguars are 1-3. They fell to the Bengals on Sunday. They've lost 3 games in a row. And the Texans, Joe Wrights, they're 0-4. Fell to the Vikings at home on Sunday. They're 0-4 for the first time since 2008. The Texans could be done for the season as it relates to making the playoffs. Only the 1992 San Diego Chargers made the playoffs after starting the season 0-4, Joe. That is a huge hole to climb out of.
I agree, and I would say they're done by all sense of purposes because statistically 0-4, you're not making the playoffs, and they still got to play the Colts twice and the Titans twice. So you're starting to see some separation. Usually after the first quarter of the season, you start to understand kind of who's who and who's not, and I think Houston has showed their true colors. I think Jacksonville, while they beat the Colts, if they played again tomorrow, I expect that to be a different result. And the good thing is we got them coming back to Lucas Oil. But I think when you're talking about the South, it's going to be Tennessee and the Colts. And I think Tennessee's 3-0, but Tennessee hasn't had a ton of challenges yet. What's good for the Colts is, with the COVID pop-ups, they're essentially on their bye week, so they're going to have to go 13 straight.
Yeah.
Which, help the Colts having a bye week after week 6, and so maybe they're a little bit healthier down the road. But for us, it's a huge game next week against Cleveland. Cleveland's 3-1. They haven't been this excited since LeBron brought a championship back to the Browns. They're believing. They think they got a legit playoff team, and they do. They have a legit offensive team now. Nick Chubb looks like he's going to miss some time, which, will hurt them a little bit, but they still got 2 really good backs in Hunt and Jackson. Their offensive line is playing better, and this is going to be a rough, tough battle, similar to what we just saw in Chicago. The difference is this is a better offensive team. I mentioned earlier in the show, the Browns are averaging almost 40 points a game their last 3, and they just hung almost 50 down in Dallas. So they're going to be ready to play. They're excited. This will be the Colts' toughest test to date, but the way we're playing, I'm really excited to go up there Sunday afternoon and see what we got.
Yeah, they are a very, very explosive offensive football team. They are very, very good at different areas. My 3 big barometers, Mayfield has really played well. He's number 11 in QBR at 73.3. On the turnover differential, they're a +6. Now, the place they fall down in a critical stat is in points given up. They're 28th. So, they're flip-flop from the Bears. Tremendous offensive team. You have 2 premier receivers. You have the most explosive, probably deep receiver and gadget guy, anywhere. There's no question about that. And Beckham Jr. Landry is probably the best third down receiver in the league. You got over 13,000 yards with those 2 guys. Hooper's an emerging tight end, and even though they lose Chubb, who's a terrific player, I mean, you come right back in with Hunt, who has a 4. He was a full-time guy at Kansas City before his problems. He's got a 4.8 yardage. He's even a better receiver and space player than is Chubb. So, they're good. Their offensive line, they're heavily invested now. First-round draft choice at left tackle, paid big money for Conklin at right tackle. I mean, they have very, very few liabilities. So, something's got to give. They're playing great offense, and we're playing great defense. So, that will be the battle within the battle Sunday.
Going to be a stiff challenge. 4:25 Eastern Time on Sunday. Both teams are on a 3-game winning streak. Both teams are 3-1, and the Browns are off to their best start since 1991. Boys, thanks for the time and the insight on the show. As always, have a great night, and we'll talk to you next week. Thanks, guys.
Sounds great, Matt. See you, Coach.
All right, man.
All right, that's all the time we have tonight on Colts Roundtable Live. Again, my thanks to Rick and Joe, the former Colts. And again, special thanks goes out to Chris Ballard for joining us on the first segment of the show tonight. If you missed any of that or any of the show, it's going to be posted here shortly on Colts.com, the Colts mobile app, and you can search for it on iTunes and Spotify, anywhere else you get your podcast. ESPN Radio is coming up next. I'm Matt Taylor. We'll talk to you next Monday on Colts Roundtable Live here in the home of the Colts, 93.5 and 107.5 The Fan. Good night.
Are you a super fan of the Indianapolis Colts? Then Colts Loyalty is the program for you. Colts Loyalty allows you to earn and redeem points for exclusive Colts prizes and experiences. Colts Loyalty rewards you for being a fan and allows you to earn points for the things you already do every day. It's easy to join and open to all Colts fans. Sign up for your free account via the Colts app or at Colts.com/loyalty and start earning points today.
Colts fans, are you ready? When you bet with PointsBet, the proud sportsbook partner of the Indianapolis Colts, you get faster bets, faster withdrawals, and faster rewards at your fingertips. This NFL season, experience the Colts Premium Sportsbook for yourself and sign up with the code COLTS to get $120 in free bets when you bet $20 on any Colts game if they score at least 1 point. Must be present in Indiana. Must be 21 or older to play. Additional T's and C's apply. If you or someone you know has a gambling problem and wants help, call 1-800-GAMBLER. That's 1-800-9-FIT in Indiana.
When I'm injured and need an MRI, there's no time to wait for answers. At Center for Diagnostic Imaging, I get the answers I need right away in a safe and comfortable outpatient center with easy scheduling and same-day appointments. With high-quality, accurate results, I can get back in the game faster. That's why I choose CDI, and so should you. CDI is the proud MRI provider of the Indianapolis Colts. Learn more and find a location near you at mycdi.com.
Colts fans, it's time to gear up for the 2020 season. The Colts Pro Shop has everything you need from game day essentials to fan cave collectibles. Shop the newest headwear, apparel, and more for the whole family. Or celebrate your true fandom by customizing your own game jersey. Check out the latest gear today by visiting the newly reopened Colts Pro Shop at Lucas Oil Stadium, located in the northeast corner of the stadium, or shop online at shop.colts.com. The Colts Pro Shop, a fanatic's experience.
Hey, Colts fans, score big for your Indiana high school. Enter helmets at colts.com/UHC. It could score you autographed merchandise and $25,000 for your high school. This is Kim Soderholm, CEO for United Healthcare of Indiana. Helmets is a free program from the Colts and United Healthcare designed to improve the health and safety of young athletes. Finalist schools receive $1,000 and a 1 in 18 chance at new football helmets valued at $25,000. Enter your school today at colts.com/UHC.
For terms and conditions, visit colts.com/UHC. Sweepstakes rules and restrictions apply.
This is Indy Sports Center. WFNI, WIBC HD2, W298BB, WIBC HD3, W228CX, Indianapolis.
Unbeaten. Plus, we look ahead to game number 4 of the NBA Finals. Keyshawn, J. Will, and Zubin, Tuesday, 6 a.m. Eastern, ESPN Radio and ESPN News.
Go trackside with Kurt Cavan and Kevin Lee. Tomorrow night at 7 on The Fan.
That is loud wrong day.
I was loud wrong this weekend.
Loud.
What is today's date? Let's mark it as an official holiday.
Wrong.
I will not be able to say anyone else is wrong about anything.
So loud.
Even if like O.J. Simpson did that today, I would never be able to say anyone was wrong.
So wrong.
Guillermo, put it on the poll. What's better? great sex, or Dan being loud wrong?
Do you have the self-discipline to do this?
Oh, yeah, that's fine. I will go the entire show today. In fact, you pointed out I'll take fines every time I mention that anyone's wrong about anything.
I could say whatever I want. You can't point out that I'm wrong.
Right. That's right.
Anyone? Not even us. Like anyone in the nation.
Like, what if Stugotz is factually wrong about something?
Doesn't matter. You can't point it out.
Yeah, someone else will have to jump on that.
I am the most wrong.